Take a look inside the paddock as currently the drivers and some of the various family members are getting explained the rules for the upcoming bowling action. Yes, bowling is coming up on the docket here, Caleb, as these various pairings will be blindfolded, trying to bowl, rolling tires, to try and have some fun during this lunch break.
Yeah, this is a great showing here for the third event of the year. Last time out, we had a kart stand race at the end of the day on the Saturday, and today we go down trackside with an eye-level look at what is tire bowling, blindfolded by a couple of parents, couple of teams, members, so on and so forth here, Justin. Third event, different than what we've had in the previous two. Round number one, we saw a fashion competition. Wasn't a big fan of that one. Move on. The kart stand race, that was great to watch. Great race. And now here, where it's a blindfolded tire bowling competition that we have taking place here today. So we'll keep an eye on it here, Justin. A couple of teams, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 teams total taking part in this tire bowling competition. Just want to keep it quiet just in case I don't want to talk in any of these contenders or contestants' backswing. Oh, and they're spinning them around as well. Interesting. And everybody missed. No surprise there.
Yeah, few going for the full toss, in fact. And one of the major things is so you get that aim just right. Here are the explanations to the next grouping after each of the attempts, as somebody, anybody, looks to try and aim for the pins.
So far, I think we saw 2 pins knocked down out of one of the groups in the middle. Look like maybe one of the contenders of the AR Academy, potentially. Yeah, 2 pins knocked out of there. It's that group in the middle. But everybody else, look, no surprise. Knocked 0 down. Yeah, tough start.
A couple pins knocked down by one of our first groups. Able to come down with 2 more pins scored, and they are happy, to say the very least, after that roll, as some of the other teams continue to spin their participants.
Tech officials making sure everything's, oh wow. Making sure everything's up to standard. Oh wow, look at that. That's a good toss by our second to last team down the line. One down, and the wind was blowing these pins over, so they did have to tape them up. There's Mr. Vargas at the end of the line. He's got some help from Adrian. Looks like Yomi as well. And a swing and a miss.
And this is a challenge, right? That's the fun of it, first of all. But second, you're having to do this while being split around, so you're disoriented, and you basically are just guessing on hopeful feel and maybe guidance from your teammates to be able to get a strike in the first place. It's so difficult in this challenge. It's like pin the tail on the donkey, if you remember back when you were a kid or anything along those lines. It's so hard to find that target when you have no idea where you may be.
Yeah, we have some young contestants as well. Ian Chaparro in the first group. He's getting ready to bowl his way. I think he might be cheating. He's looking under that the blindfold there. So, whoa, what's going on over there? The Vargas, it looked like they knocked all of them down. That was pretty good. Pretty good roll by whoever threw that one.
Yeah, the far side taking a few more moments, I think, between each of the rolls. Doing a phenomenal job there, and I think that's the best of anybody has. Oh my goodness, the third group accidentally bowled a near strike for the second group.
That one doesn't have quite the speed on it. Swing and a miss. This is a great little tire ad for Avinco tires. Great tire ad. Avinco Blues, you can get yours today at, I think, shopakr.com. Maybe. Potentially.
Perfect opportunity. You mentioned you can get everything you need or shipped to your door, can't you?
Yes. Yes, you can, Justin. Yes, you can.
Now, I think the main thing for these youngsters, again, is figuring out where they go next. As you see, the rotation goes to the top of the order for a couple of the teams here, as they continue to try and chuck those tires.
I tell you what, if we had a team Kart Chaser out there, I think this one would have already been over. We would have taken the pie home with us.
I'm surprised we didn't make a team.
Let the records show at event competitions, Team Kart Chaser has always found a way to win. You look back to 2025, round number 3 of Route 66. Myself and Hunter Bolton were able to take the win in Cornhole.
I remember that. It's pretty competitive for both the Kart Chaser teams. I believe both of you guys made the semifinals.
Yeah, Team Kart Chaser 1, Team Kart Chaser 2. This one continues, and more importantly, you're decided of who wins this. Seeing smiles on the faces here of everybody competing. 28 minutes left until we go back to racing action. And the lunchtime fun continues here from Amarillo, Texas.
Team Skeptic Motorsports 1 here in the top team. And you see with the strikes at the very end, their group is slash spares, and that's why they're already in the midst of celebration, as all the other teams, for the most part, finished on up. Shame to say at the very least, for those who have been watching along here with the lunch break shenanigans, if you will, as these teams, in particular, just looking to relax for the go full tilt racing for the next, give or take, 7 hours straight here on the racetrack in less than 25 minutes.
Welcome back to Kart Chasers coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series, and it's time to go racing here for round number 3 from Amarillo, Texas. As always, my name is Caleb Bieska. Alongside me here in the booth, Justin Prince. And heat race number 1 getting ready to go underway with Cohen Scott and Dusty Schrader starting on row number 1. Hayden Sampson and Shep Sullivan on row number 2.
Row number 3, Sebastian Kim, Vettel Baker in row number 3, Alexander Kreppen. We also have Baron Chen amongst the 8 that took part in qualifying in our set to grid up for our first of 3 heats today.
It's a long drive for these drivers to get up to the start box. The formation cone is coming their way here now. They are still allowed to scrub tires. The start box isn't until pretty much after that first couple corners past the chicane. So here's the formation cone. They need to be side by side. Still technically allowed to scrub tires until you get to the commitment cone just on, or just before it's on the front stretch. So that is when these drivers have to conclude their tire warm-up. That being said, they won't be starting here on the front stretch. They'll be starting further back. And these drivers, I hope they do know that, because the start box isn't until they get here. And it looks like they were mixed around. A little bit of confusion out of our young drivers. Here's the start box for them. They got the green flag this time. They got it. Micro Swift, presented by Arcane Motorsports, is underway.
Clean start at the front of the field and already single file amongst your top 8. Strayer, though, already going back and forth. Scott with the boost right back. And immediately, chances going back and forth as they work their way to the middle sector.
Strayer looking for a move on the outside. Quickly going to turn on the inside. Strayer looking low. He's got it over Cohen Scott. Vettel Baker, good start for that young man, up to 4th. Baker getting a good start there. He's one of the ones that got shuffled before the cone. And then got back in the line quickly. And he's got a good start going for himself in the 4th. Now side by side for the lead. Cohen Scott, Dusty Strayer. They're going to pass, and Scott's going to pass him before the straightaway. The battle up front, very close here, Justin.
Especially with Shep Sullivan also joining into the fray inside the top 3. Just trying to find the best way possible to get around these top 2 as they scrap. But already the first minute or so burned off the board. It's come across the finish line. Now it's the question, did the top 2 break away? You can see third on back trying to figure out, can they start working together here to keep up with the top 2 with how big of a boost they just got?
Yeah, so now it's Vettel Baker and Shep Sullivan that find themselves 3rd and 4th to Sampson, to Chen, and then Sebastian Kim. And they, again, very close to each other when you exit the opening chicane in the first section of the racetrack. They close on into each other, push each other along, and it opens up as you go into the quick S's section in this triple left-hander. Realistically, one big corner, but again, connected by 3 different apexes and 3 different curbs throughout. And again, after walking the racetrack just a little bit ago, Justin, these curbs, again, while you do find yourself going side by side more often than not, they can pop you up in the air and get you out of shape. Now, Strayer looking on the inside throughout the 3rd sector. He's going to get clear on Cohen Scott, who's kept him honest for the entirety of this race.
Yeah, well, it helps that Scott's led 1 lap. You also have Strayer that's led a lap essentially over the course of this one. Now, Strayer is the huge question on who's going to have the better long run. We see a lot of draft impact, though, for Scott to be able to get the response back. Same we've seen with Strayer the last time by. Those long straightaways are allowing great chances for the other driver in the fight, so to speak, to have a choice if they want to pull themselves on a pass or not. This time, Scott wanting to stay behind, try and pull the gap even further.
And here we go. It's still close up front. Cohen Scott, Dusty Strayer, Shep Sullivan, Vettel Baker, who's locked in a battle of his own with Sampson and Chen at the moment. They sit 4th, 5th, and 6th. And the 2 leaders, no changes. There's going to be passes further back right behind Baker and between Sampson and Chen. They're going to shove for position there.
Yeah, right now they're doing a good battle back there, to say the very least. I've noticed in a Munster interval, if you've noticed on the pylon, Baker doing a good job at the top half of the field as your biggest charger, up a couple along with Chen, you said. Right now, though, they pull it away even more. Baker amongst those, and the separation now of at least 10 kart lengths, with a battle with Chen, Sampson currently holding on behind. You also have everyone else staying connected in the back half of the field.
Yeah, here's that second group. Chen, Sampson, Reppin, and then it's Sebastian Kim, who's currently running 8th. Looking to close down to these 3 drivers on your screen. Chen with a little bit of narrow line. And Sampson looking for a way around. He's not going to find it just yet.
I think they're almost a little bit too equal, if you will. Sampson, mind you, a -3 on the race so far. Trying to stabilize things, pick up a spot, if anything. Help out the finish metric of the course's heat race. Yes, you have 2 more heat races to bounce back, but it's not the greatest of signs when you slip back and already seems to not have the same gearing as the others, pulling back down the straightaways. All that's to say, Scott is the now one at the front again. Strayer has moved back to 2nd in the fight between P1 and P2 with less than 90 seconds to go on the clock.
Yeah, last 2 weekends for Cohen Scott have been pretty good. Put himself inside of the top 10 last weekend of the SCUSA Pro Tour for rounds 3 and 4 in the Micro Swift division. And now this weekend, having one of his best weekends here in Texas Sprint Racing Series competition, leading the field away in his Mint Motorsports machine. Over Dusty Strayer on the Trackside Karting Services Parolin. Gap now closes down about 3/10. 3 car lengths, and you see that right there. And you hear the revs out of the engine as well. Scott just got up and over the curb, and you hear the kart get out of shape. It kind of bottoms out on the exit of the corner, and the revs sound a whole lot differently as well, Justin. That is all that Dusty Strayer needed. A mistake like that out of Cohen Scott, pushing the limit a little bit too much, has allowed Strayer to get really back into the drafting window.
And really, an opportunity to make the pass before the long straightaway. Strayer up the inside, able to take over the race lead once again. Now Scott has a chance to rebound back, though, with the draft. Look at how much he's trying to pull it down the straightaway. This time through, not going to take the dive into the final complex of corners. But Strayer's done a phenomenal job this race, taking advantage of mistakes. Now Scott will look to try to rebound as the clock reaches 0.
Yeah, clock expiring. Now for these young drivers in Arcade Motorsports Micro Swift. They work their way through. Strayer now leads over Cohen Scott. And right here is where we saw the mistake out of Cohen. Just a little bit aggressive up and over the curb. He's going to get a good exit. He's going to get side by side. Door to door, wheel to wheel. Scott picks that up a crossover with Strayer going to the bottom. And they're still side by side. Strayer played that perfectly. Kept himself low and made that TKS parallel as wide as possible there, Justin.
Nicely done on the defense there, but Scott just waiting for the right time to set it up, especially with a lap and a half or so to go. Now here comes the chance to the inside. Took away the inside, coming up to the right hand straight away. Scott zips his way by, but Strayer has a chance to go back on offense. He's in prime position to attack immediately back by the time we get to the middle sectors. We zip our way down the front stretch.
Yeah, Scott just had so much momentum. Working his way onto the backstretch now. 2-6 in the air, 2 laps to go. As this is perfect opportunity for Sullivan, as Strayer's going to go off the racetrack. On the exit of turn 2, a little mistake, a little bobble there out of Strayer. Through the dirt to get himself back onto the asphalt. And his gap now opens up to about 2 to 3 car lengths.
And that was a huge mistake, to say the very least, in the opening corners once again. You cannot afford to go off track here. Grass, while it's pretty dry, will still cost you some time as you go across that dirt. Strayer, though, with a good opportunity to try and rebound you immediately the next time by with the double sticks in the air. Got a huge break. Now it's just a matter of, can Strayer get enough draft to get right back to the rear end of Scott for the chance to attack? He's just about there already.
And here we go, working our way onto the backstretch. Scott with a look over the shoulder. Strayer closing in. You see how much that gap closes down. Strayer looking on the inside. Clear. He's going to go a little bit too deep into the corner. Scott's going to overtake him. White flag flies this time by. 1 lap to go. Scott still leads.
Close battle still. Now, Strayer has to set this up near perfectly. He wants a chance. We've already seen what can happen if you're too overconfident in the braking zone, especially by the time you get to 11. For Strayer, the setup needs to be there. He needs to be close enough to have an opportunity to be side by side again. He's pushing hard off the corners.
Here we go, working our way through now. Strayer closes in. He's looking on the high side, looking to set up a crossover himself. Looking to run the outside now, going to turn it on the inside. Scott sees him, going to give him the room. Strayer's going to get by with a great move there out of the 202 to get by for the lead of the race. 2 car lengths now. Separation between the Kart Republic of Cohen Scott and Dusty Strayer working their way out of the final section. Very, very long run of the final 2 corners here. Strayer looking to hold on. Scott into the draft. He's cleared him about 2 times now for the lead of this race. Scott looking for a way by. He's not going to find it. He's going to find the dirt. On their way to the last 2 corners, Strayer is going to take it away here. The black and checkered flies. Dusty Strayer will win heat race number 1 in a micro.
Well done on the fight, but as you can see, black flag popping up there. We'll see what that's for here by post-race. That was some very tight racing coming their way through 10 up towards 11. 0.3 of a second at the stripe unofficially for Strayer over Scott. Sullivan, 3 seconds up over everyone.
Quick commercial break. More when we return.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Look at this Kyle Cuthbertson. Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Mini Swift now onto the racetrack, presented by the AR Academy. Tyler Blackwood and Polo Santos on row number 1 with Landry Bridges, Benson Handberg on row number 2 with Sebastian Sampson, Mylan Buznak on row number 3, and Eitayo Olisa. 7 drivers getting ready to take the green flag here, Justin.
Yes, indeed, all set to roll in the next moments or so. This is going to be for Blackwood a good opportunity, but watch for Santos. Try and find a way to keep up, though. Had some ups and downs, obviously, in qualifying earlier. So this entire field get the chance to get things rolling as they come up to the start zone. Blackwood will have the left side of his racetrack, right side for Santos when they reach those blue cones. All set to fire for our second race of the day. Mini Swift gets the green. We're underway. Clean start for Blackwood as he holds back Santos to begin things off. Now tries to find a way to take off and continue what's been a solid beginning of the weekend. Already 3 kart lengths up.
Yeah, good start there out of Tyler Blackwood, getting himself to the point early in this one. Polo Santos there in second. Back to what looks to be Bridges or Handberg, one of the two, running around in third. This is best case scenario for Tyler Blackwood. Looking to get a win to his name.
Kind of necessary to get a good launch in the first place if you want to do well, obviously. But the main thing for Blackwood is, can he prevent any major mistakes? We've seen mistakes pop up. His name here and there in previous runs. He's ran recently in the Road Tax US Trophy Series. Part of that competition going on. Was 6th in the final, in fact, in the mini-maxes. Oh, contact in the battle going on for third on back as the 117 hit by Hamburg as he slid across the curbing.
Yeah, that was a close call there. And again, that's the 117 now. Bozanak that finds himself in third. Go back to Hamburg in the 119. Bridges moves. Itayo Lisa looking on the inside of Landry Bridges. And he's not able to get through.
Yeah, it's already been proving prevalent. In some of the cases, if you're very equal on speed, it's hard to make the pass. Yes, you can get the draft to very much assist you, as we've seen come into play. But it takes a lot of work. You see with Elisa in particular, got the work done. Now making the way on through to the back straightaway. Already burned more than 2 minutes off the clock. These races here in TSRS for the heat races go relatively quickly, as we talked about. We're seeing just how quick the pace is settling on in for especially your top two who are running 112s and 113s. Majority of the field staggered about Elisa, the fastest not inside the podium positions currently.
And as we look at it here, Elisa now into the top 5 in the 157. Bridges, Sampson, the big gaps all throughout this field here, Justin. Big separation. It's Blackwood, then a second back to Santos, and 3 seconds back to Bozanak. Half a second back to Handberg, 8/10 back to Elisa, so on and so forth here.
And it's kind of a contrast compared to the micros where the top two were scrapping back and forth. I just think Blackwood's got that good of a kart here today with how much the takeoff is going on for his Fennec machine to get the pole away immediately, break the toe, set the tone, set the pace. Blackwood seems to be the kart to beat here on property with the way things are settling down, mind you. Looking back in terms of some of the record keeping in the racing action. Took part, and we talked about the RMC, has also taken part in TSRS. He was middle of the pack last time out when it came to the final after all. It's a complete change from race to race where, yeah, he was a podium driver out at Noah Motorsports Park for the mini with heat races, but it was different by the time he got to the final for the overall position today. Making up for that was Santos. Still being a good spot, though, because of the championship conversation to score points. For that sake, to help out the points metric, or at the very least, start off the heat part of the metric off on the right foot, since we still have a lot more racing to add on to those points, obviously.
Yeah, there's still a lot. We've still got 2 more weekends left on the year when we go to Crescent, Texas, and then back over to New Caney, Texas, to kind of close off the year. With that being said, Justin, this being the turnaround point is kind of where you start to get an idea as to where you'll put yourself for the last 2 rounds of the championship, where it kind of almost becomes that much more important, that much more alarming to get those good results. Here we go, onto the front stretch. Santos and Blackwood, business as usual. Buznak, the only driver that currently finds himself in third with a close battle. Eitayo Lisa's right behind him. They're in fourth. Eitayo looking for his first career podium here in TSRS competition. Getting close, about 2 car lengths to the driver ahead of him.
Lisa, we mentioned the speed. Now, interesting enough, over the past few laps, getting quicker and quicker and quicker. Last time picked up an extra 10th, 114 flats right now. That is 7/10 quicker than Buznak at the moment. Buznak should say. So there is, now that Elisa's got at least some pull, I think there's a strong chance we see this 157 make the move. Already gained a lot of the braking zone. Here comes that long right sweeping straightaway, if you will. Will Elisa go for it? Yes, they will.
Eitayo Lisa now looking on the inside. He's going to get clear on Buznak before the corner. We've seen a lot of those moves kind of go on throughout this weekend. Buznak didn't make it easy for him. Elisa's going to hold on. One driver into the pits early. And it looked like we lost Sampson. And we might have lost Benson Hamburg as well. Sampson's still out there. My apologies. Benson Hamburg, the driver who we've lost here.
Yeah, Lerner had a little bit of contact earlier. Got that popped up in that circumstance. Now, we'll back to see if there's any adjustments to go forward for. But now, as they all zip their way on through, the big thing I think for Elisa is going to be, how will the speed go the next time up? Because here's the thing with the way the qualifying, you talked about it earlier with the positioning. The 157 is going to have to do this consistently if they want a true shot to be in the top 3 by tomorrow, get the job done that way, have good starting position, and then be able to see how things go with the leaders. Because here's the thing, that 157, I think, on short run at least, has something for Santos to try and keep up the fight for second.
Yeah, Eitayo, again, 4 spots gained. Like you said, he's going to have to do that throughout all 3 of the heat races after, again, really, at least a disastrous qualifying for Eitayo. But the pace has been there this weekend, really coming to life. And with 2 laps to go, haven't talked much about our leader because he is 5 seconds clear from the rest of the field. Tyler Blackwood having an all-time weekend here in the Panhandle, pulling away from Polo Santos and Eitayo. 2 Arsalan's going to look for a little more later on today in heat race number 2. All about racing this afternoon here, Justin.
Absolutely, and right now for Blackwood, he's just racing his way to get to the checker flag, to say the very least, try and get himself a heat race victory. He's done a lot of winning when it comes to racing the Greater Houston Race Series, but it's another thing when you get it done at the higher level we talked about earlier. Right now is on a mission to finish up this run, to try and get at least the heat race win here on the board in TSRS. 1 to go for Blackwood.
White flag flies this time by. And Blackwood just in control of that Bennick machine. Corner after corner, putting it just at the right place at the right time with the right speed through the majority of these corners. And that's exactly, you know, what you want to see out of your driver, right? In control, confident. A little check to the left, seeing where his competitors are. And he's going to realize, right, they're 5 seconds back here, Justin.
Indeed, it's been a dominant drive for Blackwood. Just needs to keep it smooth. Time this race goes on with the average pace, likely going to be 6+ seconds once we get to the line. But we'll find out for sure once it's done. For Tyler Blackwood, looking to secure the first heat race win of the day in the minis and get the job done here today. Was one of the drivers earlier this season who had ran up at the podium spots for heat races in previous rounds. Well, today starts with the first strike. Checkered flag. Blackwood dominates heat 1.
That's a perfect way to start off the weekend on the right foot. And Eitayo Elisa off and onto the side of the racetrack. Something amiss. for the 157 Orsilon here, who was slated for an all-time best result on the weekend and in his career here at the Texas Racing Series. That's going to end early. Luzinak's going to take that spot. Unfortunate end there for Itayo. He's going to finish 6th.
Extremely unfortunate because Elisa, I think, was in a great spot to start off on the point metric in a big way. We have one driver off.
Oh, wow.
That is Sampson in the high five machine that's in the grass.
Oh, some cleanup to get Itayo and Sebastian off the racetrack here. More racing action coming your way when we return.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Back everyone to Texas as we continue on with the T4 seniors. And on the racetrack, Caleb, going to be helpful for their championships with just the two of them here today, but that's what happens when you're trying to get a ticket to Spain. You want to contend, you want to help out your points haul. This will be some of the biggest points, or some of the easier points to potentially build up on the board, with the two of them looking to duel it out here today, Caleb.
Yeah, Davis Henry, Reagan Seville, two teammates under the Trackside Karting Services GFC tent. Getting ready to go head-to-head, mano-a-mano battle in between the two of them for a ticket to Spain. Full spec racing coming your way, 5 minutes plus 2 laps for Davis Henry out of Wichita, Kansas, and Reagan Seville out of Huntsville, Texas.
Both of them solid competitors. Seville, of course, got the pole in qualifying earlier. Now keep in mind, last time out was closer towards Florida, which was a racing hotbed. We've seen drivers like Derek Wargo take part in the race. You had Eric Cuesto among some of the contenders. But today, it's these two. Ready to duke it out. Green, green, green. We're underway and already to single file.
First couple of corners done and dusted. Seville to the lead early. 2 car lengths in between himself and Davis Henry, who is actually going to be in pretty good position on this backstretch to close that gap right on down. And for the specs, they are on Max's tires, and they have 3 options of gearing as to what they can use. So they have to their disposal.
And the big thing about these karts, remember, it's more so they can carry a fair amount of speed in the corners. The straight line is a bit different in terms of, I'm not expecting as big of a draft impact for Davis Henry than compared to, say, a KA. So for Henry, it's going to be about how much you can charge into these corners, try and make the speed stick it that way, I think, long term. That's what he's done, keep the gap up a little bit. Right now, Seville, a little bit quicker down the straights, but there's plenty of racing coming up to end off June and starting July, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a lot getting set to come your way. The United States Pro Kart Series goes live next weekend over at the Newcastle Motorsports Park, and then Champions of the Future. It's a double weekend for us on our platform. Make sure to tune in, K1 Circuit, Winchester, over there for the Champions of the Future America Series, and the Pro-Am Karting Championship at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, July 4th and 5th, and then the Indy Karting Challenge on the Sunday, as we have a pass for the lead. Davis Henry, Reagan Seville. It's going to swap around here.
Well, how about that? Got the run he was looking for to start off the straight, built it up, and now Seville going back and forth, thought about some dives into one. It's a little bit tighter of a section to send into with the way that curbing works, but also help ones from 4 or 5 lanes wide down to just 2. Seville waiting for the right moment. This time through will take it down into the far side of the racetrack.
I think the last time we had the last time we broadcasted 2 Tillotsons racing head-to-head, you have to look back to what I think could have been 2024, 2023, when we were over at the Buckeye Karting Challenge. And it was Ian Quinn, Henry Wheeler going head-to-head. It was just the 2 of them out on the racetrack. And this weekend we're treated the same thing, but in the state of Texas, deep in the south. And it's Reagan Seville and Davis Henry. And they're, again, going back and forth. Here, a car length separates the 2 of them.
A little bit of adjustment there Seville's trying to make to his kart right now. There's a little pull from Henry. Got it a little bit with the help of the draft, but not as major as the previous attempts. So right now, Henry just trying to ride along. He already got the purple lap in the 1:14.6 last time. This time, 1:14.5 from Seville as the race leader once more. And he put a lot of gap into 1 and 2.
Yeah, big lock up there out of Davis Henry. In the second to last corner as he's chasing down Reagan Seville. It's all smoke in the air. You don't see that all too often. But again, that hurt him just a little bit, or I should say quite a significant amount. His gap has now opened up quite a bit to Reagan Seville here as we have just 2.5 laps to go here, Justin.
I have to wonder what that did with the tires, possibly. It's going to take a lot of effort to keep up now with Seville getting the buffer and then some, a little bit more the previous attempts that Henry had to chip it away. It's Seville's race to lose, it feels like, with the advantage here, but it's going to come down quite simply in the next couple laps. How much Henry wants it and how much Henry can actually close on in up through an area where the chasing cars have been able to get a lot better braking, it feels like, through 8 and 9 in terms of the eye test here today. This time, gap not necessarily closing all too much on the run up through 9, 10, and up to 11.
So here we go, 2 laps to go. This time by, and Davis Henry looking to close in. But again, some of the biggest differences, right? Minimizing mistakes is quite critical here, and just being smooth on the steering wheel is another thing, right? And at the moment, while Henry has pressured, I mean, he has taken the challenge, has taken the fight to Seville. So far in heat race number 1, Seville's just been very smooth on that steering wheel. Very minimal inputs. You see Henry, right, just pushing that limit time and time again. Breaking a little bit deeper, trying to close down the gap, and that one lockup kind of cost him just a little bit too much there, Justin.
My thought is, does it impact him for later on today with the tires? Maybe too. We'll have to keep an eye on that, obviously. But right now, Seville's kind of backing up what we've seen in previous rounds in terms of his competitiveness and his eagerness, obviously, to get himself ahead of this pack. Good chance to try and swing the points back his way to start off the day at the very least with the white flag out. Seville holding the upper hand, trying to get the same strike he had for the heat races in round number 1. Try and get the max points, the heat round points that way as we make our way through the final time around.
Working our way onto the backstretch here. Reagan Seville, Davis Henry. They fought for the lead, and it went back the way of Seville. A 10th, the only difference in between their lap times. This battle will continue later on today. Heat race number 2 for these drivers, but heat race number 1 goes the way of Reagan Seville.
Really good drive, I think, overall. It came down to the lockup. If there was no lockup, I think Henry would have had at least 1 or 2, if not 3 chances. But all you can say is Seville, now with qualifying and the heat is way killing.
GR2 Motorsports, 206 Kit Karts after the break.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race-ready training that carries into real life.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Engines are fired down on the grid. GR2 Motorsports 206 Kit Karts moments away from going green. They're led to the green flag by the 75 of Maverick Reddick. Beckett Boudreaux starting alongside him, and Baudouin, Grayson Hollis, Maxwell, Brassard, Chaparro, Bird, Salazar, McCullum, Montes, Rickman, and Addison. 13 Kid Karts total are underway.
Great start by Reddick and Co. with the top two getting the jump. And already, look at how massive that advantage is over the rest of the pack as they zipped it away in through 3, 4, and 5. Reddick trying to maintain composure in his CRG.
So far, good opening lap. Good clean lap out of the majority of these drivers, able to work their way through. As soon as they rolled them off, like the inside line was just ready to go, right? And the outside wasn't quite ready to fire things off. That being said, Baudouin got a good jump at the start of it on the inside line with Reddick. The two of them currently sit first and second. Then Beckett Boudreaux, Grayson Hollis on your screen now. They're currently third and fourth, respectively here, Justin. Then you go back to what looks to be Brassard and Maxwell that are fifth and sixth. And Hal Bird, driver in eighth in the 88.
Remember, it's all about trying to maintain momentum with these carts. We've seen that in qualifying. A little bit of diciness going on through the corners, but Reddick maintains momentum. Mind you, yes, it's basically full throttle, but it still takes a lot of precision to get the corners right and have a good sense of the feel of the speed.
That corner specifically, that opening chicane, they are, again, the goal is to try to go through there flat out. That's really the goal when you go to any track that is in a kid kart restricted class, right? When you go out there, and the whole goal of coming out here is going around this place the fastest way possible, cutting through the corners, hitting apexes. That's what you learn at this young age in the kid kart division, right? You're not really, shouldn't be really hitting the brakes or messing with the throttle too much unless there's an accident. But the whole goal is to learn how to get around this place in the fastest way possible. It's all about keeping these revs up, trying to keep it flat out while also going through these corners nice and smoothly. And that's where you'll see the differences on, some of these drivers, how they take that first corner, if they get out of shape. It's all about racing line, really, in this young age group here, Justin. And that's the biggest thing that, coaches and parents, alike try and teach when they work their way out here.
Absolutely. It takes a lot of mindset. It takes a lot of finesse. You have to learn that racecraft if you want to be able to move up in the ranks, to say the very least. If you want to be successful, you have to know everything in terms of all those things and then some. Give a comparison. Vettel Baker's one of the drivers we've seen in some of the racing classes. As much as trying to figure out things now in the higher levels. You can pick up a lot of speed and showcase pace here, but you can also have a completely different approach when you have to throw a completely different way of driving once you move up to the micro or the mini and then upwards to the next rank onwards.
Yeah, you got to modulate the throttle a little bit more, right? That's something that you learn when you get up to micro, 206 Cadet, when you get on the gas, when you get on the brakes. Something that you learn as you move up. Still very, very young field here. Hal Bird, I believe, not even sure if he's 6 yet. I know he was young when the year started. Ian Chaparro, another one of those younger drivers in this field. And you're seeing it here. They're doing a good job at the moment of having a good little battle in between the two of them. Bird currently 7th in the 88. And you back to Chaparro in the number 12, who currently sits in 8th. Two of them going back and forth there for a moment. Just kind of negotiating, right? The 7th spot in between the two of them.
Exactly, trying to make sure to keep things well in mind, you. The case of Bird, at the very least, who's in this fight, has raced at a variety of tracks already, raced a fair bit at Music City Kartplex to start off the year, then made some appearances in the GHRS. Of course, appeared in one previous race this year in the TSRS as well. So just amongst those, just starting off the racing career, trying to do very well, has done well with the club scene. But you can only do so much when it's kind of like, as you know, I come from a background of sim racing, the conversation back in that is crossover to here. If you want to be able to improve, you need to know where you stand against the drivers in the next tier, and then the next tier onward. Because if you race the same competition of, say, a 3,000 I-range field and stay at that rate your entire time, how are you going to know how to handle the 4 or 5 or 6? That kind of is the same way against those as you go from region to region and from level to level.
Yeah, it's a very good point as to why we see this kind of event, one of the larger ones on the year, right? You get a lot of people out of Colorado coming out here to race. It's only 6 hours. Talk about the Forward Direction Motorsports team coming out here, bringing Ruben Moya. Join us this weekend for the Kid Karts. Same thing, right? Drivers from all over, Lafayette, Louisiana, Lakewood, Colorado for Everett Addison. Drivers from Mexico like Guillermo Montes, Hal Birds from Tennessee over at Thompson Station, and again, so on and so forth. So many drivers just coming from all over the country to come out here, or really the southern region, and come out here and race. And even outside of the country, drivers from Mexico coming up here racing with the HRT team that is pitted out of the shop this weekend here at the Amarillo Motorsports Park. So that being said, we'd love to see that, right? Love to see that this again, series continues to grow year after year, and more people want to come and take part at one of the biggest, the biggest regional racing series in the nation. And here we go with the drivers currently leading them all here, all 13 drivers, one of them standing out above the rest, and that's 75 Maverick Reddick, as he's going to take us through a lap here. I haven't seen him all too much outside of that opening lap. He's going to work his way through here. Very smooth on that steering wheel there, Justin, working his way through. Nice and tidy over the curbs, and on this triple left-hander, hitting all the apexes. Working his way through now onto the backstretch. That's the biggest thing, right? Stuff like that doesn't happen overnight. Having, that discipline on the steering wheel doesn't happen overnight.
It takes the right partnership, I think, too. The right team combination and driver combination, but also just getting the right coaching, if you will. Because it's about finding someone who can support you, but also will go through the film with you in the right way. We'll be able to teach you what you're doing wrong versus what you need to do. You see the signals from the wall already on one side, white flag on the other. Reddick doing well, handling all the signals and pulling away by 5+ seconds.
Sullivan Bodois, the next one up. He's currently in second in the number 19. And Grayson Hollis now sits in third. Beckett Boudreau, Brassard. That's your top 5 as they stand. But it's 5 seconds back from this young man right here. He's working his way out of the infield section, Justin.
Dominant drive for Maverick Reddick yet again. And remember last time out when it came down to Louisiana, interesting racing where you had others try and puncture the way through. But for Maverick Reddick, he swept that entire weekend. Looking to try and get what will be, in terms of races, his 5th straight, including the heats and the finals from last time out. Reddick maintaining the gap over Bodois by almost 6 seconds today to put together a stellar drive. It's Maverick Reddick coming through the final sector. Kart 75 pulled away from the get-go. Had good short run, mid-run, long run. It's Reddick who gets it done in heat number 1.
Start of the day going according to plan for the 75. Sullivan Bodois across the line in second. And then in third, Grayson Hollis holds on over Beckett Boudreau. Brassard, your top 5.
A little bit of separations popped up there, but the Kid Kart's putting together some phenomenal drives. Albert holding on behind Maxwell. That Maxwell was starting to close in for the top 5. Chaparro in the top 8 for Colum and Salazar. Your top 10 with Rickman, Addison, and Montes in your 13 Kart field. Take a slot. We'll be back after this.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsports Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
K100 Jr. heading the racetrack here as we begin things off with Nathan Goldsack in control of this field over Clayton Stiles. Wyatt will start in the third spot with Alexander Chandler amongst those the top 4. Alex Chandler in the 860 machine here, Caleb.
You go further back, Mason Berry, Jackson Baldus, Easton Cox, and Connor Rivas. Luke Cruz and Emilio Gus Wonderlay, your top 5 rows, your top 10 starters.
Uber competitive grouping, but that continues on with Cruz Rodriguez and Theodore Mitchell down 11-12. Tanner Barge seen towards the front in some races, 13th here today. George Farpen will start down in 14th. Ellie Stone, Danica Smart down amongst the top 16. A lot of these carts already being told to woe down though for 17th on back. But I think today it's going to be an interesting one for now. The KA100 Juniors by P1 Engines ready to fire off. Signal coming for the outside as they come up to the start zone. Take the road to the blue cones. Do they get it? Yes, they do. Green, green, green. We're underway. Side by side through the opening corners for the race lead already. Neither side backing down. It goes in front for Styles.
It's a good start out in the front for Clayton Styles. The rookie's going to take the lead over Nathan Golseth. Aston Wyatt in third. Chandler to Barry, your top 5, and then Easton Cox and Jackson Baldus to the high 5 performance drivers slotting in the line. But Styles, when it mattered, gets himself to the lead, and Golseth now looking to respond. First change out in front after the start. Golseth retakes it.
Good response back, but it's not done yet. Styles already on the rear end. That's one of the major things we might see here. Drivers try and push their way ahead, try and break themselves apart from the others. Draft going to be pretty prevalent we've seen in KA100 with qualifying. We're seeing that already with the juniors with the racing action down the front straightaway for the first time. Bumper to bumper to bumper to bumper. I want your top 4 of note. Drivers like Stone, Thomas, and a few others falling down the order out to the 20s. Battle again side by side.
Now working their way through here. The front pack is now closed together. Clayton Styles with a emphatic point forward to Nathan Golseth. Is now Chandler looking for third. On Aston Wyatt, he's not going to get it. And Easton Cox and Mason Berry go back and forth. The 5th position is going to trade hands here. And it's going to fall the way of Easton Cox and the 8:15.
Right now, everybody's just trying to make sure they keep the wheels stable. You can see pretty much pushing hard to try and get aerodynamic at the front of the field also. Machines, pretty flat track, but interesting in the bumps. Already a pass for the 4th position in that train also. See a few drivers try and jump back and forth in the choo-choo conga line. That includes a swap that sees Cox now up to P4 and looking for more.
Yeah, well, here we go. They're working their way through now. The top 4 close together. Everybody else looking to close on into them. Luke Cruz and company in that second group with Rebus, Rodriguez, Farfan, and more. But Golseth and Styles, after the change for the lead at the opening lap, Justin, no changes since then. We've just been happy to work together from there on out. Easton Cox, Aston Wyatt, Alex Chandler now look to close into the top 2. And Cox was really kind of determined to get himself to the lead of that second group, be the first one to reach the top 2.
Yeah, made the pass after looked like near contact actually with Wyatt in the first place. Very eager to go ahead. It's a +4 already for Cox, one of the bigger movers already in this race. The gap's already been bridged back together. As a result, I think Cox might have something for the leaders if he sets himself up here well. He lost a little bit of ground down the front straightaway, but seems to be really solid off corner exit. It's just about trying to maintain that with the way the gearing's set up. A little bit deeper in the brakes for Cox. Closed up half a cart length to close the gap again to Styles.
There you go. They work their way into the infield once again. Golseth over Clayton. And Easton looks to close in third. A car length. All that separates second and third. But Golseth out in front, just very comfortable, right? Being in that situation, being in the position to lead this field is somewhere where he really thrives at this stage of the race, Justin.
You have to be able to, because if you aren't able to succeed in high pressure situations, it's going to be very hard to win races, to say the least. Right now, this entire top three seems to be near a top each are in terms of pace. Cox a little bit off on some of the corner exits down the front in particular, but it's been really good in the middle sector and parts of the opening sector. Nathan Golseth, for his sake, hasn't let Styles build a run. Styles this time, all he can do is get up to the bumper, and that's not going to set up a pass if you're only just tiny bits better. If you're a half a tenth quicker, it's difficult. Look at Styles, thought about an overlap, didn't work with Golseth getting the boost.
Yeah, he kind of had a thought about it there, Justin. You see Easton kind of pointing to him forward, right? Wanting to find a way by Nathan Golseth.
Yeah, right now, I think it's looking pretty steady amongst this battle for the top three. But we're coming up already to 40 seconds on the clock, mind you. Because of this class going faster, you'll have opportunities for the lead. How about that deep dive after Styles got a poke as well?
Easton Cox looked on the inside, up and over the curb to get himself clear and into the lead. Clayton Styles again just got out of shape there. Golseth sat passenger right in the backseat, front row seat to it all, and that's allowed Aston Wyatt, Alex Chandler, Jackson Baldus to catch a whiff of the draft. Is now putting a tire wrong. It's Clayton Styles. Drops that right rear.
That's completely put him off kilter, I think. I think him and Golseth have been moved off the rhythm. And what do you say about what you can do to retry and regather that confidence, or rather that speed here, because Cox has one of the largest leads of the race, already 6/10 or so, nearly eight of them with a couple laps to work with.
Yeah, still a good bit to go as they work their way through now on the backstretch. Following Jackson Baldus, Aston Wyatt, Alex Chandler. Single file, nobody making moves. And I think everybody's on the same page here. Smart by them. 2 laps to go. Looking to chase down Easton Cox here in the 8:15.
Cox still going to maintain through the opening sector, but main thought again is remember the braking zone deep into it. Coming up through the top of the racetrack for the back straightaway. Have a lot of chances to close that gap down. Right now they need to find a way to, if they want an actual chance here, go from the gain a little bit to a lot of bit and time it up through that lot of bit allows them a chance to pass. For Cox, mind you, last time out did pick up a heat race in the opening one as well over at Noah, looking to do it again.
Yeah, and here we go. Lap and a half to go. And Clayton Styles, Nathan Golseth, they look a lot closer this time by to Easton Cox. Justin, it must be said, you see the points forward there by Golseth. Want a little bit of help, unfortunately for Golseth there. Styles isn't close enough to kind of push him along, but he will get the draft this time by. Out of the final corner, white flag flies. Final lap in heat race number 1 for K Jr. And Nathan Golseth just giving it everything he's got up and over the curbs, looking to close on in to the 8:15.
Baldus, amongst those who just had issues off screen, just fell down to at least 15th, had been running up a part of this main group, according to the timing. It's all right, continue to plummet. But right now, Golseth is getting the lot of bit run he's looking for. Running at a time, though, still needs to close up 3 kart lengths. That's very much easier said than done. 2 kart lengths this time for the backstretch.
Yeah, and it'll be a deep send, like you said, right? Having to close that gap. You see it just on this side angle, how much Golseth starts to close in. Jackson Baldus got some reports. He is off the racetrack and won't conclude this race. Golseth, though, very much in the draft. Onto the backstretch. He's going to clear him before the corner. Nathan Golseth gets himself to the point. Cox to second. Final corner. Nathan Golseth fought for it. and he's going to take it. Heat race number 1 goes to Nathan Golseth, Easton Cox in second, Clayton Stiles, your top 3.
What did I say about needing to time up that run for the little bit to a lot of bit? If you wanted a chance, it had to be by there. If it was any later, would have been a pass attempt, and Cox would have been second straight Heat 1 victory. Instead, Golseth backs up the pole with Heat 1 in his back pocket.
Austin White, Alex Chandler, your top 5 to Connor Ribas, Mason Berry, Luke Cruz inside of the top 10. Farfan Rodriguez, your top 10. Then Abarsh, Eddles, Amelia Gus Wonderlay, Justice Pack, Danica Smart, your top 15. There's a look at that final page. Jackson Baldus, unfortunately, not able to close this one out. A DNF for Baldus. He was off the racetrack and, again, out of contention towards the end.
Uber exciting race to say the least here, Caleb, but got a feel for Baldus. He was once those up in the front group. Instead, stand by and wait for pickup.
We'll step aside here for a moment. We return. 206 Senior, the first of our 2 premier classes, is coming up next.
Hey, what's up, Caleb? What's up, Brandon? You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
.206 Senior has now hit the racetrack, moments away from taking the green flag with, again, a good showing here this weekend. 32 drivers total getting ready to take the green flag. As always, my name is Caleb Vieska. Justin Prince stepping aside here for a moment as the 2024 IKF Grand National Champion. Aiden Rudolph, winner here a couple of times in his career, now joining me in the booth. And Aiden, This class feels like it kind of gets bigger round after round. 32 drivers total working their way out here, and it's a pleasure to have you here with us.
Yeah, great to be here. It was kind of a last-minute surprise for a lot of people for me to show up, but I only live 4 hours away from here now in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So, yeah, good to be here. Excited to be back and watch some racing.
Well, here we go, Aiden. I know you're going to take us into the driver's seat throughout this first heat race in 206 Senior, presented by Kart Racing Solutions. And it's Josie Chambers, Reagan Seville taking us to the green flag. And we are underway. Side by side up at the front is Kelvin Zing looking for a move on the inside of Josie Chambers. Frank goes side by side as well. And Seville out in front. And that's exactly what he would have wanted to see right behind him. 3 wide, 2 wide almost. And this first couple of opening sector here, Aiden, very, very tight throughout, again, all these hairpins.
Yeah, for sure. And, Reagan did a great job on the outside there, getting out to the lead quick. But the problem is around this track with such long straightaways, that being the first car in line is never the good thing, especially in this class. It doesn't matter what class you're in, but the draft plays such a big part around this racetrack. So, as, second, third, fourth, and fifth start to hook up, they're going to catch Reagan in no time.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest things that has kind of been characteristic here of Amarillo Motorsports Park year after year. Driver out in front, whoever it might be. I think more specifically in 206 Senior, you see those changes happen more often than not with the big drafting opportunities. When you get to the back straightaway, about half a second. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Aiden, but again, big drafting opportunities, and you'll see this gap close on down. But it also has to fall into the hands of the driver second on back. Got to be on the same page. Got to work together to make things work out.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cameron just got around Carter Kilgore there, and so that's kind of helping Reagan out front. But I'm sure Bryce will hook up with Josie pretty soon, and as the gap from second to first is already closing down quite a bit.
Yeah, and you'll see a lot of that, right? Drivers trying to reposition themselves early on in this race, get themselves into a better spot after that first couple of corners, and again, I feel like that the level of respect inside of the top 10, they kind of know what it takes to go fast around here, right? Knows what it takes to go out there and chase down some of those front runners like Seville. You got to work together, kind of got to bite your tongue a little bit. All right, you know what? You're going to pass. That's fine. Let you get out there in front, and I'll follow you along to take me to the promised land, if you will, with which is really what's the battle for the lead. And you're going to see more changes here. Reed looking on the inside now of Frank. Zing and Kilgo going to stay in line. The 3 MGM is going to fall 4th, 5th, and 6th. And Seville, like you said there, gap didn't last longer than 2 laps. Josie Chambers has now joined the party up at the front with Reed leading that second group. And this group is about to turn into 7 as they've now closed down the gap to Reagan here. This place, a lot of passing opportunities here, Aiden. Turn number 1, one of the scarier ones, very wide on that front stretch, and it closes right on down as you work your way through the chicane.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Josie must have messed up there in turn 1 and turn 2. Cameron looked on the inside, didn't make it work, but I guarantee, yep, she's not waiting around at all. Cameron Reed on the inside of Josie now. Bryce not going to follow through, but Cameron seems like she has a lot more pace. She's just climbing her way through this field right now, and it's it's inevitable to eventually catch Reagan for sure.
Yeah, a lot of forward momentum at the moment for the 619 of Reed. Kind of showing that pace, right? Starting to make moves. Want her to be decisive as to when she's going to go, and not losing all that much time while making those moves at Seville. Well, here we go onto the backstretch. A lot of moves being made. Cameron Reed sits in 3rd. Seville, after dropping a tire, putting that foot wrong, gets himself back up to the front. Josie Chambers in 2nd. And again, this place, you kind of want to push the limit, lap and lap again here, Aiden, but it's so easy, right, to put a foot wrong, put a tire off the racetrack. And the amount of dirt that gets kicked up here, kind of characteristic to what you get to this place.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you drop just one side of your go-kart off the track, the next couple of corners, even with the dirt on your tires, will be pretty dramatic. So good recovery by Reagan to get back up there. But obviously Josie's looking for it. I had a good time with Josie a couple years ago at the IKF Grand Nationals, and he helped me out a lot. He's very patient, so I don't, it'd be interesting to see what he does here. If he works with Reagan, or if he knows that Cameron behind is faster than him. We saw earlier on in the race, she's had some good pace there. So I'd be curious to see what happens. I think Josie will be smart about it, though.
And I feel like more often than not, it's almost like an unspoken agreement, right? When you're out there, you find somebody to work with, and you're like, all right, you're going to be my pushing partner. We're going to work together and try and get away from everybody else and see a lot of what we're seeing right now. You kind of sit there, push with a guy or girl, and you just try and, get away from everybody, just get away from the mess, and then leave it to the two of y'all in the last 2 laps. So, and that's exactly what we're seeing out of the top 5, right? And I feel like it's always the usual suspects in this class that are willing to kind of work together, and why you see the separation maybe between those top 6 and the back half of the top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you could just see on screen there, the top 5, 6 that we have right here has a ginormous gap to the next group in line. But yeah, I don't think Josie's going to wait around too much longer. I think Reagan's making a couple mistakes out front, so it'd be interesting. It'd be super interesting. Bryce and Kelvin kind of fell back a little bit from the top 3, but still sticking in there. Once they start battling up front, especially in this class, when you're defending and stuff, it brings a lot of people back into play.
And got to keep an eye on the drivers back 7th and 8th. Samuel Young, Chuck Jensen's back there, Paul Braden, and Grant Mitchell is on the edge of the top 10 at the moment. But like you said, right, things can quickly change and kind of turn around as these races kind of progress. And that being said, here we go. Final couple laps underway. Chambers still sitting in second. And with 3 heat races, Aiden, curious to have you here with us now that you're not, racing this year. But how important is it to go out there, and if you didn't have a good qualifying session, to go and try and get one of those wins, either, heat 1 like we have here? How important is it for Josie Chambers to go out there, or do you really, kind of bide your time and sit around in second for a race?
Yeah, I think for Josie especially, I don't think he needs to risk anything here. Like he's in a good position. Obviously, there's 3 heat races. So, yeah, I mean, if I was Josie right here, I would 100% be pushing Reagan, unless he makes a mistake. Obviously, I think, it'd be dumb for Reagan if he wasn't going to defend at least a little bit here. But we got a hungry Cameron Reed behind him. So, yeah, we're gonna see how this last lap unfolds.
And that's really one of the biggest differences, right? A driver like Cameron Reed, she's had to work her way through this field to get up to the top 3.
She's done a great job.
And be in this position. Then you have Josie and Reagan, who started up in that front row, so they can, take a second, take a first.
Different mindsets for sure.
And keep themselves leading this pack to the green when it comes to the main event tomorrow. So it's just picking up those points and proving where you start, because realistically, I think we've learned this year after year, the drivers, if you start inside of the top 10, most likely in this class, with how competitive it is, you are in a position to win. Anything outside of that puts you in a rough spot going into the main event tomorrow on the Sunday. That being said, black and checkered will fly. It'll go the way of Reagan Seville. And like you said, all right, sitting around, pushing each other, and being content with that. Josie Chambers content with a second, Cameron Reed as well, as Chambers actually just fell down the order.
Exactly what happened there.
That, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's a great result for Cameron. Obviously, Reagan and Josie kind of stayed put. That was smart from them. But yeah, great racing out there.
So this one unofficial. It was actually Seville who fell down the order. He was down in 6th, crossed the line first, and it fell down to 6th. So could have been either that or it could have been a post-race penalty. We'll see. All results unofficial. But Josie Chambers indeed will take the win here unofficially at the end of heat race number 1. Cameron Reed, Bryce Frank, Kelvin Zing, Carter Kogo, your top 5. But exactly as to what we expected, kind of right to the book, right?
6, yeah, that was typical to a 6 around this track for sure.
Stuck to the script, and that's obviously going to be different tomorrow, Aiden, once we get into main event racing action.
Yeah, unless Josie is in second again, he loves staying in that second place spot. So, if he plays smart like that again, I think Reagan and himself have kind of an edge on the rest of the field. So if they can keep that going for them, they'll have a good day tomorrow.
It all changes in the last 2 laps. We'll wait for Sunday, and thank you very much for joining us here for Show 16. I'm sure we'll see you around throughout the weekend. That being said, Aiden Rudolph, myself, Caleb Vieska, step aside, quick commercial break when we return. More set to come your way.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Back number one, it's time for more racing action as we get things off for the cadets. Brought to you by Skeptic Motorsports, it's Mikey Todd, Dusty Strayer, ready to bring us to the green flag. You also have Aiken Bodowa in third with Hayden Sampson amongst your top four coming through the grid. A lot of those drivers scrolling on through quickly because they're quickly coming up to the start zone already here, Caleb. Been entertaining so far. Let's see what happens this time in this class.
Well, here we go into the start, or I should say they caught me off guard there. They were into the tram lines getting formed up, the start box. Here just a little bit of a longer wait for these young drivers. Mikey Todd with an impressive lap at the end of qualifying to get himself with the best seat in the house for all three of the heat races, is now getting ready to lead this field to green. We look for it. We got it. 206 Cadet by Skeptic Motorsports is underway.
Second row on back on the outside. Didn't get the greatest of rolls there, but a send up the inside for P2. See a change immediately, and Dusty Strayer wants the spot back, kept it low, couldn't get the peel back.
Yeah, looked to get a move there on the inside of Aiken Bodowa. He just had to kind of make way. He's in third. Now moves Sampson looking on the inside there of Sampson. And I believe Hayden Sampson, the driver of the 291, he's going to be the one in the TB Cargo. Hayden and Sebastian. Sebastian is the driver in the 288. High Five Performance OTK. And this is all behind Mikey Todd working their way onto the backstretch here.
Yeah, they've lost a fair bit of ground already to Todd, who has had a phenomenal start to this. Now, if these drivers can work the air a bit, they might have a chance. A big slow up there. Bodowa did not have a great run through the final corners, and that lost them a lot of ground. It's going to take the full lap possibly to reset. Now with the chance to regroup here in the battle for third.
And you see how busy Aiken's hands are as well once he works his way through turns 1 and 2. Kind of on that steering wheel, a lot of corrections, very, very busy is what it looks like. And then, you know, a little bit of a difference when you look at Mikey Todd in the 217, and Aiken's going to go off the racetrack. A little bit too deep, and he's going to drop a tire, a mistake there out of the 216.
Going to cost them more ground again and continue what's been a rougher start. Right back another position, -1 of the race. Everyone else, though, seems to be doing a solid job to keep it on the pavement at the very least. But one now feeling a bit of pressure, will not get as much help yet in amongst that battle that's now forming up for P4. As a result of the charge for one of the drivers that had some off tracks at the end of qualifying, that's one of the Sampson, Sebastian Sampson, going for the move to the inside.
And there you go. He's able to get through on Bodowa, who continues to lose positions. Here he's back to what looks to be 5th. Now looking to make up another one. He's going to go side by side with Sampson onto the front stretch. Aiken looking for the inside. He's got it. And at turn number 1, he's going to go off the racetrack again. Looking to make that move. Too deep into the corner. Aiken goes off. And he's going to stay in 5th behind Sebastian Sampson there.
Again, it requires A lot of thought to try and make some of these passes. We know Sam's pushing, and same for Bodawam, even more so. Another off track. 216. It's almost pressing a little too much right now. Maybe trying to find a way, settle back down is going to be the more important thing, rather than continuing to try and just make a charge and missing apex after apex for what we're seeing here in some of the corner exits.
Now working their way through, he's starting to close back in on Sebastian Sampson. And up front, the gap. Quick update here, Mikey Todd, Dusty Strayer. It's starting to close a little bit here, Justin. Still a long way to go with 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps left in this first heat race. Now they're going to go side by side here. Sebastian Sampson, Aiken looking to set up a move. Now he's going to try it again. Turn number 1. Thinks better of it. Back in line.
Back to go, but you mentioned the leaders are starting to compress. That's because with the help of Hayden Sampson a little bit there, down a couple of these straights, Dusty Strayer is just about, if not already, back in drafting distance now to Mikey Todd. That's one of the things we noticed over the course of time when it comes to 206s. If you break away from the race lead, there is a chance, depending on if there's the right amount of help in driver ability, for the kart second or so back to catch back up, reel on in the race leader over the course of even just a 6 to 8 minute race like it is, including 2 laps here. Right now, Strayer looking like he's in a good spot to fight with a couple laps to go if he keeps on chipping away.
Yeah, and he's got some help right behind him. Hayden Sampson on that TB kart. Happy to push Strayer along as they look to close on into Mikey Todd. Onto the backstretch, you see it visibly closer and closer. Strayer now looking on the inside of Mikey Todd. He's going to get it. Dusty Strayer waited, and a push. Bump draft, if you will, with Hayden Sampson. The last little bit that he needed to get through on the 217. Strayer leads for the first time.
Great assistance there to get it done and turn what would make an extra lap or so of work to pass then and there. Get it done with Strayer putting up a 116.9 compared to the leader's 117.8. Now can Todd get a move back? He's nearly eating the back bumper, that 222 with some of the apexes.
And here we go, Todd, a little look over the shoulder, checking the gap back to Hayden Sampson. It's almost to read his opponents as well, right? What are you doing? What are you thinking? You want to go? Just having a look at it. Planning things out in this first heat race, which is really what sets the tone for the rest of the weekend now. Todd looking down low for the backstretch. Looking. He's got it. He's clear. Strayer is going to slot back in the line there in second. Sampson couldn't capitalize on the move from Todd to get himself clear for a second. He's still in third. And now Strayer in line. And Todd's going to take the normal racing line.
Yeah, that time I think Strayer again, like we talked about, you make the decision on is it smarter to go for the send immediately and risk someone for cross back or cross up and give up the position back if it doesn't work? Or do you try and regain momentum and set up for a better opportunity? Strayer, I think right now, is trying to wind it up after having a bit of a slower run down the front, coming through 1 and 2 especially. Try and reset, get to the rear end of Todd to set up for a true opportunity with a couple laps to work with here already at the clock, passing the 6-minute mark.
And it's just a matter of comfortability as well, right? Where are you more comfortable being on these final couple laps? Strayer up at the front, making the move, making it stick. It's just a matter of what you like doing better. Do you like defending? Do you like attacking? Throughout that final lap, Strayer, again, attacking, wasting no time, working his way through. Now Todd looking on the outside, looking to rip the high side. He's going to get it. Sampson looks to follow him through. Around the outside, 2 drivers able to go by on Dusty Strayer. Sampson's finally through for a second here, and Todd's back in the lead.
Sampson's kart seems to be a very good pusher, doesn't it, Gil, with the way it's been working, not just with Todd, but with Strayer. And now, I think for Sampson, here comes the test with the white flag waving. Does that kart have the ability to not only try to take the race lead, but keep it? Run being built up through 1 and 2.
Now they're working their way by. Hayden Sampson there in second. Mikey Todd to Dusty Strayer. Now into these hairpins that are going to seem like an eternity for these three drivers. But this is just a matter of kind of setting yourself up. Where do you want to position your kart on this final lap? Final couple of corners as they work their way through sector number 2 on the racetrack. Just got to give yourself a chance on this back straightaway, Justin.
Best opportunity to set himself up by the time they get up to turn 11. Right now, Sampson looking, hunting, prodding as they make their way up the straightaway. Middle of the racetrack for Todd. Looks like it's going to force Sampson to try for one more chance. Up to the long right-hander. Can he get alongside? He's gone to the bumper.
And now Mikey Todd looking to put himself to the bottom there. Not looking to give Sampson away by. Final lap. Final 3 corners coming your way. Mikey Todd, Sampson, Dusty Strayer still looking to pounce. Whenever they let him, he's looking on the inside there. Sampson not going to get it. Mikey Todd out of the final corner. He's going to hold on. Mikey Todd, in a great display of racecraft in between the top 3, is going to take away the victory in heat race number 1.
It all started with him pulling away the way he did. Yes, he got reeled in, had to fight, but he showed resilience to fend off the others. Great race. The Sampson Strayer standing inside the top 3 for heat number 1.
There you go. That's how they stacked up unofficially. The top 10 drivers total. Quick commercial break. When we return, more racing action getting set to come your way.
I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
High Five Performance KA100 Masters now hit the racetrack, and they're led to the green flag by the 477 of Miguel Mir. Nick Bull starts alongside him on row number 1 with Morgan LeBaron and Gary Glanger on row number 2. Daniel Howie and Janae Din on row number 3.
Then you have Tam to win, and we'll start in 7th today with Doug May down in 8th. Matthew Cherry and Logan Wright going to be inside your top 10 here today. Top 12, Kyle Eibenbach. You also have Dex Nakin down at 12.
Stephen Hester, Keithan Hutchins, and Greg Welch starting shotgun on the field. It's a long way forward for the 445. Owner-operator of Forward Direction Motorsports to get himself where we know he can be. But it's all eyes on Miguel Mir. He's getting ready to lead this field to green. They got it. They're underway.
Terrific start from Mir, and 2 drivers not so terrific start already at the back.
Threw them off. That looks to be the 458 there of Hutchins that went around. And one more Looks like one of the TB carts. I think it might have been Hester potentially. The other one that we lost there at the start. But up front, Miguel Mir got a good jump. As soon as he got himself into the start box, Nick Bull had him fight for second over Morgan LeBaron. Got himself clear, got himself through. Now Bull looks to chase down Miguel Mir.
And Mir going to be hard to catch because seeing that name pop up a lot over the course of the year so far. Anytime Mir's been on the racetrack, he's been uber competitive. Last start he appeared in King of the Castle. Was top 5 pace in the final. Top 5 pace in TSRS back in May. In USPKS was top 10 speed in the 8th spot in a more of a quieter weekend. Today, looking to stay loud and pull away from the rest of this Hornet's nest.
Here's a look just in the middle of the field there. It's an Aiden, Tim Nguyen, Stupé, and Cherry that all are currently single file, working their way through. But Janae Din leads this kind of second group. Howie's the one ahead of him, looking to chase down Bull and his group. As they run here, Justin, and that entire group, 4 drivers total, just looking to chase down the 477. Moves for the back. Dex Knockan looking on the inside, and he didn't get it.
Going to get the pass down that time in the heart of the pack, but all this is to say it's going to be an interesting run for a lot of these drivers to size up again. Older drivers on property, if you will. A lot of them looking to be competitive and stay racing, and I will say one of these days we'll be racing in the Masters.
Yeah, one day. Took out 8 years, Justin. I got a little bit of time for kind of get over the hump here. But yeah, that being said, look, it's still, while it is in a Masters division, this class has been really competitive, and it's gotten itself up to a very good point this year with the amount of drivers that have made the drive, that have made, you know, the travel day to get themselves out here and take part of the racing action here this weekend in the Panhandle. Very good showing, very healthy showing for the Masters division. And you're seeing them work their way through. There's a look at Greg Welch on the Pantano. He's now kind of arrived on the scene behind Cherry, it looks like. And indeed, Cherry on that Rimrock Raceway High 5 Texas machine. If we take a look at the gaps here up at the front, Mir and Nick Bull currently 2.5 in between the two of them. A little bit of separation there.
1.6 seconds last time with Bull in second spot. You got the 4:15, you're 2 seconds back also. At the very least, knowing already with Barron, the expectations were there with his abilities in previous seasons to contend, and so far today, he's showing he's at least got top 3 speed on the track. The tough part is, for whatever reason, when it comes to Masters, it's so difficult to find a way to chip away and close up gaps like this compared to what we see in junior and senior.
Just different lines, right? Margin's very, very minimal here. It's a 109.538 for Nick Bull. He's missing 0.2 of a second right now in comparison to Mir. And you got to think, last time Nick Bull was here, it was in Shifter last year. So this is the first time that he's kind of going out there and you know, taking part in K100 Masters. So that's something else to kind of manage for him, right? He's got to find a way to go around this place. The braking zones are a lot different. Yes, you know kind of what way the track's flowing, but the way you drive it is that little bit different this time out. And actually being behind Mir, seeing the lines that he's taking, seeing what he's doing, you know, getting that reference is really going to help out the 433 in this situation here, Justin, to try and adjust, try and adapt as to what the 477 is doing better than you are. And that'll kind of allow you to close down that gap, close down that margin that has been built here.
And I almost wonder what else you can do setup-wise too. Try and tweak that way also. You need to go more aggressive on tire pressure. You need to back off it depending on your fall-off band. Because remember, these drivers have to think about that big picture long-term over the course of the weekend with the tire wear. here by the time we get to Sunday. It's not as big for Saturday, but remember this track is also pretty hot right now because it's been getting hotter and hotter throughout the course of the day here in Amarillo. There's a lot of factors overall, but these are some of the drivers and in cases, some of the team bosses that are making these decisions on what direction the organizations might have to go and help feed some extra data for when there are other FLKAs at the track. So the racetrack, though, with an all-over speed out of 2.
Glanger looked like he just went a little too deep into turn 2 and out on the chicane. And Daniel Howie just able to take advantage of that and pass him just right on the exit of the corner and on the run up to turn number 3.
It's very easy to do that. We're talking about this with some of our colleagues before today, where Memphis emphasized how tight that section up in turn 1 is. It leads into that very tight run out of 2 by the time we exit off. And if you need to lift off and make sure you don't cut into the grass that way, it's going to cost you because you lose so much momentum that destroys your whole next 2, 3, 4 corners possibly before you get up to a full power band.
You know, here we go, kind of looking at the gap up at the front. And it's a 1.953, just under 2 seconds. The gap in between Miguel Mir and Nicholas Bull. 2 seconds now between the two of them. Fastest lap of the race currently belongs to Daniel Howie. And just a lap ago on lap number 6, showing some good pace right behind Morgan LeBaron. The two of them working their way through. Just missing that last little bit to close down to the 433. It was close for a while there, and then Bull just able to catch that next stride, able to pull away from these two drivers on your screen here. We'll see everybody going to have to go to work. Everybody going to have to adjust something, look for something else, because Miguel Mir has had them all cleared, has been really consistent. A 109.343 is his kind of average lap time around this place. He has the fastest 3-lap average, and it shows, right? Over a race distance, it continues to grow and grow and grow lap after lap after lap. So that tells you, you know, for everybody else, what do you need to do? How do you adapt? What do you need to do better? If it's a corner, if it's 2 corners, if it's, you know, getting more comfortable in the seat, we'll see. Luckily for them, they have 2 more heat races to figure it out today. White flag flies, 1 lap to go.
Mir's consistency rate staying as one of the better ones in the field, around 96% on his lap times. Only in the past lap or 2 started to fall off a little bit, had stayed within about a 10th or so as you referred to. That's why he had the personal best. But Bull, close out, is getting a breakaway. Here comes the battle going on for 3rd again. You see the 415. Here we cook in the corner. Now you have Glinger trying to provide a little bit of pressure, stay on the rear end, see if he can get around by the time we get the backstretch.
Here we go, now we're side by side. Daniel Howie looking on the inside there. Morgan LeBaron is going to point him by. Not going to fight his teammate all too much. He's going to be happy to change that. Howie got a little more speed, and that'll be just kind of feather in the cap for Howie to improve that average finish. But to the line, Miguel Mir. Shades of 2025 as they race into the sunset. He's going to win heat race number 1 on Saturday. Nick Bull across the line in 2nd to Morgan LeBaron. Or I should say Daniel Howie, sorry. Your top 3. 1 driver on the wall. And I think that might have been Cherry there, who's actually he's gonna push his cart across the line, just looking to kind of register.
Can he do? Oh no, he tripped, and now the cart is in the grass.
He's just kind of looking to get it through the timing loop. This is a sight to see. He's not gonna cross the timing loop, unfortunately. That's gonna be a DNF. Take a bow though. There you go. Shades of Rowdy. Cheers there to Mr. Cherry, who's racing with us here this weekend. Oh, out of breath.
He tried. I don't think it would have counted, but he tried.
Not much to say. If he rolls it back and then rolls it across, and I think I just heard it register. I think it just did. Yeah, so that should be a 12th place finish in the end for Matthew Cherry. Look to push it across the line. Well, I mean, not much else to that. Not much else to that there, Justin. We'll step aside here for a moment. 206 Junior coming up next.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month. Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing? Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night. Come on, man. Do you have anything I can drink? Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative. Perico? Non-GMO? Gluten-free? Kosher? Magnesium? B12? B6? Yeah, it's good. B5? Biotin? And 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
.206 Junior now hits the racetrack for their first heat race of the day. Is all presented to you by, the class is presented to you by Orson Racing Texas. As Sawyer Chambers kind of picking up to where his brother left off at the end of the qualifying session. He's getting ready to lead this field to the green flag. Levi Metter alongside him on row number 1. Aston Wyatt, Alex Chandler on row number 2.
Playing Styles, row 3 alongside Jensen Lander. Then you have Pasha Ali going to be down in 7th. You have Dean Gurrier going to be starting down in 8th.
Mia Johnson and Thomas Smith round up your top 10. Go back to Kid Casper, Davis Buck, Francisco Reyes, Brooks Outlaw, Adrian Vargas, Titan Cookson, Gavin Ebersole, Silas Root, J.J. Moser, Max Estrada, 20 drivers and then some. Getting ready to take the green flag here as they get ready to cross the commitment cone. With Sawyer Chambers, Levi Metter, get ready to lead this field to green here, Justin.
Ready to fire off. You see the signals coming from the inside line. Try and even things up for the start zone. I've had a green flag every time through it so far. This time continues the trend. We're back to racing.
A lot of pushing and shoving there in the midfield. And one of them's off. Aston Wyatt. That kind of continues up at the front. Wyatt shoved off the racetrack. And now Chandler's going to slot in a second. Metter in 3rd, Styles. And then you go back to Willander, who puts himself up to 6th, but up front, Sawyer Chambers, no idea what's happened behind him. He's got a nice lead up at the front.
Yeah, that's all in part because that battle for 2nd just overheated coming up through the corners because the side.
Willander starting to close in, and up at the front, it's all changed. Looks a little different. Alex Chandler, now your leader on the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart. And you go back to Chambers, Styles, Willander, your top 4, Dean Geary, your top 5.
All of them rumbling their way through the opening sector yet again, and we're going to say, how big was the gap going to be before things settled on down. It only lasted about half a lap before things got trimmed here immediately. It's pretty clear that a lot of these drivers are doing well with the way the gearing's set up. And the pole, Chambers over the rear end of the 360. Chandler Park slide to the grass for Styles. They go side by side for third. They change all the way to Styles back to fifth.
Yeah, and this pack has grown massively here. Dean Gearier now coming into the picture. And you go back to Metter, who's kind of rejoined the party up here. And everybody else working their way through, getting themselves closer. And like Mia Johnson moved there on Metter. That's going to shuffle things up in between that group. And Wyatt still looking to recover after that rough opening lap for him. But Chandler's going to lead a group of them up at the front. It's Chambers to Willander as they work their way out of the final corner and out of the front stretch.
No one giving an opportunity to make the pass quite yet here, but watch for that to change in a moment because you have Chambers going on the push. Here he goes. Took the chance to overlap. Side by side for the race lead.
Well, he works his way through there now. Sawyer Chambers in the lead. Willander. And now Wyatt back into the picture looking for fifth. He's got it. Aston Wyatt into the top five. Willander to second. Start of the year off in Cadet. Had a massive growth spurt. And forced to move up that little bit early. And it's working out for him. Putting himself right in second, right in the picture, right in the conversation. Gearier's right behind him. And then you go back to Clayton Styles in the fourth spot.
Still, it's been a phenomenal drive, absolutely. +4 for it, both the 311 and 322. Well, +5 for 311. But now it's going to be broken up, though. A little sand to the back of the group. We'll chip and break them apart a little bit. Mind you, those types of decisions from Styles there are what you have to make if you want to go. You're not going to win the race from 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th spot unless chaos breaks down. Now Styles, amongst the top three in the scoring loops, looks to try and find the next pass. Going to go for second, in fact, maybe. Has the chance. Yes, and Dean will take it.
Set that up perfectly there. Got out of line, and as soon as Jensen Willander got on the brakes, Clayton Styles just probed that little bit deeper than he did, and now he's pointing forward to Sawyer Chambers, telling him to move forward, keep going forward, trying to run away from the rest of the pack. Luckily for Willander, he's got help from behind with Gearier and Wyatt and Chandler, who's led a couple laps this race. And then Mia Johnson starting to close in, getting herself in line. Metter is there further back, and then Ali in ninth.
Yeah, it's turned to an interesting twist over the course of the race after seeing some of the drivers started off as the attackers. You put yourself back into a defensive stance, lose ground so quickly, puts you in the back foot, lose you on the ground. Wyatt amongst those going for the attack that time. The final corners as the double sticks are in the air, 2 laps to go. And all this is to say, Chambers hasn't really lost any chances for the race lead to lose that spot right now. But we know how aggressive Styles has been. He's right there for the opportunities. They battle for third again.
I mean, Sawyer's just been really good about letting some of these drivers by, right? You know, they look on the inside, and he's willing to kind of let them go, which is why he finds himself right here in this position, right? It's early. It's Saturday. It's Heat 1. You know, you realistically, you just got to finish every single one of these heat races inside of the top 5, and you put yourself in the picture for tomorrow. That's the day that matters. That's the day that brings you championship points finishes. And on the other side as well, you know, when you think championship, you look back to those 10 points, those 5 points that you might need, and then you look back to the heat races. Did you let one go? Did you let something by? So it's give and take, you know, for these situations that you find yourself in. Easiest thing is to go out there and win every single time, but by, you know, letting a guy by, 2 of them by, he's kept himself up at the front. He's just been happy to do that. Very mature driving out of the 325. And now the group of Aston Wyatt and Dean Gearier are starting to close on in, 3rd and 4th respectively on the racetrack. They've left Chandler, they've left Johnson, and they left Willander. Further back, last lap, white flag flies, Chambers still leads.
Gonna try and hold off the Hornets' nest here. Remember the last time we seen Chambers run was in this series. Finished in the top 5, was in the top 3 for one of the Heat races also. Obviously today, get the chance to take a step even further than that with the way things have shaped up here. Looking to try and do what he did back in the opening round. Try and go to checker flag. Defending to the inside. Styles over the rear end. Wyatt also in the party. Styles looking for the overlap. Doesn't have it yet.
Clayton Styles, again, looking for a way by. Aston Wyatt was as well. And Chambers looks over the shoulder, goes to the bottom. A little bit deeper. Gear is going to rip the high side. Styles looking to catch him by surprise. Side by side. 4 wide on the exit. Chambers to the lead. Holds on through it all. And we're side by side for a second. 4 drivers going for the same spot on the racetrack. And they're going to continue to fight. Wyatt looking on the inside of Clayton Styles. He's going to get third from him. But through it all, Sawyer Chambers weathers the storm. Gets himself ahead. Doesn't look back. He's going to take the win in heat race number 1 in 206 Junior.
Really wild race, and again, gonna get interesting how things go. You see the black flag waving also. How things look provisionally is the question. Already at least one kart has a broken front end of the machine from some contact back there. It got chippy outside the front, and some are just happy to get some solid checkers ahead of some of the competitors in their fights.
That was out racing for sure. Sawyer Chambers holds on. Steven Gear, Aston Wyatt, Clayton Styles, Alex Chandler, Jensen Willander, Mia Johnson, your top 7. Then Metter, Ali, and Kate Casper, your top 10.
We also have Davis Buck down there with Thomas Smith, Adrian Vargas, JP Moser, quiet race. Brooks Outlaw was in a hard battle as well for that 14th spot. Francisco Reyes over Max Estrada, Silas Root. You also have Austin and Cookson, a part of your top 20. 22 started this race, only 1 didn't finish in Ebersol.
Wind's picking up, and the action's about to heat up. Kart CRG USA's K100 Senior is coming up next.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month. Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overback on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarscrack Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarscrack, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarscrackRacing.com.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race ready training.
Welcome back, everyone, to the racing action. It's our final race of the Heat 1 part of the rotation today. CRGK A100 seniors ready to rumble, 39 entries strong, led by one Ruben Moya. Jose Carlos Hernandez, Sia Monsters in the top two per your order on screen. Now Paramo and Music ready to set the tone for row 2.
Got a Benjamin Highland, Gage Bailey, Landon Skinner, Cohen Summers on row number 4 with Sawyer Rousseau, championship points leader, alongside Teddy Blum.
Michael Heyman will start down the order with Dallas Dunlap down in 12th. Santiago Duran start alongside Matt Parks, everyone's friend in the draft team for qualifying, in 14th position.
Landon Fitz and Ethan Gonzalez start on row number 8. Ian Walker, Jake French, and more. A lot of them to get through. John Burke making his first start of the year. Starting down on row number 11 alongside Ian Howell, Ibrahim Din, Afton Willander, Erpel, Nelson, Roddy, Hobson, Henry, and Ball. You go back to your last couple of starters with Rodrigo Polaya starting back in 35th. Peyton Phillips, a DNF. Drivers are going to work their way through this field. But it's two of the most exciting drivers to keep an eye on. The Spanish Salmon, Ruben Moya and Jose Carlos Hernandez on row number 1. Get ready to lead this field to the green flag. 39 drivers total for the first time this weekend on the racetrack at the same time. It's Moya on the inside on the Pantano, the Orson Racing Machine on the outside of Jose Carlos. Into the start box, green flag flies. We're underway in KA Senior.
Great start by Moya, now needs to hold on to it. It's hard battling for 4th though, starting to bottle them up. Lose a little bit of ground for the back straightaway.
Benjamin Highland with a good start there, able to slot himself up to 4th ahead of Justin Music. And now Ruben Moya going to take everybody to the bottom. Jose Carlos Hernandez is right behind him.
Absolutely, look at the pounce on the charge. Top 3 looking to try and run away here. Already staying in sync as the battle for 4th, near contact for the run on the side for Skinner.
Just look how many of them here, Justin, will try to work their way through. Looking for a little bit of space on the asphalt. Now Landon Skinner, Justin Music working their way by on the kid from Colorado and Highland, who's just stuck on the wayside. Rousseau's going to go by, Gage Bailey, and that's how quickly things can change in KA Senior. You got one on the inside, and they can quickly turn in a 4. Oh, just kind of working their way by onto that backstretch. Skinner now into 4th, and Moya, he's got Jose Carlos right behind him in 2nd, and Paramo in 3rd.
Just see how much they're all staying in sync right now. This is perfect. Much driver like Jose Carlos Hernandez with the 1 plate. Some of the drivers in the back of the group just trying to situate where they're going to settle in. You have to wonder where some of the drivers like Phillips and some of the others are going to end up being by the end of this one. But the more you have to focus on front though, because that's the main thing. A lot of those contenders have had a swap, including Carlos Hernandez to the lead.
Yeah, well, here we go. Change for the lead. Like you said there, Justin. Jose Carlos taking the fight to Ruben Moya. Now for the lead of the race. And it'll be interesting to see if Moya responds or not here. He's not. He's going to stay in line here for now. And again, Jose Carlos needs a good result here. Wrecked at the opening round. Nola. Very similar kind of end to it all. And now finds himself with a new challenger, new variable in the mix, but a driver that he's no stranger to. And Ruben.
Right now, Ruben looking to try and make sure just one thing. How is it going to be in terms of gas behind? How much urgency do I need to have? Better yet, can I try and break this to a 2-car battle? Make it between me and him. Take the teammate out of the equation too, to make it more easier for him. If it gets to that point where pressure's high, might see a swap attempt again. But Moya seems to be crafting a breakaway attempt to try and limit any variables as possible and keep anybody else from joining this fight.
Yeah, they're starting to open up the gap to Juanjo Paramo. As now Summers looking on the inside of Justin Music. He's going to get it. Down to turn 13. Clear. Summers now looking to chase down Highland. So worked their way onto the front stretch. Skinner starting to close in on Paramo here. And again, one of the biggest things after talking with Jose Carlos Hernandez, just he's been comfortable out in front. The help has been there, the speed's been there for the rest of the Orsilon drivers. But Paramo, you look back to speed sports, it's a lot of pressure when you get yourself up to the lead of a race like this. So time and time again, he found himself kind of waiting, playing nice with his teammate, and after more than 2 mistakes, it's kind of time to go for him, right? And that's the thing. But Paramo looks very good here this weekend in heat race number 1. Different learning, building from what he's taken after the first 2 rounds of racing action. Now Bailey had a thought about it on music, not going to happen. We work our way through the rest of the field. Here's Peyton Phillips working his way through on the TB cart. The head of Mac Parks. Looking to chase down Ian Howell, it looks like there, and again, hand in the air for Peyton Phillips. The engine imploded on itself in qualifying. Another mechanical issue for Peyton Phillips, hand in the air. Bad luck continues.
And at this point, what else can you do? That's back-to-back sessions. Having mechanical faults and mechanical problems. Phillips had been your biggest mover up 19 spots or so before going off track. And now, race ends up over. Kart off circuit, all while your leaders are coming up to the final minute. There is a new player in third, though. Skinner is closing.
Skinner, the driver, won last time out at Nolan Motorsports Park, puts himself up to third, looking at closed in on Moya and Jose Carlos Hernandez. They worked their way by onto the backstretch. This race just about to run out of time here. 2 laps to go this next time around.
And mind you, when it comes to the driver on the chase and Skinner, last time out of the series, had some interesting moments, to say the very least, as you told you about there. This time out, looking to try and find a way to make his way forward. The top 2 still not seeing any movement. Moya, is this the lap he starts to try and go for it here, trying some attempts? Or does he wait? He tries it now!
Yeah, he set that up perfectly there. Just kind of bided his time with Jose Carlos. First opportunity he got, working his way through, made the move. And I think he knew Landon Skinner started to close in, because he just wasted no time. Going into turn 3, turn 4, made the move, made it stick, was decisive about it. And now Skinner is going to have a handful, or I should say Jose Carlos is going to have a handful here with Landon Skinner right behind him. The top 3 starting to kind of make themselves known here in this K senior class, right? Of who we're going to see throughout this weekend be a factor, be a contender for a race win. They're a step above the rest of the field at the moment. And Jose Carlos, he's got his response to Ruben Moya. Now Jose Carlos Hernandez is going to take the lead.
Watch for the response back, though. It's coming from Skinner. Nearly sent it up the inside. Still a couple laps to work with. You see up on the board right now. We'll see as the flags flop into the double sticks. Hernandez playing defense yet again. Moya tried the outside.
Now gloves are off. The battling is going to start here side by side. Skinner with a good exit there. He's able to get the over-under on Ruben Moya. Now Moya looking on the outside, working their way. Turn number 6 on the exit. Moya's got more, it looks like. Maybe even more than Jose Carlos looking around the outside. Into turn 7. Moya not going to get it. Skinner's back to second. And now Jose Carlos is going to put it to the bottom on the run of turn number 8. Moya to the high side once again here. Can he get clear? He's side by side with Skinner. And he's through for second. Moya now looking to get Jose Carlos to himself here, Justin.
Moya handled that perfectly on the up and under for the pass to get the second. Will he try to attempt that for the race lead? It looks like a mistake. Hernandez stacks up as there goes Moya to the race lead, coming around to the front stretch.
And that move was filled with class out of Ruben Moya. Turn number 13 just caught him by surprise completely. And you can hear everybody under us just get excited. You hear the oohs, the ahs, as Ruben Moya passes for the lead here, and he's going to stack them all up here. Parabo's right there. Summers, another one of the Pantanos, joins the front of the pack here. Highland is there now, into 6th. Gage Bailey and company look to work their way up to this front pack as well, but Moya Out of crawl into turn number 6, puts them all to the bottom.
Try to stack them up, try and have them fight for second, more than for the race lead. Smart play if he can get it to work. Now Moya's got a little buffer. Jose Carlos Hernandez, though, sees a lane, tries to take it, not close enough, defensive instead for second.
Yeah, knows it's not enough as Summers off the racetrack into the side of Highland. Into the side of Highland, Summers out of shape. Highland takes a flag with him, and he's going to lose a handful of time, but Ruben Moya, decisive, turn number 13, makes the move, doesn't look back. He's going to take the win in a decisive manner over Jose Carlos Hernandez. Heat race number 1 goes to the Spanish Salmon.
Great drive, and he shows why he's been able to win at the national level this year. Was able to play very strong defense, catch Jose Carlos Hernandez off guard that put him in the back foot, and then forced everybody to focus on battling to get around the 1 rather than Tamoya to secure that finish here in this one, Caleb.
What a race. Exciting to watch, to say the least, and that's exactly what you get. The caliber of drivers that have joined us here this weekend. That's it for the first round of heat races. We go back to the top of the order. Micro Swift coming up next.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Welcome back, everyone, to today's action. It's time for Heat 2 rotations. The Micro Swiss brought to you by Arkham Motorsports with Cohen Scott and Dusty Strayer looking to do it again. Hayden Sampson and Shep Sullivan are part of the top 4 here for this one, Caleb.
Go back to Sebastian Kim and Vettel Baker starting on row number 3 with Alexander Reppin. Baron Chen on row number 4, White Liam Lofton. Row number 5, top 5 rows, top 10 starters. This is what we got here in the Micro Swift division. Getting themselves into the double digits. Dusty Strayer, Cohen Scott kept us at the edge of our seats as the first heat race drew to a close, and Cohen Scott took the win when the dust settled over Dusty Strayer. Now we get ready to do it again. Heat race number 2 coming your way here from Amarillo Motorsports Park in the panhandle of the state of Texas. For those of you watching, thank you very much. We are live as well. We're side by side this weekend, just like these drivers are side by side, getting ready to get this one started. Apex Karting Championships taking place over at G&J Kartways with our crew out there. It's a pleasure to bring you guys multiple races from all around. Thank you very much for being a Kart Chaser Premium member with us here this weekend. And again, still a long day to go for us. 2 more rounds of heat races. This is the start of heat race number 2. 10 classes, 20 races is what we have left here on the Saturday. We look to the flag. We got it. Heat races. The second round is underway with Micro Swift.
Good start by Scott this time as to make the way through the corner. Right now, Strayer already pushing hard to get back up there. We've seen how much Strayer's kart seems to be able to draft its way to the back end of Scott. Right now, these two doing what they did before. Break away, although Sullivan already holds on to 3rd.
Yeah, Shep Sullivan, good punch off the line there for him as well to get himself to 3rd. Just starting on the outside line, Dusty Strayer, Cohen Scott. Very similar to how they kind of kicked off the first heat race of the day. They're currently 1 and 2, pushing themselves further away from the rest of the field here, Justin. But as you work your way by, a couple of notables that had a couple of mishaps, if you will. When you look back to the start of the day, it was actually in the Mini-Swift class what I was kind of alluding to, and that was Aitayo Elisa, who's actually coming up next in the Mini-Swift division. But that being said, this class here specifically, it was, again, a struggle of a start there for Beto Baker. He's currently running in the 10th spot. And long days like today, you got to get yourself a Pinico energy drink. You scan the QR code to order yours today.
Yeah, it definitely gives you that pep in your step, if you will. Speaking of peps, here comes Strayer with a step to pick himself up the race lead. Yet again, let's duel it out, they say. Scott has to go back in line. And right now, these two are making it clear they're the classes of the field. Now it's the matter of, can they keep it clean this time? Big mistake out of the corner. Strayer slowed up.
Yeah, just a little bit too deep into the corner, but again, not allowing Cohen Scott to get clear of him as he works his way through. Cohen Scott, he's going to be content to push him along. That Mint Motorsports machine looking pretty good thus far here, Justin. Out of the final corner, and Dusty Strayer still in the lead. One driver way out of line there. I think that might have been Chen. I just faded to the bottom. At least that's what it looked like. Sorry, only 8 drivers joining us here this weekend. White, Liam Lofton not with us. They were entered for the full 2026 season. That being said, Cohen Scott, narrow line. The exit of turn number 5, which has allowed Strayer to open up his gap to a car length here.
Mind you, we're at the hottest point of the day so far, about 93 degrees Fahrenheit at the moment. What was 66 at one point to start off the day. Some big transitions these teams have had to do for their adjustments. Scott taking a look there to the inside. Doesn't happen this time to 8. But you have to wonder how much some of this is factoring into what we've seen adjustments for Sullivan. He's taking these top two and keeping up with them a lot more better than what we've seen earlier compared to who was third in race number 1 for much of the way.
Yeah, so some adjustments it looks like for the Vassar Sullivan Racing Bannock machine. Looks like Sean Owens and Jay Russell making some changes on that 212 machine because they are closing in to those top two here, Justin.
Last time by closed up a 10th and a half, in fact, and has the fastest lap of the race, that being a 1:12.746 to start. That's why their consistency pace is so far at the 96% range according to Race Select. So I think Sullivan, if they fight enough, can get there. The test will be, once he fully latches on with the pole, will we have a chance to pass by either one of them? It's going to take a lot of focus from that eyeball that's on the front of the cart. Oh, here we go again. Back and forth with Scott taking over the race lead.
Yeah, Cohen Scott worked for that for a couple of laps and running there, Justin. And now, with a minute and a half to go left on the clock, puts the nose down low, able to get through on Dusty Strayer, who's going to respond side by side on the run down to turn 11. Strayer on the inside. As quickly as Scott had an answer, Dusty Strayer had a response there, able to get himself back clear.
You know what that did, though? Gave Sullivan the draft he needed to be right about up there. One more side-by-side like that, and he gets to the rear end. Scott slid the tires through one, hit a little bit too much of the curbing. Sullivan waiting for another chance to try and use the mental mind games to pull off and around with that cart look, and its look here today, staying within 3 cart lengths with that eyeball in the front end.
Yeah, there you go. They're working their way through. Shep Sullivan battling in between the drivers ahead of them. Just kind of benefiting them and allowing them to start to kind of reel the top two in just that little bit more. Scott, a lap ago, passed Dusty Strayer into turn number 8. Does he do it again? 2 laps in a row? He's going to wait. Cohen Scott's going to wait. And that's exactly what you get out of it, right? You make a move into turn number 8. What happens? The next corner, on the run to the next corner, when you go down to turn number 11, you get passed back.
Yep.
So then you learn, right? I made the move into turn 8, gave him the opportunity to pass me back into turn number 11. Final 2 laps, I'm going to wait, probably going to go back into turn 11 and think better of it. Or you adjust, you adapt to what you did into turn 8, try and get yourself a better exit and work your way through. And that's all a matter of just going back, looking film, and looking at the GoPro. You can use Kart Chaser 10 for 10% off, or scan the QR code today to get that. And that's exactly a tool that all these drivers are using, whether it's the 360, the new Hero 13, you name it, all tools that they use. And that's what Cohen Scott's probably going to do when he gets back to the tent. What can you do differently? How can you adapt?
Look at the tape and see where could have been a pass attempt to learn from. He tried it again, went inside, outside, back inside. Sullivan right to the rear end. Now side by side they go once again out of 6 through 7. Scott in front again.
And look at Shep Sullivan here, ripping the high side. Close down that gap immensely. And now it's going to be Scott in the lead. Dusty Strayer in second. Strayer to the bottom. Sullivan still on the outside. They're side by side, banging tires. Scott is going to hold on over Strayer, who stays in second. And now Shep Sullivan still in third.
I think Sullivan's absolutely enjoying this. After all, he's bringing the vision to life, and what his game plan is. He wants to see these drivers wear each other out so he can make the pass. By the way, use the QR code for Coastal Inc. in terms of reference. But that being said, right now, Sullivan is waiting to see again. Can he force Strayer to get a battle again side by side? And then once, if there's a chance that that fails, he passes one of them.
Cohen Scott going to go to the bottom here, defensive as they work their way out of turn number 3. Strayer around the outside, makes it stick at a 4, now out of 5. Down into turn number 6. Shep Sullivan still there. Tried the outside a lap ago. What do you do now? Strayer to the bottom again. Scott looking to open up. Not going to get it. And now Strayer with a nose down low. Sullivan's going to follow him through for second. He's clear. Shep Sullivan now goes one spot better. Only one car ahead of him. But they're all going to go to the bottom of the racetrack there. Sullivan went low, now going to go high, and that's going to let Cohen Scott through for second again.
And right now, Sullivan's lost a lot of momentum from that side-by-side for the race lead yet again, though. Scott has the preferred line on the right side. Blocked off for the next one. Coming up to 11. Aggressive fighting still. Strayer alongside. Great run coming out of the corner.
And he sent that just deep into the corner there on the exit of turn number 11. Able to kind of get through, able to set up that crossover. White flag flies. Final time around for heat race number 2, Arcade Motorsports Micro Swift. And Strayer has just been so good about keeping the lead, denying these drivers. He gets past, immediately responds, immediately finds a way back by. No matter if it's high, low, he's getting creative out there. And that's exactly what you need to do to make those moves, to make those passes, to put yourself in the position that he's in right now.
Yeah, but Scott has the help of Sullivan, who's been one of the best pushers in the race here too, up in this lead group. Whoever's been in second, Sullivan said, I'd like to help you, no matter what it feels like. This time, not close enough to help. Scott needs to go.
And here we go. Keep an eye on Shep Sullivan here. He's going to go around the outside. Cohen Scott looking on the inside. He's clear. Exit of turn 8. Now they work their way down turn number 11. It's Cohen Scott in the lead of the race. To Dusty Strayer. To Shep Sullivan. And Strayer goes low again into turn 11. Sullivan looking for a lane. He's not going to find a way by. Still side by side. Strayer is passed. And he passes again, time and time again. Dusty Strayer wins heat race number 2 in Micro Swift.
How about that? And you can hear in the backdrop some of the fans elated to see that, to say the least. That was one of the more intense battles of the day so far. Neither side giving in. Sullivan there, if anybody slipped up, the top 3 raced that very well. Good racecraft.
Very clean racing. Up at the front, further back, Vettel Baker finished in 4th with Sebastian Kim, 2 of the MSO Racing CRGs, 4th and 5th. On the racetrack, Baron Chen, Alexander Reppin, Hayden Sampson, White, and Liam Lofton not joining us here. So the top 8, Hayden Sampson finishing in 8th. That is a great way to start off the second round of heat races here. Justin, Dusty Strayer, first winner of the second round.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsports Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Beautiful sight lines here. Yes, the land may be flat, but mind you, we're just minutes away from a highway. And all those goers can see the mini Swifts at the racetrack, led by Tyler Blackwood and Paul Santos, who are ready to lead this field of green over Landry Bridges and Benson Hamburg. How much your top 4, Caleb?
Go back to Sebastian Sampson, Milan Buzanak, Eitai Olisa, Max Santana. Your 8 drivers getting ready to take the green flag here in the AR Academy Mini Swift class.
Remember, Blackwood destroyed the field. There's a better way to probably put that, but when you win by 6 seconds, what else can you say? He had the speed to break away from the pack. Now, big question, will there be any issues for some of the karts? We had 2 or 3 different drivers have problems as, oh look, one of them didn't even make it out the first time. That's one of the Sampsons.
Yeah, and he went out. That's Sebastian Sampson there. That went out. They're going to throw the green flag here. We only have 6 of them out there. And I think it should have been 7.
Well, technically speaking, well, that's part of the problem. You can see past everybody is now letting everybody go.
Either that or there might be a mechanical for the 188 here. Yeah, unsure, but yeah, Samson's not going to take part here in this race by the looks of it. We have some moves. Polo Santos looking on the inside there of Landry Bridges. He was able to get through.
Yeah, strong run already for Blackwood to get away here, but for Santos, again, the big thing in this series brought to you by Aiden Rudolph Racing Academy for this class, I should say, is for him, try and get the podium spots, try and get points on the board, because right now, he's the points leader for a reason right now. No Steves, no Stoffel, no Jovalet. You have a great chance to build a big cushion because those three drivers are all within 100. Now, if you factor in Sebastian Sampson, the next driver here, it's at minimum more than 100 in terms of the difference. It really depends on the drops later on, obviously. But for Santos, just try and break away. Solidify your second. Get away from the Hornet's Nest that is not done fighting for third. That's been aggressive all day.
And here you go. This battle delivering here as now Bridges looking on the inside there on what looked to be Buzanak there. Not going to get clear. Side by side. Handberg on the outside. Atayo Olisa looking on the inside there as well on Bridges. Olisa is just about clear. It looked like Buzanak as well was clear for third.
Remember, Olisa looking to try and rebound after being in the podium position in third spot. Look to have that secure. Had issues on the final time around. Now, we'll have to try and do it again to hope that they are able to at least power their way back to a similar spot both times to try and weaken, if you will, that first heat for the average and try and help out a little bit better. Right now, at least a little bit better run coming on two. Has the chance to make the pass on Hamburg. Looking side by side, gets it done well before three.
Yeah, good move there out of Atayo Olisa there, getting through on Hamburg. And again, for Olisa, after that mechanical DNF in heat race number one, needing a good result here, Justin. Got to recover, got to bounce back. It's a matter of putting yourself right with a good average finish at the end of all three of the heat races, and with a DNF in one of them, it's not going to help out your case, right? But no fault of his own. Just got to get going, got to get moving, and he's doing just that. Now putting himself in a fourth, one spot shy of the third spot here, looking to get through on the 117 of Buzanak, and Olisa looking pretty good. Onto the backstretch.
See how much the draft is pulling him forward. Olisa inside, takes it up to the top three. A little bit deep though, sets it back up for the 117 for a moment, but Olisa gets the job done. And now those Tillotson racing machines are now 2-3 on the racetrack. Can Olisa break away because the draft is pulling the opportunities right back there for a response.
Yeah, this battle still keeping us entertained here. Olisa is right here where he broke down at the first heat race, and a little mistake, a little bobble there. Out of turn number 5 is going to allow Buzanak to get himself back through for third.
Again, that's one of the Ada and Rudolph machines. You talked with him, commentated with him earlier.
Alan Rudolph.
Alan Rudolph, I should rather say. One of the Rudolphs in the matter of that. I'm thinking of various Rudolphs. What I'm trying to say is, in regards to the battles, you have to wonder what the adjustment periods have been like for that whole organization, Caleb, to make sure all their drivers are up to speed. And we already know the work's been there to try and make sure they make the right moves for a battle like this.
Yeah, there you go, Olisa responding there to Buzanak. That time by a minute and some change to go. Buzanak's going to be the driver in third, leading this pack, but everybody else is starting to close on in. Handberg's not too far back. Bridges is right there as well. And Olisa on the run up to turn number 3, looking on the inside. Tayo is going to get it for now. Buzanak looking to set up a crossover. Go wheel to wheel. Down to turn number 6. Handberg's right there. Bridges is there, looking to pick a lane. Might help out the teammate. They go side by side. Olisa's going to lose out. Buzanak's going to get clear. Handberg second in line, fourth on the racetrack.
And now all of a sudden, Lisa put on the back foot again, this time from the pressure. A lot of these drivers here in this group have really found a way to pick up the speed compared to earlier. Lisa trying to get aggressive in the battle again at the back of the pack. But right now, the charge is there for that 117 to get away a little bit from the pressure. Still though, how about 3 laps to go, I think, on the time. Clock just reached zeros now. We'll have to find out. You can see how big the distance is already. At least 5 seconds to Santos for the top 2. And now at least 11 seconds to the leader.
Yeah, again, just same level of driving out of Tyler Blackwood here. Very consistent. 112.6 is his fastest, or his 3-lap average, courtesy of Race Select. It's a 113.3. That's, the 3-lap average for Polo Santos. His best lap is a 113.1, and that's 0.5 of a difference in comparison to what Blackwood's been able to do. That adds up here, Justin.
Yeah, exactly. It is about being consistent in the first place. If you're, as I've said a lot, you go from like the 115.2 to, let's say, the 112s, back to the 115s. What else can you say? Elisa making the pass back and forth with Bridges, the back of the group once again. But if you are not able to put together a consistent time in terms of pace, it's going to hurt you long run, and it's going to be hard to develop as a driver too if you aren't able to consistently give a good read for your team on where you need to go to get up to the next echelon of consistency.
It's a matter of developing, right? Matter of getting better week in, week out. Through the years as well. We were just kind of mentioning earlier, improvements like that, they don't happen overnight. You got to work for them. Got to put in the time, and a lot of these drivers certainly have, right? Stepping up their level. But Tyler Blackwood's also doing the same. Getting better week after week. Which is why you're seeing the level of driving he's been able to put down so far today. As Elisa and Bridges go back and forth.
They're not backing off each other. Look at Elisa. Hit the curb, actually, to try and make the move. Bridges looking over the shoulder 3 separate times. Knows that Elisa been very aggressive to try and get the spot back here. Right now, this is only just for 6th spot. Yeah, maybe really in terms of this as well with Hamburg and Company. So part of those in the pack. But there's a lot of sense of excitement, if you will, to try and move up this spot. On the final time around, though, it's Blackwood on domination pace.
The 128 hasn't looked back. Just because he hasn't really needed to. 5.5 seconds and counting is the gap that he has over the rest of the field. Great drive out of the 128 Bennick machine as he works his way onto the backstretch. Blackwood's putting a very good performance here at a track where he's taken heat race victories in micro. Now with a move up to mini. Showing that exact same pace here, Justin.
Absolutely, and with that being said, as the fight's on again, Elisa's now caught to the side of Hamburg. It's Blackwood who dominates again, takes the checkered first 2 heats, going to the Bennick.
And there you go, Polo Santos across the line in second, Buzenak, Hamburg, Bridges, Elisa. They were all fighting for third. See who emerges out in front. Buzenak gonna steal it, take third for the AR Academy. Bridges, Hamburg, Elisa, down to 6th.
Again, you have to give credit to Elisa at the very least. Several attempts to make passes, just couldn't get the job done at the very end after being up at the top 3 in the first half of the race.
Oh, there you go. That's it. T4 Senior on the other side.
Hey, what's up, Caleb? What's up, Brandon? You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Well, there's a look at your starting grid here for the Tillotson T4 seniors, and it's still Reagan Seville and Davis Henry inside and outside, respectively, for the two of them. Did have, and they did deliver a little bit of racing action that first time out. Green flag flies. We're underway here, Justin, for heat race number 2.
Picking up a little bit of dirt, actually, to start off, but remember, Henry had ability to keep up. Just locked up the tires at one point, lost the toe. Now, we'll find out if he's able to pick it up this time without any lockups.
That was really the turning point for that. First heat race. Just a little bit of a lockup down the hill, or really through. Oh, Davis Henry keeps sending a turn number 8. I was going to say the lockup in a turn 11 in heat race number 1. That was a turning point for how it all kind of shook up. Reagan Seville and Davis Henry, a little quiet. Not the first one, and the lockup there for Henry, as him and Seville were just about ready to kind of swap positions. They stay stagnant here.
I have to wonder almost if there's anything with the brakes maybe. I'm not sure if he's just pushing that hard to do it now 3 times on lockups in 2 races so far. That's cost him all the ground again to Seville. Although it's not as bad as it can be, he's still within a range to where we've seen him close the gap eventually from the first heat race, at the very least. I mean, there is one thing. We could be out there.
Could.
I know we were half joking, I think, with somebody up here in the booth from the TSRS side about, hey, why don't you try and drive up there? I said, just give me a cart. Get me on the racetrack. I'd like to give it a try. I like the style racing.
It's always a good time, and I'm sure we'll leave it to the professionals, right? Why I think a lot of us have now since retired. And again, good crew with us here this week, and a crew of, again, really hard-working individuals, you know, for TSRS and the like, that, you know, had to endure a whole lot of different travel situations to be here this week, and a lot of them running off no sleep, getting to their hotels at 5 a.m., you know, very, very hard work for the TSRS crew to get here, and again, you know, some of the same staff that you had over at the SCUSA Pro Tour just last weekend, a lot of them home for a day, you know, and you turn around and already back at a racetrack here delivering teams, drivers, everybody. But it gives us time to give us a huge shout out to our crew, to the camera we're on right now, Matthew Navarro, Houston local, and the camera we're on now, Sebastian Gonzalez, as well local to the Houston area. And Gabe Romo is, again, over by turn number 1. If you see these 3 guys walking around the paddock this weekend, give them a huge pat on the back. They work their tails off to bring you guys all the angles, all the coverage, trying to catch as many passes as they can out here this weekend, as well as our hard-working production team, Riley Can, former racer here at the Texas Racing Series, Texas Pro Kart Challenge and the like. And for Trevor Blue as well, co-owner of Kart Chaser Group LLC. That being said, pleasure to be here with you, Justin, and with all the TSRS staff that has, again, put on a great event up to this point. The fact that they're here, the fact that they're awake and alert and, you know, helping these drivers make it through the starts, wrecks, getting them back on track, getting them, you know, through safely says a lot and a testament to the care that they put behind this series.
Takes a army, if you will. If also a small village, if you can also say that, because it takes a lot of effort to run a series, and it takes a lot of effort to do so and attract the talent it does to be able to race across a state like this, because Texas is very big. It's one of the biggest states in the U.S., is it not?
Yeah,
Second largest.
They say that, right? And there's a lot to see out here as well. Again, if you look at the drive from here, Amarillo Motorsports Park, to here, let's do Speed Sports Racing Park, right? That's really, again, you're going from south to north Texas, and when you look at that drive, 8 hours and some change to get to Speed Sports Racing Park, which is down in Houston. 8 hours, the drive that a lot of these teams, you know, had to make to be here this weekend. Drivers, you know, flights. And again, the fact that you can go 8 hours, you know, from Houston, Amarillo, says a lot about how big this place is. And there's a lot to see. You can eat the biggest steak, I believe, in the United States, maybe even in the world, 72 ounces, over at the Big Texan. She's just down the road. Cadillac Ranch is out here. I think there's a canyon around here as well, kind of symbolic to West Texas. Pretty close by. We've been, but there's a lot to see. You know, a lot of differences. Fun place to be at for sure.
Absolutely, here in this part of the state. After all, it's had a lot of interesting history when you think about it in the first place. More than 200,000 live here in Amarillo. So there's a sizable population in the first place. And all of them going to be intrigued as they listen on and hear amongst the karting action here in town today. Seville, by the way, on the racetrack, still setting the purple lap times for the event, has pulled away at this point to secure himself heat number 2, just about as long as no mistakes. But really, all you can say is for an event like this, you love to be in a town like this, you love to be in a city like this. It's a fun place to be once you're able to get used to being around here, getting to Amarillo by morning.
That was great application there, Justin, just so you know. I approve.
Yeah, it was one of the first songs played by the Kart Chaser crew when landed here last year for the night racing.
Correct. A staple to this place. And some of the pictures that come out of here are great to see for sure. Ken and Kayla Johnson with Studio 52, the official series photographers. For those of you here in the paddock or those of you watching back later on tonight, you can look for the two of them. They give you pictures nightly. And one of the best shots here is when you're working your way through turn number 5, turn number 4, turn number 6 as well, with the windmills in the background. That to me is some of my favorite pictures to see at the end of the weekend here, Justin.
Yeah, it's definitely a track that, with the background at least, you got some opportunities to bring some Art Noir backgrounds, if you will, some nice looking background shots. Look at these windmills.
Look at that.
Providing a lot of power to the grid here in the area at the very least, and looming large over top these competitors in the final time around. At the very least for Seville. Again, this is a prime opportunity to help himself to punch a ticket over and continue. If he continues outscoring the points here compared to Henry, remember it's 3 of 4 when it comes to this because of the time to Spain. Right now, Seville is helping himself vastly to put himself, if he keeps this up to the final, let's put it that way, he gains a buffer, takes over the lead over Henry. It gets really interesting for the next time out.
We'll see. Final couple of corners for Reagan Seville and Davis Henry. 2 seconds is the gap. And Reagan Seville looks as good as ever in his T4 package. He will cross the final corner, cross the line to take the win in heat race number 2.
So Seville able to get the win. The official margin, 3.25 seconds. So on that note, we're 3 heats down, 3 races down, if you will, for heat rotation number 2. It's time to open the gates because the kid karts are ready to zoom onto the racetrack next on Kart Chaser.
Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart, it's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macromotorsports.net.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Engines are fired. 206 kid karts getting ready to go green. All about the 75 of Maverick Reddick in heat race number 1. Everybody else looking to close down that sizable margin that he was able to set. We keep an eye on it here. Back at Boudreaux. Bring alongside him on row number 1. Bodua, Hollis, Maxwell, Brassard, Chaparro, Bird, Salazar, McCullum, Montes, Rickman, and Addison. 13 drivers total. One of them stalls at the back. Green flag flies. We're underway. Heat race number 2 and GR2 Motorsports 206 kit karts here.
Good start again for Reddick & Co. as the army of CRGs all line up together in the orange and black. Top 4 stay single file, and now there's a question, what does Reddick do to make sure he holds on in front? How about another drop tire to the 19 again?
Bodua there on the exit of turn number 5 and pushing the limit and just found himself right over it, dropping the tire off the racetrack. And the gap back to Beckett Boudreaux is going to close on in, and the gap up to Maverick Reddick is going to open up here, Justin.
The thing is, for Bodua, that's happened at least a few times now where he's pushed your little.
Well, it was Aiken Bodua in 206 Cadet. Younger brother Sullivan right now.
Yes, indeed. So now both of them have seen mistakes start to pop up here. And amidst of them, you have to wonder what the conversation is going to be to try and settle them down after we've seen both of them exert the track limits here today.
These races, again, aren't short as one of them off. Beckett Boudreaux exit at turn 11. Just kind of had to hold his breath there. Kept it pinned and able to hold on. But this group, this field, single file.
Yeah, right now keeping calm is all you can say, similar to that one we usually see here. Hollis amongst those again in the top 4 like we did previously. Biding his time, waiting for a place to go. A little bit of hop there on the curb for Boudreaux. Still holds on in front, mind you. Boudreaux lost this battle to Hollis in the last race in Heat 1. Can the 97 do it again? Pressurize more mistakes?
And we'll see. Two of them just kind of right there with each other. Beckett Boudreaux, Grayson Hollis. As Bodo, you see him up and on the steering wheel, looking to chase down the 75. Moves further back. There's the 11 of Brassard looking on Maxwell. He's not going to find a way by as Maxwell up and over the curb. On that MSO Racing CRG, going to get him a little bit out of shape. And that might help Brassard there to close down the gap as they work their way to turn 11 here, Justin.
Decent opportunity, but remember, basically full tilt on the push, right? It takes a lot of effort to make a pass. It requires a big mistake for your competitor in front in a lot of cases. And outside of that curve, squabbling up in 3, 4, and 5 so far. Boudreaux's been getting a little bit better lines out of these corners. That's why he's built the gap back up by they're maintaining it as well over Maxwell and Brassard, who continue to battle up behind them.
Here's a look for the back. Hal Bird. He's currently going back and forth with the 21 of Salazar there. They worked their way down at turn number 6. And Salazar looking for a way by. Not going to find it on the youngster out of Tennessee. The 88. Holding on strong there to 8th.
So far, so solid on defense. Salazar kind of running, biding his time, has ran in mostly the Greater Houston Race Series course of the year when he's not been busy here at TSRX. Last time out, top 10 once again from Salazar. But it has been around anywhere from 2nd to the top 5 some of the races over in Houston. Decent efforts to continue to learn and develop as the gaps continue to spread apart. Less than 90 seconds to go for the kid karts. And yeah, at this point here, the thought I have here, Mikhail, in this account is we talked a lot about driver development already in terms of this. It's also the fun factor, right? Because it's everyone's dreams. I don't know about you. One of the first dreams when growing up was I wanted to be a race car driver. But as we both know, in this day of age, a lot of people like to start early, get that development in their system right from the get-go. And these drivers are already learning that advantage while also trying to make sure they make friends, and a lot of these competitors we know are friends on that paddock.
Yeah, a lot of these kiddos spend a lot of time, a lot of the downtime they have just hanging out, hanging around, playing Mario Kart or you know, whatever they can get their hands on, really. Usually run outside as well. But yeah, I mean, these are memories that these drivers will hold on to for a very long time, lifelong friendships that they'll form. You know, competing and racing against some of, again, their competitors. So this is, again, important building blocks for what's a very long career for a lot of these drivers. 2 sticks in the air, 2 laps to go. And Reddick has now put just about 6 seconds on the field. Bodoaz right behind him. Boudreaux, Hollis, Maxwell, your top 5.
But while holding on well in this one, at least in the second spot, by the way, the off track earlier has been able to maintain about a second or so gap. No change though between Boudreaux and Hollis, and no change up at the very tippy top. Maverick Reddick, he's been able to just control this field anytime he's raced here, especially in the regional ones. Whether you're in TSRS, he raced in Florida for this opening round, won the O plate for it. 37 wins in about 101 total events started in his career already. He is ranked in terms of the national rankings for Kart Heat as one of the best kid kart drivers in the country. He's got a lot of talent ahead of him if he can maintain it as he moves through the ranks, and Reddick is showing that time in, time out. 5 or 6 seconds coming up to the final time around.
We'll walk on here with Baudouin, who's in a battle of his own. Beckett Boudreaux's right behind him, and Hollis is right there with him as well. Then Maxwell inside of the top 5. White flag flies for the 75 of Reddick. And that gap is going to grow. He put over a second on the field that last lap. The gap's to the leader, 7 seconds. As we follow him along for the final lap in heat race number 2. You see how smooth he just is throughout some of these corners here, Justin.
Yeah, extremely dialed in is the way I think about it with him, because he just seems to understand the racing line. One kart having issues in the background of the runoff area, but for Reddick, nothing really sways him from his preferred groove. He never really makes too many mistakes. Reddick just driving his race and dominating his way to another heat race win.
He's continuing to build week after week for this 6-year-old out of Crosby, Texas. 3 corners to go. And a pole position in qualifying, a victory in heat race number 1, and a victory now in heat race number 2. Should be good enough for the 75 of Reddick for the pole position tomorrow in the main event. Business as usual for Reddick. Cross the line in second, Baudouin. He's not going to get it, unfortunately. He just got past in that final lap. Beckett Boudreaux steals it. Baudouin third, Hollis fourth. And across the line, Brassard steals 5th.
Decent drive again from some of those in the fight, but great for Boudreaux at the very end to rip away the spot, and that's why you cannot afford to make a mistake. There was a big gap, remember, for that 19 of upwards of 3-4 seconds over that pack they were with, and instead loses a spot to that 95.
Ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
What are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Look at his Kyle Cuthbertson doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
All set to go for our next race as we move forward. K100 Jr. Nathan Goldstaff up in front, Clayton Stiles, Aston Wyatt, and Alex Chandler part of your top 4. Mason Berry, Jackson Baldus, your top 6.
Easton Cox and Connor Rebus on row number 4. Luke Cruz and Amelia Gus Wonderlay, your top 5 rows, top 10 starters.
These drivers ready to duke it on out once again. We've seen how aggressive some of them were. Cruz, Rodriguez, and Theodore Mitchell looking to join the conversation. Tanner Barch and George Farpen looking to do the same. Stone and Smart, your top 16.
Hudson Thomas, Mia Johnson, Davis Buck, Yannick Pereira, Justice Pack, Salvador Ruiz, Gavin LaGrappe, Andrew Jacobs, and more. Moments away from taking the green flag. It's Golseth. On the truck side, Karting Services GFC, Clayton Stiles on the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart. Green flag is out. We're underway. Heat 2, KA Junior. Presented by P1 Engines.
Bit of a slide of the tires there by Stiles. Lost him a fair bit of ground. And we have chaos.
Luke Cruz, Baldus, and more get collected at the start of that race. One of them is well off the racetrack there. But up front, Golseth. No idea what's kind of occurred behind him. Nice and clean up at the front. Aston Wyatt through for second. As now Amelia Gus Wonderlay looking on the inside of Theo Mitchell. She's clear.
Able to make the pass swiftly. But now, up front, it's going to get interesting because Golseth going to have a lot of pressure. You have to think for at least one card here, if not a couple. We know, in fact, Cox amongst those who was able to charge up and rally his way to the fight for the race lead towards the very end. Choo Choo Train does end up being about 5-6 carts deep. Stiles leads pack 2.
Theo Mitchell up and over the curb, kind of got him out of shape. Amelia Gus Wonderlay's right there. And Barsh looking for a move now. Looking inside. Turn 4, and he's clear. Sorry, turn 3. Tanner Barsh able to get by. And then side by side for the lead. Side by side, back for third. Aston Wyatt into turn number 6 is clear. Aston Wyatt's your new leader.
Fast and Wyatt machine able to jump ahead. The nickname coming in strong. Remember, Wyatt had good contention amongst the top 5 earlier, but Golseth is making it clear. We've seen this earlier. Doesn't really want to wait. Slipped on by easily. That allows, again, the gap to close back up for a couple carts like Stiles to stay into the train. 5 becomes 6 in the Choo Choo Train. Back and forth for the lead again.
Here we go, Aston Wyatt putting it low. Easton Cox is right behind him. Golseth, Chandler, Barry, back to Clayton Stiles. His front group starting to close on in. And the second group as well. Theo Mitchell, Gus Wonderlay, who actually just got shuffled down to 9th. Barsh is now, the driver leading that group. He's in 7th. Looking to close on into this front group here. But Wyatt out in front, and he's going to get past, quickly going to change. Easton Cox catches him by surprise. Turn number 4, Golseth follows him through. Now Chandler picked the wrong lane, stuck on the outside. All of them are going to get clear, all the way back to Stiles in 5th. Chandler back to 6th.
Error shuffle of the spots once again. It's going to get interesting what we see with some of these drivers, the way they're duking it out. We know that Cox had the speed to be able to lead and then got chipped away and reeled in by Golseth in the span of a couple laps to set up for that final stretch corner send. This time through, much different flavor of race, much earlier up for Cox by at least a couple minutes. He is now going to have to go one-on-one and hope he almost pressurizes Golseth to have to defend more than go on offense because of everyone else right up in the midst of this.
Yeah, here we go. There's 2 car lengths in between your leaders, Easton Cox, Nathan Golseth. Gap's going to close right on down on the run up to turn number 3. Wide still there in third. To Styles, to Barry, and then a Chandler. The top 6, they haven't changed. Still the same drivers. Farfan now leads that second group over Barsh, who's actually been shuffled a little bit further down the order. It looks like Gus Wonderley was able to get through. And Baldus as well, maybe. That being said, Easton leads. Not for long. Golseth going to respond. Down to turn number 8. Easton Cox going to let him have it. Golseth, your new leader.
Move at the back of the group as well. You see there with Chandler getting back in the line, back of it. I think when it comes to what we've seen, though, it's been uber competitive here once again. KA100 Junior has been that way in a lot of different series this year. What do you say about that? With a lot of these juniors with this racing package across multiple series, it's been to where it's been a wrestling match almost every single race. Some of the races of the year have come from these categories.
Yeah, they've definitely provided some great racing action all year round. When you look back to NOLA, when you look back to Speed Sports Racing Park at the start of the year, KA Junior always exciting. I really think 100cc racing is just always exciting, period. I think here even more so with the level of competition. That being said, Easton Cox now looking for the lead on Nathan Golseth. And Cox was, again, decisive about that move. Wanted to go for the lead and wanted nothing else. And Golseth realizing that just kind of made way. Let the 815 have it. Now Wyatt's in line. Styles side by side. Chandler deep into the brakes and turn number 8. He's going to get by on Mason Berry.
And they're losing a little bit of ground to the rest of the track or traffic in the pack. Once again, this time, look at the line movement. A little bit more to the middle left, coming down up towards 11. So there is some thought here, especially with some of these trains to bounce around. For those wondering, yes, it is mightily gusty here too, with the winds currently still. That is going to be impacting some of these drivers down through these corners. Look at the direction of that wind. That's going to impact just how much draft pull you get. And especially here, it's side by side again.
Oh, and Easton Cox still holding on to turn 4. Goes right back in on Nathan Golseth. And now we're side by side for third. Aston Wyatt. Styles is going to make way. And Chandler going by as well. Cox down low. Opens back up to make the corner. No way by for Nathan Golseth here on this final lap.
Wow, then it's already the final lap, but you have to be perfect here down the backstretch. Golseth looking to the left. He's got it already clear and then some. Will there be a pass back, though? We've seen it a couple times up through 11.
That was a good move there out of Golseth, and then Cox is now going to fall under fire here. Aston Wyatt as you go by, and they're all pushing each other along this backstretch. In a turn 11, Golseth still holds on. He's into the pits. Nathan Golseth goes through until the line. Aston Wyatt up in front, looking to take the win. And no, it's like this one's still going on. 2 laps to go now. Apologies here, but Nathan Golseth into the pits. And I'm not sure if he had help, but he hit the brakes and just had nowhere to go but straight. It was able to get back. You saw it there just before we kind of cut through, cut to the front stretch. Was able to kind of turn around. But he is way, way back in this field here, Justin.
Going to really impact his positioning, but it's not time for the race lead. Styles, who was shuffled as far back as 6th, gets shuffled again to 4th. Now they go blocking. Back and forth they go down the back straightaway. Styles trying to stick to the outside. Still, lots of sends up and away.
And now Aston Wyatt's the driver in the lead. Easton Cox behind him. Clayton Styles is there. They work their way to turn 11 now. Cox deep into the corner. Wyatt gets pushed out wide again. White flag flies this time by. Everybody out of shape, everybody out of line. Back for second. This is best case scenario for the AR Academy machine up at the front, who's looking to run away as they're side by side for second. Styles, Cox, Chandler, Barry fighting for position. Styles is going to get it.
Back and forth still. This is big in terms of the gap for the race lead, possibly, though, already building up more and more. That gap is running away.
Yeah, Aston Wyatt is pulling away from the rest of this field. There goes Barry looking on the inside for third. He's through. Able to hold on. And now Cox and Chandler duking it out for fifth. But up at the front, Aston Wyatt takes advantage when it matters most. Looking to pick up the victory in heat race number 2.
Try to hold on as they still fight for the podium spots in this one. Cox side by side with Styles. Back and forth they go. Wyatt well in command. They continue to still fight down to the final straightaways for some of the other spots. But Wyatt withstands all the pressure, survives all the chaos, and takes it in a chaotic heat number 2 over Styles. Third goes to Mason Berry, in fact, over Chandler. Cox gets shuffled to 5th.
What a finish. Nathan Golseth comes across the line in 10th. Oh my. What an end to that one. But it goes away of Aston Wyatt.
Welcome back, everyone, to today's action as we continue on with the TSRS. Now moving on to 206 Senior. You have Chambers on the pole, Regensville alongside Bryce Frank and Calvin Singh. A Muncher top 4. Carter Kyoko and Cameron Reed are in the top 6. Dax Rancon in front of Gunnar Ray, John M. Braden. Then it's Chuck Jensen and James Sullivan inside your top 12 with Bromley Cunningham 13th, Brent Mitchell down in 14th, Jeff Doyen and John Mayo in the top 16. Then it's Meister, Kraus, Ruth, and Treacy. I'm not sure, top 20 in the pack. Plenty of drivers in this field, remember, including Dean Rain, Nick Miller looking to gain up some ground, and a lot of others as we get set for this start, Caleb.
Highly competitive field. And a couple of stories coming out of heat race number 1. First of all, Reagan Seville finished up at the front. Really won that heat race on the racetrack. Was given a post-race penalty for a jump start, and that was quickly overturned. Reagan Seville reinstated to first. Josie Chambers back to second. And that was the best case scenario for the 600. And as well for Cameron Reed, the 619. Fastest lap on the racetrack, arguably one of the faster drivers inside of the top 5. Fastest, that being said. And a cracked seat tab in that first heat race. Got that re-welded on a Reed Motorsports CRG machine. Now looking to go back out with a much healthier go-kart than what it was for heat race number 1. This time we look for the flag. We got it. 206 Senior heat race number 2 is underway.
Clean start up there. Chambers had a close clear, though, to get Seville up there in second also. Few drivers off the racetrack down the back.
Cameron Reed dropping a tire there on the exit of turn number 5. Now she works her way in at turn number 6. Top 4, single file line. And the rest of the field still looking for positions. 32 drivers total in this field, presented by Kart Racing Solutions. And Josie Chambers, your pole sitter, leads this field away after half a lap here, Justin.
But how long will that last? Remember some of the conversations, the yellow flags popping up as a few drivers went off the racetrack back there.
One of them off, one of the AR Academy machines off. That's a 610 there of Mayo. And is off the racetrack into turn number 8.
That's unfortunate. Had some decent track position to start. To jump out of the kart. No change for the race leaders this time, though. All of them staying well together. Remember, we've talked about so much comparison similar to that Talladega or Daytona in terms of the draft effect that pops up with these karts, the way they function. Right now, this lead group, nobody willing to be uber aggressive yet and force their way on through to jump ahead.
And look at how much wind as well on the TSRS flags is now Kelvin Zing. He's going to get himself clear for a second. He's going to rattle Reagan Seville a little bit here. That was a decisive move for second out of the 666 to get himself in position. Kilgo back and forth to Reed, to Frank. They're all in line. One of them way off. That's Grant Mitchell. Grant Mitchell way off the racetrack on the exit of turn number 6.
Able to recover some of the drivers still, but see some of the moves being done. That includes Reed able to slip by and gain in our position. Reed now wants the top 4, looking to charge back up, and that's the big effect I've talked about and what was emphasized during the conversations earlier. If you battle, you allow people to either break away, or if you have the lead, you have compress them back, just like that.
That was a weird one there. Zing looked like he was making the move for the lead and just went nowhere on the exit of the corner in turn number 11. Seville was pushing Chambers by, and the two of them able to get clear. But Zing with no help at all while looking to make the move for the lead. Seville pretty decisive as to who he wanted to push, and it was Chambers in the 645. And Reed takes advantage. Gets yourself clear for third there, Justin.
It's pretty clear the top 2 are comfortable with each other. It was talked about during Heat 1 be the case, and we're seeing it here. Reed, though, carrying over the speed, looking very comfortable right now, picking up tempo. 1:17.1 last time by the stripe, was 3/10 quicker to the leader. Does Reed elect to wait? Looks like this time, yes. You see some of the hand signals coming up to say, work with me, let's settle down for a little bit. We still have a couple minutes before we get to the lap count.
Yeah, so a good bit of time. Half the race distance, 5 minutes plus 2 laps is, 6 minutes plus 2 laps for how long these races are. So we're just over the halfway point here, and then plus 2. So a good bit of time left on the clock. And Chambers, while they continue to move here, signal coming from the wall to pass, to trade positions here. And I think that was the Carter Kilgo as he's looking to go by on a fellow MGM of Kelvin Zing. And Zing's losing time here. Can't really blame Kilgo for wanting to go there.
Gonna get going. Remember, Galvin had finished off in 11th back at round 1, the winter warm-up down at Speed Sports. Now, he's feeling a ton of pressure with this track position. How long will he be able to hold on? I'm not quite sure, because you can see just how much some of the drivers are picking up down the straightaway, but just not enough yet. Past maybe something coming up. You've seen a signal to the left hand initially there.
And as they work their way by out of the triple left, turn number 7. Here's a look at alley stand. There's Cameron Reed, Zing, to Kilgo, to Frank. Then to Gunnar Ray, the 601 Croc promotion machine. And now with the 2 AR Academy MGMs looking to get by on Zing, who just has that little bit of a lower gear there. Justin able to stay ahead of the 2 AR Academy MGMs, and the signals still continuing to swap positions here. Not happening. And for Reed, she's starting to lose time as well with the top 2 in Chambers and Seville.
I think Kilgo and Frank in particular here in this know that they've got the speed. The problem is you can't just force it on through and risk a penalty in that circumstance. You just got to keep it to where you wait for a slip up, wait for the line to pop up. You already know Calvin Zing's comfortable. Some of the air drivers, though, doing a steady job in this one, like the Bumblebee machine, the yellow machine of Root. As off the track they go.
Yeah, there goes Nick Miller. The Maverick going for a wild ride there on the exit of turn number 6. He was running up and pretty close to the front here. Just put a foot wrong. There's Braden Domain. Round 2 winner over at NOLA Motorsports Park. He gets by on Grant Mitchell.
Yeah, and that being said, that's kind of actually allowed that 606 to break away from everybody else in this middle of the field. About 8 seconds back of the race leader, yes, but some of these drivers back here trying to get a little bit feisty here. Miller was a +7. You have Ming has up there +6. You have some of the others up 5 amongst this choo-choo train back here as we pass 6 minutes.
And there we go, 2-6 in hand. 2 laps to go. And the gaps up front have changed. Kilgo's now the driver in 4th with Zing in 5th. And Frank, the driver, in 6th. As we follow along the group of Rafael Kraus, Lankin, and Jeff Dolian, 12th, 13th, and 14th, respectively here, Justin.
Solid competitors that are in this group. We've seen Kraus in particular have some good efforts about a couple months ago. But here we go. This was what some of these teammates were waiting for. Get around Zing, shuffle him out of the groove, make the passes, and now that 666 nearly getting squeezed off for a moment, now is given a space to breathe.
There you go, starting to shuffle here. There goes Frank looking on the inside of Zing. Not going to happen. Gunnar Ray right behind him. This is all allow the top 2 to run away with it here. Chambers, Seville. Comfortable pushing. Each of them, if it stays like this, will have a heat race win to their names. As Reed just kind of hit a brick wall halfway through this race. Now it looks like she's kind of found some speed right behind Carter Kilgo.
Yeah, her pace had dropped off by about 4 or 5 tenths to about a certain average. Reed, though, still keeping the pressure high to try and fight in this group. Calvin Zing couldn't get it on the outside.
Yeah, Reed was the first one to put herself to the outside line. And that's going to put Zing out of shape. Frank is going to get through on Zing. There goes Gunnar Ray looking to go by as well. And then here comes Paul Braden as Reed goes even lower than Carter Kilgo in a turn number 8. Cameron Reed takes advantage of Kilgo leaving a sliver of light to the bottom of the racetrack. It would have put her Reed Motorsports CRG through.
Still trying to find a way to sort themselves as they make their way through up to the final corner complex. Inside line, a bit of a squeeze off. They all settle in with the checker flag waving. No change for the top 2. Chambers and Seville. It's a hornet's nest for 3rd. Who gets it? It's Reed over Kilgo.
Cameron Reed just gets it by a hair over Carter Kilgo. Bryce Frank, your top 5. Kelvin Zing, Gunnar Ray, Paul Braden, Seaman Young, and Sullivan. James Sullivan, that is, on the Saudi kart for the Jake French Racing team. Cap off your top 10. Heat race number 2, 206 Senior by Kart Racing Solutions. Done and dusted.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overback on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at Brandon Jarsekrak Racing.
Here's a look at your starting lineup for heat race number 2 and 206 Cadet. Mikey Todd and Dusty Strayer get ready to lead this field to green. Aiken Bodoa, Hayden Sampson on row number 2 with Sebastian Sampson. And Pip Cheek on row number 3, Nayeli Vargas, Hutton Buck, Jacob Doherty, White Schroeder. 10 drivers getting ready to take the green flag. Whoa. Looks like some of these drivers are working their way into the pits. Honestly, kind of caught me by surprise. Left me without words there for a second. It looks like they're all back on track except Dusty Strayer, who is now working his way out to the front. Very, very strange incident that has just occurred. Luckily, everybody has recollected themselves, gotten themselves back through. But 206 Cadet presented by Skeptic Motorsports, moments away from going green here, Justin.
Just about ready to fire off as they get set. 2 by 2 they work. After, as you said, bit of an interesting beginning to this one with the pace lap. But so far we've had no issues in the green zone. We're off and away. Racing again here in Amarillo. like the top group able to single file out as they make their way through here, Caleb.
And up front, Mikey Todd with a good start. Back to schedule for Todd, who, again, led and won heat race number 1 over Dusty Strayer. Now Bodoat finds himself in 3rd. Sampson in 4th. And Sebastian Sampson in the 5th spot for your top 5. But Dusty Strayer looking pretty good as they work their way out of turn number 8. Bodoat charges in deep to the corner. That's going to hurt his exit here. Now Hayden Sampson, the driver behind him, looking to make a move, and he's probably going to wait here. He will. But a good clean start up for the top 4 to get this one underway.
They all steady themselves out. You see some of the signals on charge, go ahead here for a couple competitors. Right now, though, Todd and Strayer. Again, the top 2 who have been very fast in this class over the course of the weekend so far, remaining that way. Strayer with a good charge up to the corners is handling the line a little bit better than Todd, who's trying to arc it out a little bit more in and flare out. You see him with a little bit of slides coming in on these entries. Watch right here. Tries to slide a little bit out with the left rear tire. A little bit wider on the exit this time for Todd.
Yeah, very good driving, very good hands out of the 217 at this point of the race. Just looks very, very comfortable. And again, when you look at the turnaround the 217 had from last year to this year, Mikey Todd's progressed a whole lot as a driver. And again, had the luxury of speaking with Cameron Reed throughout the weekend as Bodoat is going to, again, just make a mistake there. In turn number 8, drives in deep. Hayden Sampson's going to pass him. But speaking with Cameron Reed and the development of Mikey Todd, you know, she's talked a whole lot about, you know, the mental side of things, getting him calm, getting him relaxed. Whereas a lot of times where he found himself in situations where it could have been a podium, a top 3 finish, top 5 finish. It's almost like the moment kind of grew on him, right? And now, able to get a couple of main event race victories over at TKNA South, bringing that same experience here, that same calmness, that same you know, level-headedness has allowed him to kind of flourish on a weekend like this when we return. And that's something that, you know, Aiken will get to as well here this weekend as they find themselves closer to the front. And really the only mistake that we've seen out of Mikey Todd was just this lap where he just went a little bit too deep on the exit of turn number 3. Got him a little bit off the racing line and allowed Strayer to get back into the mix. But that being said, good driver out of the 217, checking the shoulder. See Strayer still there, nods the head. All right, let's work, let's push. Oh, and a big jump over the curb in turn number 8. Mikey Todd, 2 tires into the air, and Dusty Strayer just able to sweep low and take, pretty much overtake for the lead.
And pull away by a sizable margin. That's what happens when you make one major mistake like that. Just end up clattering the curb, take you a little bit wide. We talked about he was pushing hard in some of these corner apexes. This time through now, Todd gonna have to fight to regroup. By the way, Hayden Sampson doing a solid job pulling away in the top 3 now. Is he gonna be able to provide some assistance here? Seen a little bit of help from some of the green machines in some of the races today. For Hayden in this one, taking his time to slowly join back in, 7/10 behind Todd now.
And now Mikey Todd is able to kind of rocket his way around Dusty Strayer for the lead of this race. Hasn't even looked back there, Justin. Just got clear, got the lane, and able to work his way by. Hayden Sampson now in 3rd. Aiken Bodoat has lost a good chunk of time. He wasn't too far off Hayden Sampson. Something must have gone wrong there for the 216.
I was about to say, he possibly, with the way things are going here with Bodoat as well, I'm wondering the same thing for Strayer and their situation. To lose about half a second down one straightaway is a lot, to say the least. Strayer, though, seems content to push now behind Todd, wait for the next pressurized mistake, knowing the circumstance, and Sampson is there.
Thumbs up from the fences. Mikey Todd aggressively overturned the curb in turn number 1, and Again, after walking the track, you know, these curbs, they're very high up. It's very smooth, it's very flat, but they have this, you know, little peak on them. And if you find yourself kind of getting over or getting close to it, that'll launch you in the air. Seen a couple pictures yesterday, posted on the Studio 52 Facebook page as to what happens, what occurs, you know, for these drivers. If you do find yourself going up and over those curves, it'll launch you. It'll launch you up, get you out of shape, ruin a lap, ruin a pass, slow you way down.
And you don't want to risk any damage to your kart either, because these are concrete in terms of the curving too, because if you peel them back, which has happened, especially in that complex 1 and 2, for example, over the years with the paint chipped away, it's pure concrete, so it's a very hard surface underneath. You don't want to end up clattering it and demolishing something or breaking something in your kart as you zip about here. That being said here, they make their way down the front straightaway. Todd doing well. You see the flags popping up in the background with the double stick. Strayer needs to find the best way to make the move. It's red versus green. Here comes the green helmet of Strayer to the inside.
And there you go, Dusty Strayer. Able to get by on Mikey Todd. Worked for it for a couple laps and counting. He was able to get himself clear.
And really so in this mark, there becomes a question, can Todd bounce back like he did the previous time? Can he get an immediate zoom by? I don't know if Strayer's going to leave that opportunity open like the previous time, Caleb. You get one major chance to get the lead back like Todd did. He's setting himself up well in the draft to find his way close up for this top spot, though. All of this to say, you see them making their way through. Todd tried a small peek to the left. Stays now to the middle. No major defensive line to the left this time. Coming up from Strayer as Todd stays behind. Coming up, white flag is out. Final time around.
Final time around, this time by. White flag flies. Dusty Strayer, Mikey Todd, Hayden Sampson, 3 drivers now in the picture, in the mix for a heat race victory here. They work their way through. Mikey Todd, still the driver in second here. Strayer out in front. This one far from over. Todd now going to open up. Sampson's going to go to the low side. And that's going to cost Mikey here, unfortunately. Hayden Sampson's going to get clear.
Took a long while, and you see a signal pop up. He wants a little assistance here. Trying to assist earlier. Now Sampson. Can he get a run? Strayer looking over. Small blend to the left. Forcing Sampson to the outside. Can Sampson get a better exit? A little bit wider for Strayer. Compromises the line.
And now here we go, side by side. Mikey Todd is going to have to pick a side here. He's going to find one of his own. 3 wide, down to turn number 11. Mikey Todd inside, looking on Sampson, side by side, door to door, wheel to wheel, and Hayden Sampson's going to hold on across the line. It's the TB kart that's going to take the checkered flag in heat race number 2. What an end. What a finish. Todd across the line in second. Dusty Strayer finishing third.
How about that effort from Hayden Sampson? He's been trying to charge up all day to get into that conversation. Does it there. He's been doing well in various different series in the club scene, Texas Karting League. But today, gets the job done in heat number 2. Gets himself the win after being a driver who finished on the podium in Micro Swift previously and in top 10 in Cadets the last time he was out in this series out in Louisiana.
What an end there, heat race number 2. Now done for the Skeptic Motorsports 206 cadets. Coming up next, it's time to go Masters Racing. 3 classes left for the second round of heat races before we go to heat race number 3. But K Masters in a couple of moments.
this is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
The racing continues, and we move forward to the KA Masters. Yamir won the last one. He set the pole, remember, earlier, as Nicholas Brewer stole alongside of him. They also have a lot of others ready to be feisty, Caleb.
Yeah, Miguel Muir had them all covered in heat race number 1. Get ready to go again. Morgan LeBaire looking for a little more. Gary Glanger starting alongside him. Then you look back, the last couple of rows, Greg Welch still having to work his way through this field. The time in heat race number 2. Last time Greg Welch raced here, said it was a long time ago. And X30 Senior, actually, when it was actually the Texas Pro Kart Challenge, was one of the last times he raced here. And I think he said it was all in Senior. This is his first master start here this weekend. But he was fast last year at DKC. You know he's going to be working his way through this field. Green flag flies. We're underway in High Five Performance K100 Masters.
Here again, holding serve at the front of the field over the 415. But yet again, keep an eye on some of these sends. Second is getting a little bit feisty. There was a little bit poked there. Everyone else making sure to stay in the rhythm before they reach that back straightaway section. They work their way through sector 2. Going to be so critical to keep within a range of Mir, who was able to pull away so quickly last time.
And here they go, Janae Din out of line. Nick Bull out of line as well, looking on the inside. Turn number 8, Bull's going to get clear on LeBaron. But he lost a little bit of time making the move, and 3 is going to be stronger than 1. They're going to blow the doors off of Nick Bull in the 433 there. And you see the wind just picking up here. Be a tailwind on this front stretch, a tailwind on the run up to turn number 3. It'll be a headwind as well when they go down to that back stretch. They get up to 70 mile an hour, and whoever's up at the front is going to punch a hole in the air for everybody else to get through.
Mind you, some of the estimates on the weather forecast is only, it's 7 miles an hour. This is more than 7 miles an hour wind right now. It feels more like you add a 1 or a 2 to that at the moment. But all these drivers know that's going to impact some of the straight line. As we know, we are with the headwind or tailwind. That'll impact where some of the runs are going. Mir, by the way, ran away as every other driver in this main group. Single files out. Looks to try to find the next place to go for their fights, like right here.
Greg Welch looking to go on Matt Cherry. Welch into turn number 8. Clear. Tam Nguyen, the next one on the list for the owner-operator of the Pantano team out of Colorado. Going to get another one looking inside. Turn 11. Welch is clear.
Good drive by Welch, and you mentioned the efforts previously in past attempts at this facility. Well, he's doing a great job here so far after a very quiet first run earlier today. And that's one of the major things that you'll see sometimes in the Masters. A lot of back and forth in terms of pace as they find different things they need to fix or find adjustments. We've seen this in a variety of different series this year. But one car can be at the race lead, find an issue, and one driver set off sideways.
Matt Cherry, Tam Nguyen get together. Turn number 5. And Nguyen starts to fall down the order. He's still trying to get back going. And Cherry as well lost a good chunk of time. He slotted ahead of one of the TV carts there. Big moment for the drivers back in 8th and 9th. And that'll change. We'll see where they ended up as soon as they cross the timing loop.
Yeah, Cherry, mind you, the first start of the year in TSRS because he made a couple appearances in 2025. Munsel's now getting rocketed down the order, and that's one of the major things. You never know if you're going to get someone to make wheel contact like that. As you can see, Cherry plummeted down the order to about 12th or so. Nguyen has gone to dead last from the contact in the 15th spot for the 446.
Here we go as we take a close look at the battle for second. Daniel Howie has now taken over from Morgan LeBaron and Nick Bull. But up front, Miguel Mir still has them all covered here. 2.5 seconds. Back to the next closest. This is a great drive. Something about Amarillo Motorsports Park and Miguel Mir. It's going to be a great match as one of them slowing there with an issue. Looks to be Stupé. I was running in 11th.
That was one of those that was setting up in amongst some of the battle packs around the third one, in fact. But all you can say amongst this league group is Howie's been someone we've seen who had some good speed over Louisiana, was one of the drivers who went back and forth in terms of wins over there. So today, Howie, who's been very busy with some club races as of late over at Hill Country, looking to make sure he keeps himself from going off into the countryside and off the racetrack and build this gap. Look at the gap as it's built up pretty quickly.
Yeah, 2.3 now in between Howie and Mir. It's a great race thus far for the 477. Great day. And again, there's still one more. And everybody's still playing catch-up, still looking for any sign of life over Mir. They worked their way through this time. 30 seconds left on the clock here, Justin.
Running out of time to try and do something. Look at how much pull there was for a moment. I believe gearing came into play towards the end of the straightaway in that circumstance of the battle for third spot. But signals are there. You gotta go. Is the signal going towards Bull? Try and tell him you've got to find a way to make this move if you want the top three here. This time through, though, it's pretty clear that that 415, again, has such good runs set up for the gearing for Sector 1. That's been where a lot of the strengths are for some of the karts are today. If you're good in Sector 1, it seems to really set yourself up pretty decently for the rest of the racetrack here. What'd you say, Caleb?
Yeah, I mean, again, just getting out of turn number 2 and, you know, some of these slower speed corners are really important. Building that momentum, getting yourself clear, getting yourself, you know, a little bit of speed, finding it. And Greg Welch is doing a great job of that. He's able to get clear on Janae Din and on Glanger as well. So he's now up to 4th. And I'm not sure if he's going to have enough time to try and close down to the top 3. Nick Bull is next on the list for him. And you see that win just, you know, it's like hitting a brick wall pretty much for these 100cc power plants. 2.6 in the air this time by, 2 laps to go. And the question right now is whether or not the 445 can close down to Morgan LeBaron, who's now the driver in 4th. Bull was able to get by him that last time around.
Plus 10 for Greg Welch. Absolute rocket ship yet again. But it's going to require quick preciseness. You see this right now with some of the other drivers battling, though. Langer trying to hold on, has to give up the spot, though. Outside line having to be taken as Din took it pretty easily up the inner groove.
There we go, Janae Din still locked in a battle with Wright, who's now looking on the bottom of the racetrack. And Wright's going to get clear. Din going to have to make way for now. The opportunity, though, is going to go right back into his favor. They're going to go side by side on the backstretch. They'll run to turn 11. Din, can he get clear over Wright? And he will. Din is back by. Sorry, that's Glanger. My apologies,
Yes.
Glanger.
Yeah, but the white flag is out regardless here. Final time around. That pushes Glanger, who is up in the top 5 for both the starts here, down to 7th. Back end momentum going the wrong direction here. Mir still holding on. Howie still has about a second cushion, but there's still a lot of chance for some back and forth again. Glanger wants a spot back. He's got right behind, trying to find a pole as well in that black, white, and red machine.
Now here we go. They work their way through. That's a look at that second group. But up front, no response for Miguel Mir. Sign of life, though, for Daniel Howie, who has been able to take a little bit of a chunk out of the gap that Mir was able to set from the start of this race. The 477 qualified on the pole, won heat race number 1, and now he's going to win heat race number 2. Miguel Mir is going to be on the pole position tomorrow for the main events, with still a third heat race getting set to come your way.
Dominating performance again from Mir. Does it by more than 2 seconds once again. Drive is there, speed is there. Big question will be what maintain for a full sweep on the day. We've seen how wild things got, though, at Noah Motorsports Park with how things turned out in that final. Anything's possible, but Mir is definitely showing he is the favorite.
2 races left on the running order. 206 Junior, KA Senior. All that's left. And heat race number 2 will be back.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race ready training.
Heat race number 2 for your 206 juniors getting ready to go underway. Sawyer Chambers, Levi Metter, Aston Wyatt, Alex Chandler, Clayton Stiles, Jensen Willander. Your top 6 starters, top 3 rows, Tapasha Ali, Dean Gearier, Mia Johnson, and Thomas Smith. Your top 5 rows, top 10 starters.
206 juniors have put together some solid performances today. You have Cade Caspar trying to move up along with Davis Buck. You also have Francisco Reyes and Brooks Outlaw, Vargas Cookson. Eversole was the DNF of the last race, looking to recover, starting 17th alongside Salas Root, JP Moser, Max Estrada, your top 20. And so, on that note here, Caleb, do this again. And remember, earlier on in the day, it was a 4-wide battle for the race win. Will that happen again?
Yeah, we'll see. Levi Metter needing a much better second heat race this time around. We'll see if he gets it. Chambers on the inside, Metter on the outside. Into the start box, green flag flies. Orslon Racing Texas 206 Junior is underway.
That coming down the straightaway. Pass made up for the race
Oh.
lead. A couple drivers having issues.
Francisco Reyes looked like he got popped up in the air and went sideways. Yeah, 3 to 4 of them slowing on the exit of turn number 5. Pasha Ali was able to make it through And up at the front, Sawyer Chambers. Now in the lead of this race to Metter, to Aston Wyatt, to Clayton Stiles, to Alex Chandler, your top 5.
Top group being able to break away a little bit here, but you can see some of the chippiness popping up in terms of the middle of the field. Some of the drivers not wanting to remain patient here. These juniors want to try and get track position pretty quickly. Chambers amongst those. Drop back again in amidst this hornet's nest. First minute or so burned off the clock. It's been an interesting one right from the get-go as the train is about maybe 7-ish carts deep to begin things off. Yes, indeed.
Well, here we go. Again, a much better start for the Reed Motorsports CRG, and of Metter put himself up to second. Aston White sitting there in third. Then a Stiles, then a Chandler, then a Willander. So they stack up, but a much quieter start, must be said, than what we had at the start of the first one. Now Wyatt looking to shuffle things up. Looks to go for a move on Metter. That's going to cost him. Stiles goes by. Chandler looking to go by. Willander up and over the curb there for Chandler. Going to slot in line in fourth. And Wyatt still stuck on the outside with 3 more, looking to go by on the inside. He's going to get stuck on the outside and forced off the racetrack there. Wyatt back in the line. Ali's going to go by. Johnson's going to go by. And a move that he was attempting for a second went from bad to worse. He's going to fall outside of the top 10.
And more side-by-side battling up at the front as Chambers has got himself back up to the point for a moment. See Stiles again amongst those. We've seen some of the other classes earlier getting feisty. He's feisty here. This could allow everyone right back in again to reset here, Caleb. And obviously, we know how much that some of these drivers like Stiles wanted after having chances in the late going earlier in this section of heat races alone.
Yeah, they've been able to keep things clean up in between the top 3 here. Metter to Chambers to Stiles. And a whole lot of shuffling as we're going to see throughout the entirety of this second heat race. But drivers looking to recover after maybe some not so good results in the first one. Looking to go better this time around. That's being said, Willander looking on the inside. Chandler going to ride the edge of the racetrack still. Hanging it on the rim. And he's going to get past, unfortunately. Gear is going to go by. Willander is going to get past as well. Now they're side by side. Pasha Ali's there. Cade Casper's there. And the 3 of them get by on the rookie. Willander's going to lose a couple spots in the process. And now Metter gets shuffled to the wayside, hits the wall. Contact. Metter's into the wall. He hit the barrier. And that front end is going to be destroyed.
There's barriers all over the track here. Some of the drivers being told to make sure they cut to the left as quick as they can. Still going for now, but I don't know if we've seen that bit of contact with the barrier in the past couple years here.
Oh, and there's more! Cade Casper, Dean Gearier, both of them go off the racetrack. Goodness gracious. Heat race number 2 and 206 Junior. Big turnaround from heat race number 1 there, Justin. Wow.
I mean, we've seen crazy things happen once you give the second run through. Sometimes when it comes to juniors, we see it again here. Still going with about a minute or so on the clock. All this is to say, if you're Chambers, you're wondering what's going on behind me because you may have been seeing the chaos pop up. It's 3 wide in the heart of the field again.
There's Mia Johnson. Jensen Willander, Cade Casper looking to make it 3 wide there, looking on the inside. Thinks better of it. Back in the line. And look at that. As quickly as those barriers got destroyed, the hardworking TSRS crew get it fixed up to keep this race green. Chambers out in front with a gap of a lifetime over Clayton Stiles. Pasha Ali in third, Chandler in fourth, Wyatt in fifth. But this race been turned upside down here, Justin.
upside down, sideways, about 720 degrees worth of switching around here, if you will. This is working perfectly for the 325 at this point because the gap is growing. Styles is not closing. Well, he's not helping too much here in terms of the chip away effect. They have a couple laps to try and find a way to stay in the draft and latch on quickly, and it's going to be difficult here with what we've seen from Sawyer here today.
Well, here we go. This one getting ready to draw to a close. Time has expired. Should be 2 laps to go. This time by as Mia Johnson follows behind Aston Wyatt. 5th and 6th on the racetrack. 2-6 in the air. 2 laps to go for Chambers and Styles. And that gap starting to close in. Clayton Styles doing a good job of reeling in the 325 here, Justin.
Yeah, trying as much as they can. Remember, he just talked about it was going to require effort. Going to be difficult. They've got a little bit of a gain. If they are able to get it to similar to what we've seen more so in KA, try and replicate that but in a 206, they may get one chance. I say that every time, and it feels like the chance comes near immediately, but I'm just saying it's still a sizable gap to close as you see the battle going on behind.
Yeah, Chamberlain's going to put himself to the bottom of the racetrack, knowing this one won't be in the cards for him. Just finishing inside of the top 5 is the aim for the Iron Rock Motorsports 360.
And now as they all zip through, you can just see how some of the compression's going on in the air packs here, but they're running out of time if they want to advance here, if you will. What's been a blistering afternoon in terms of temps where it's supposed to be even hotter tomorrow.
And here we go. They're all stacked up here. Aston Wyatt, Mia Johnson, Chandler, Casper. And then back to what looks to be Buck there. The driver in line. Indeed, yeah, right behind Kate Casper. They worked their way through. Up front, Chambers, half a second. The gap for the lead starting to close on in. Ali still there in third, not making much headway. And now we're side by side. For the edge of the top 5 for 4th. Johnson thought about it on the outside, and she's going to get past. Chandler's through. Kate Casper now looking for a way by as well.
Still not done on the fight. You see the side-by-side. Going to force to the outside. The white and bluish machine as they work their way through the leaders. Still relatively close. Styles is not close enough, though, for the send. They've ditched the 342. Styles needs a miracle if it wants to try and take away heat number 2.
Well, he needs a draft. He's going to get it. This time by to turn number 8. He's closing in. Chambers knows it. Managing. Looking over the shoulder. You see it here. Closing, closing, closing. Yellow flags fly. That's going to put an end to it. The final corner. No passes allowed there in this final sector for Clayton Styles. Sawyer Chambers is going to win heat race number 2 in 206 Junior.
A nice drive up at the front. Chambers leading just about the entire race here this time. Black flag popping up in the middle of the field here, so we'll see where things get sorted provisionally. But an entertaining one once again. Mind you, give credit to drivers like Casper going up 5. Buck went up 5. Outlaw went up 6 to join in the top 10 fight.
Black and checkers fly. A lot happened in that one. A lot to look over for these drivers, for these teams. And a lot of pickup, that's for sure as well here, Justin. Chambers is going to win it. And we'll see them again in about an hour and a half's time for their third and final heat race of the day for main event racing action. K100 Senior, all that's left in the run order for heat race number 2 when we return.
Gee, looks like we're missing an engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
How's he gonna make weight? Okay, you're good.
sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Time to go racing in Kart CRG USA K100 Senior as Ruben Moya gets ready to lead this field to the green flag. The Spanish Salmon starts alongside Jose Carlos Hernandez.
We'll see just how well they battle it out once we get rolling. Remember, some of the other drivers going to fight again. This is the previous run through you see on screen. But that being said here, we just seen in the previous race how competitive things got. You remember some of the drivers up there that are going to be in the conversation, like music, we keep an eye on, and many others, how they're going to perform when we get rolling here in the next moment.
Here we go. Moya. Jose Carlos delivered a great end to it. Landon Skinner kept him honest, drove his way through this field to put himself in the conversation. But it was the 909 of Ruben Moya when it was all said and done. We look for the flag. 39 drivers total. We got it. We're underway, and it's a good start for the 909 of Ruben Moya. Jose Carlos Hernandez in second. Just bogged down at the start of the race. Paramo through for third. And still adjusting on the carburetor there for Jose Carlos. He's going to lose a little bit of time.
Trying to make those adjustments here as a couple drivers battle inside the top 10. Back end of it, if you will. But all of this is to say, as they all make their way through, Moya, great start. Trying to maintain rhythm as they go back and forth again. Look at how many people try to make moves at the same time down the back.
Yeah, goodness. A lot to identify there. Peyton Phillips. Looks like Polaya was in the middle of it. And you look at it here, Cohen Summers, Gage Bailey working their way through the backstretch. But up front, Ruben Moya, a great start as they complete lap number 1. Hernandez right behind him in second, Paramo. Then you go back to Benjamin Highland, Skinner, Summers, Bailey, Blum, Music, and Mac Parks inside of the top 10.
And Hernandez now with the adjustments, now making the charge. And off the track, Moya off the circuit. He drives in the grass, and Jose Carlos Hernandez takes the lead, Moya to third.
You don't see that too often out of Ruben Moya there, Justin. Surprising. Just kind of goes in a little bit too deep, on the gas a little bit too early, and on the exit of the corner. No runoff here. Your runoff is a whole lot of dirt, a whole lot of sand. And that's exactly what the 909 found. Overcharged the corner. That being said, though, speed still there, putting himself in third, but right behind him, Landon Skinner, one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack in heat race number 1, puts himself up to fourth. And now finding somebody he could probably work with to close on into the number 1.
Well, that last, though, is the huge thing. Right now with under 4 minutes to go. Taking the way through, Ramo gets a chance to work with his teammate once again.
And Jose Carlos still very busy there, Justin.
Yeah.
On the run up to turn number 3, you see the right hand reaching over to the carburetor. Yeah. Adjusting on the needles there. Probably not happy as to where that carburation sits. And again, it's changed a whole lot, right, with how windy things have gotten out here. Temperatures dropping maybe just that little bit in comparison to what where they were when they ran heat race number 1. But that being said, everybody else is still getting to work. Cohen Summers there as we follow him along. He's up to 5th. Highland right behind him in the first weekend that Summers is competing on one of the Pantano machines. A new partnership with Greg Welch. That being said, they're working their way through. Turn number 11 here, Justin. The battle up at the front. As quickly as the gap opened up, it's now closed on down. Ruben Moya has chased down both of the Orslund machines throughout this race.
And has Landon Skinner yet again in the conversation. Remember, Skinner was fast at the back end of the long run in heat number 1. Here comes Moya, forces it through. Skinner for 3rd. Tried to stick it, couldn't. But crosses up.
Yeah, just needs a good exit here, needs a good run. They're going to be side by side. See if Skinner's able to clear him before the corner, and he won't. Paramo's going to go through. He's going to get by. He's going to hold on to 3rd. Skinner tried it and just left room there for Paramo on the inside. Now the two of them pointing forward. Paramo wanted help. He's not going to get it. Skinner's going to go through for 3rd.
I don't know if that's necessarily for help or saying, I squeezed you off there. You can go back ahead. I know I squeezed off there. Maybe some sportsmanship possibly, if you go in the benefit of the doubt. But either way, this is to say Moya is hungry to take over that lead. Summers and company still doing well in their battle pack also for the front straightaway.
Yeah, Ruben Moya caught Jose Carlos Hernandez by surprise in turn number 12. We'll see if he does the same this time around. That was, again, throughout the final couple laps, Moya could go a little bit sooner if he wanted to as they work their way up to turn number 3. Still sitting patient behind the number 1, the reigning champion in the series.
Still, though, Moya, I think, knows it might be beneficial to make sure there's no chance of Skinner to come back in, or better yet, Paramo. Make sure there's no additional help, if you will, like they got wild with last time in the battle coming up through the final corners. Jose Carlos Hernandez, though, a little bit of slide up out of the corner. Moya's following him tire track to tire track, not allowing any inch to breathe, any mistake, and the one could lose this lead pretty quickly.
Here we go. They're pushing each other along, playing nicely in between the two of them. Moya was right here, turn number 12, where he caught Jose Carlos Hernandez by surprise. Left everybody on the fence line surprised.
Yeah, you can hear the screams of excitement and oohs and ahs from the last time. But will that be the case this time? Everybody making their way single file outside of that group. A lot of those Ursulons staying in the group. By the way, for some of those in the Arpax, Blum holding on at the moment. A little bit of a slow up like we've seen a couple drivers do off the corner. Highland has the better speed, had no place to take it though.
And this is a group with Highland there, Blum and Roussel. The 906 championship points leader making a move now, looking on the inside. Highland's going to go all the way to the outside, drop a tire. And now for the back. Mac Parks looking to close on in.
And a lot of squabbling still, but I think things changing up towards the front there, in amongst that line. See some of these drivers here as they make their way up to the final corner. It's been getting busy out there. See some of the air packs still getting feisty on the deep sends. But as we come on through the timing loop, Moya did take the race lead. But is that going to last? You see right now the one's got help from Skinner again.
Yeah, that pass lost Jose Carlos a good chunk of time. Skinner's going to go on the inside looking. Turn number 3. And a heads up over under out of Jose Carlos Hernandez to get back by on the 917. And you see him pointing forward to Ruben Moya. Again, we're so used to seeing Skinner, Hernandez go back and forth, week in, week out. And this time around, it's a different look.
It's more so a different benchmark for your battle rather than just yourselves, if you will. Yes, still big for the points. A little bit of dirt kicked up by Jose Carlos Hernandez that time coming to the corner. But as they make their way up through the right-hand sweeper, Skinner electing to push. Trying to see what they can do here. Moya has a big cushion to close this race out in the final moments as the white flag waves.
Yeah, he's got him covered. When you look at the speed that Moya has had, so far throughout the day. Fastest lap of the race, fastest over the 3-lap average. And you see Jose Carlos just not happy to where the carburation currently sits for him. 0.2 is what he's kind of missing right now in comparison to Ruben Moya's fastest lap of the race. Landon Skinner, you know, he's right there with Ruben, but he's had to work his way through this field after qualifying just outside of the top 5 here, Justin. So time and time again, it looks like Skinner is the one who has an answer for the 909, just not able to show it just yet.
I agree with you on that because we've seen just how much Skinner charged in Heat 1. Heat 2, still can't find a way around the 1. But for Moya, he's about to run to the sunset. Skinner looking for the overlap. There it is.
He's going to get it onto the backstretch. They're going to go side by side. Jose Carlos almost looking like a sitting duck on that backstretch. And Skinner's going to get clear. But up front, Ruben Moya flexing his muscle. 2 for 2 in Heat racing action. He's going to win the second one of the day. Skinner, Hernandez, second and third.
Good battle up for the race lead. 3 wide in the battle at the back end of the top 15 or so. But some great racing. Good racecraft. Some give and take seen. And yet again, Moya, back-to-back wins. Can he get the perfecto when it comes to the Heats? The hat trick, if you will, for the Heat races later on this afternoon.
Yeah, that should be enough for Ruben. We'll leave him starting inside of the top 10. Quick pause in the action. Heat race number 3. From the top of the running order, the Micro Swifts, after the break.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Did you enjoy that break? We hope you did, because Kart Chaser is back with more. It's the top of the rotation. It's our third and final Heat rotation of this afternoon. It's time for 8 karts in the Micro Swifts at the racetrack. Cohen Scott, Dusty Strayer on the front row, Hayden Sampson and Shep Sullivan, Sebastian Kim and Vettel Baker row 3. Austin Reppin and Baron Chen on the 8. that are in this field. Again, brought to you by RKM Motorsports. Is this class as this entire field looks to battle again. Remember, earlier today, it was an intense fight for the win. Strayer, Scott, Sullivan were the three breakaway drivers, Caleb. Will that happen again? Let's find out.
We'll see. Cohen Scott, Dusty Strayer, the two of them have gone back and forth all day today. With Shep Sullivan as well, getting himself in the mix. Hayden Sampson, a couple of good results throughout both of the classes he's taking part in this weekend. We'll see how they all stack up. They're at a crawl.
Now, this is the slowest we've actually seen the main pack go for any of these starts today. So, making sure there's no issues. They rolled away through the final complex. You want to get the start right. See all the officials making sure to give them the signal to be sure you're ready to go. And get up to those blue cones to the start zone. Up out of turn 2. In between 2 and 3. They'll zip their way through the tram lines and now get set to go for the start zone. Now they get the opportunity to set up for that start kill.
Yeah, well, here we go. This is where they will take the green flag into the start box. They go now, and Cohen Scott has them all at a crawl. Third round of heat racing action starts here. Micro Swift, presented by Arcade Motorsports, is underway.
Well, what can you say? That inside line got the better run for the pole sitter than it did the outside with Strayer and company. Big launch, but the problem is we already see Sullivan, because of that, got a good start himself, and we know how well he worked with everybody amongst that battle for the race win.
Yeah, Vettel Baker as well, able to cross the line in fourth. Or sorry, able to start this race off in fourth for Vettel Baker. Driver only 7 years old, Cadet Kart champion. Putting himself with a good position to start things off. We're side by side, Hayden Sampson, Sebastian Kim, Reppin, Chen are all going back and forth in the back half of the field. And Sullivan, we talked about Sean Owens and Jay Russell closing down the gap to the two drivers ahead of them. They've done that now. And are right there with Dusty Strayer.
Not surprised to see that gap immediately trimmed. It's been the case throughout the day. Now, though, as they all try and figure out where the next move is going to come, Scott is trying to drive his own line. See him a little bit different approach. Strayer has had a ton of momentum this year, just ate the entire gap up in one corner.
Yeah, Dusty Strayer right there on his rear bumper, able to close on in. And Vettel Baker as well. He's starting to open up his gap to the group further back. And Hayden Sampson, Reppin, Kim, and Chen. Good start for that rookie there in the 209. When we look up, Cohen Scott in a weekend where he's really kind of hit his stride, Justin, must be said.
Feels like it too, absolutely. Scott has ran himself well with the pole earlier on today in qualifying. Had back and forth battling with Strayer in every race, but remember, provisionally, Scott got a win after a 5-second penalty earlier for the Heat 1 totals. Still, that is up in the air. But all that to say, Scott all race seems to really know this track, seems to have no major issues around it, hasn't made too many major mistakes at all over the course of the day in amongst these 3 heat races, as Baker has lost touch with the top 3.
Here's a look at this second group. Reppin is the driver who's currently in 5th on that Orslin Racing Texas machine. Then you go back to Hayden Sampson and a Sebastian Kim and a Baron Chen, the driver in 8th on his Kart Republic. they're starting to close in here on Shep Sullivan, who something happened on the 212. Vettel Baker's now ahead of him in third.
Obviously a mistake or something coming along the lines. The 212 was up with the top three, was riding there comfortably, having a chance to work with Strayer. Now Strayer doesn't have any assistance, and now Sullivan with that will have to figure out, can they at least get back to Baker on raw speed? Baker's already got a couple second head start from that. +3 now for Baker. Sullivan -6 seconds to the leader. Strayer still within 0.2 of the point.
Yeah, Dusty hanging on to the coattails here of the 292 of Cohen Scott. That being said, though, Vettel Baker and one driver off. Reppin in the 287 puts a foot wrong. Sampson's clear. Seb Kim as well gets by. They move up to 5th and 6th. And Reppin's down to 7th. Pretty big turnaround there in between those two and the top two. Showing their pace out in front here, Justin.
So we're to Heat 1 just like that. This time, though, Strayer not willing to slice and dice for the lead quite yet. He wants to at least wait, it looks like, because we've seen different approaches from them here with some of the back and forth in Heat 1. That have been in Heat 2 with the help of Sullivan. Now, here's the thing, Strayer, with this positioning, I think still would have the upper hand possibly for the pole for the final tomorrow. So, yes, you want to try and maybe help with the point side, but on the flip side, for the big points for the final, you're in a great spot regardless to try and be your pole sitter.
Yeah, so far, again, it's been a good day for Dusty Strayer, who, again, won heat race number 2. He won the second one as well, and Cohen Scott still looking for his first, really number 1 in the racing action. He was able to qualify on the pole, which is, again, a good sign for Cohen, and a good points haul with the points that are awarded 10 points for the fastest lap in qualifying and for winning the pole position. That will go the way of Cohen Scott. But you look at how the heat races have gone up to this point. Dusty Strayer currently has the nod as he looks to extend his championship points lead. This would be, if it's able to stick for Cohen Scott, this would be a great way for himself to propel himself further up the championship order. And now they switch. Or I should say they stay the same.
Yes.
But, again, it would be some switching for Cohen Scott if he's able to get himself further up the championship points.
Got to try and rally his way up from about the top 5 or so. Now, this is the type of weekend you can build momentum off of, I think you can argue, Cale, because you won one race, you, so to speak, open up the door for more racing attempts or momentum to keep on going. Can it be sustained for Scott is the question for the course of this weekend as they all make their way through. You see some of the distance. Sullivan is now in third, by the way. Baker did lose the spot to Sullivan with the 212's raw pace.
Here they go. Here's a look at that second group. Sampson, Kim, Reppin. All right there. Vettel Baker holding on. He's put 7 seconds, I should say, on the 4 drivers right behind him. Last lap, white flag waves. Scott and Strayer, the gap. It was close. It's now opened up here, Justin. 0.6 of a second.
One of the larger leads of the race here, and that's going to be huge for Scott. Talked about the various things. Provisionally got Heat 1. Now Heat 2 was a contender there. This may very well likely see the 292 be at the front of the field on Sunday. As long as there's no mistakes, any mistakes, Strayer can have a great chance to zip on by and take over the control spot.
This will be a leisurely way to end the day for Cohen Scott. He's looked for this win right here all day long over Dusty Strayer. Wasn't able to get it in either of the two. Or I should say was able to get one after the dust settled. But that being said, Cohen Scott, last couple corners, he's going to take the win. Or sorry, now it's the last lap. So one more time around here for Cohen.
Well, to say they were within 2 seconds of it down the front straightaway previously when the clock showed. And for him, now gets the chance to really drive forward. It's more than 2 seconds now. Picked up a second plus over the course of the lap. I think Strayer trying to maybe reserve the tires a bit. Scott just driving away, running his own tempo, running 1:13.5s. So he's actually gone back a little bit in tempo while still breaking away. Well, Strayer, he went to the 1:15s last time by.
Yeah, something's going on there with a 2:02. That's not like Dusty to lose that much time. And on the bright side for him, it's the last one of the day. Has all night to get that thing fixed up. If there is something wrong with his TKS Parolin. That being said, this time by, checkered flag flies for Cohen Scott. He's your winner at the end of heat race number 3.
Dominant drive at the very end, 2.4 seconds is the gap between first and second. Sullivan recovers to still be in the top 3 at the very least. Wonder how different this race would have been if that was different. Sampson having to hold back the crowd, lost a bit of ground late, ends up holding on to 7th after being a couple spots higher to start the final lap.
There you go. 1 done, 9 to go. Mitty Swift coming up next.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Grid stays the same. Heat race number 3, still Blackwood, still Polo Santos up at the front. they get ready to start this one. Got the green flag into the start box. And a mini Swift presented by the Air Academy is underway. Santos goes around Landry Bridges. Got into the side of him. And Santos is put on the back foot as quickly as this one's gotten started. Eitayo Olisa takes advantage up to third.
In the first corner of the race, too. I don't know what else you can say. That's going to be a hard recovery now for Santos, who's lost a fair bit of time here, Caleb. And everybody else now licking their chops, including Olisa. Guess who's already to second with the chaos?
Yeah, and Eitayo's had to do a lot of work throughout the first two heat races to get through the mess, to get himself clear. Heat race number 1, it was early premature DNF for Eitayo. And now finds himself in second. We'll see what he can do as he looks to chase down Tyler Blackwood in the final heat race of the day. For those of you guys wondering, tomorrow's coverage starts bright and early at 8 a.m. for the warm-ups. It'll be free for everybody to view. And then after about 9:18, when the national anthem plays, we'll go straight into main event racing action. And we're going to be busy for the end of the month of June here. We go to the United States Pro Kart Series next weekend. We'll go side-by-side that weekend as well with the Champions of the Future America Series over at K1 Circuit Winchester. And then on July 4th weekend, MCC Indy Karting Challenge. Those two races will take place as well on our Kart Chaser Grassroots platform. There's a good look at the events that are getting set to come your way to close off June and to start off the month of July. KC Summer fully underway, in full swing, should say there.
Yeah, not too many days off for us here at Kart Chase, to say the very least. If there's an event, we're going to be there, to say the very least. Blackwood, by the way, rocket ship. Already 1:12.7, near 2 seconds quicker. Tyler Blackwood wanted this win this week. He was quick previously at NOAA in some of the races. Was one of the hard chargers at NOAA Motorsports Park, I believe. This time through, started with the track position, just went with the hard charge anyway and ran away already 4 seconds for your race lead. We'll say the battle for fourth might get interesting. You see the interval staying within half a second there. Last time by with 117 and 188. On some of the air battles. Santos, 14 seconds back from that collision, by the way.
Heartbreaking there for the 144. Just didn't have a chance to show his speed in heat race number 3. We follow along with Eitayo. Olisa, the 157. Putting in some laps. But Blackwood has them all covered by a pretty big margin, 112.7 to 114.3. It's about a second and a half a lap. That's how fast the 128 is.
Really, is that down to driver, setup, kart, or all of the above here, Caleb?
Could be a lot of things, right? Could be experience out of Tyler Blackwood. He's been here more than maybe some of his competitors. You know, and again, that Bennick, I would assume, pretty dialed in if he's as fast as he is. But it's also just hitting your marks lap after lap, being consistent. Look, a lot of these drivers can put down a lap. Putting down a lap for 6 minutes plus 2 laps. And then when you look at tomorrow, 14 minutes plus 2, that's where you see those differences. That's where you see, you know, all that seat time that Blackwood puts in. That's where you see it pay off here.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking back at some of the previous runs, believe it was back last year, which was around the end of May, start of June. He was one of the contenders, Blackwood was, in the micros, too. So he's got good experience in the finals here in terms of his running order. Today, has definitely showcased he's the best of the minis here in the entry list. So we keep an eye, though, on that battle for third. By the way, Hamburg has lost that spot. The 119 dropping back still is the midpoint of the field.
There's a look at Sebastian Sampson. 188 High Five Performance Texas machine puts himself up to 5th. 30 seconds left on the clock here. For these 7 drivers.
Remember, some of these drivers doing double duty over the course of this weekend, too, like the Sampsons, for good measure. We've seen them appear in mini and micro, and as well in the 206 cadet, and 206 as general, I should say. So some of these groups, they don't really get the full rest, if you will, between some of the events. You're talking about a turnaround of, give or take, 30, 40 minutes at the very most. Some of the drivers have had here today. But people want to keep busy sometimes. You don't want to just be sitting out there on the trailer saying, okay, my next race is in 2 hours. Some people aren't wired that way, I guess you could say, Caleb. Some just want to drive.
Increases, again, just track time. You're able to go out there, put down laps, learn a little bit from this place, whether you want to improve on one or the other. And that's what we're going to see out of 2 drivers that are getting ready to race coming up next with the Tillotson T4 Senior Division, and Reagan Seville and Davis Henry in a couple of moments. But giving you that added time, giving you that, accelerated progression is the biggest thing, especially for young drivers, right? Going back and forth, different engine package, whether it's a 206, whether it's the mini, or whether it's the micro, and getting a different view at both of the competitions. It's no secret. Look, this field has been spread out, very spread out. The same for the micro class. You got 2 drivers that are up at the front, 3 with Shep, outside of the issue he just had in the start of that 3rd heat race. But when you look at the competition on the 206 cadet side of things, very, very high level of racing with both micro and mini drivers alike taking part in the cadet category here, Justin. So that is one of the biggest things. All right, you want to run the mini Swift stuff. 2-cycle is, what's big across the nation. You want to go race at some of the big national series. You race either in micro or in mini, but you want to add that little bit of racecraft. You want to add a little bit of, learning, racing against other people, going wheel to wheel, fighting back and forth. You get that out of 206 cadet here this weekend. You see some of the big differences that you have. And again, 10 seconds for Tyler Blackwood here in mini. This is just, again, clearing the field by a mile here. Almost a second a lap quicker than everybody else. We'll follow him along for this final lap.
Blackwood continuing to drive away, near 13 seconds up over the field. This course factored in with some of the contact in the opening corner from the start zone. But Blackwood in this race has stayed very lightning fast. Just fell into the 113s 2 laps ago. Today, he'll get the chance to try and see if he can get the trifecta, if not the quadfecta. Blackwood sweeps the heats here in Amarillo.
Good drive there out of the 128. Aitayo Lisa, 12 seconds back. Now crosses the line. He's going to finish in second. He's going to be pumped up about that one. Luzanak and Polo Santos, a good recovery after falling on the last. Comes across the line in fourth.
Definitely an intriguing race, to say the least, but really so. It's about what can you do to counter your hard charger from last time, Tyler Blackwood. Dominating pace here today. You have Znak in the top three. Santos recovered to fourth. Hamburg fell down to fifth. Sampson, Sebastian specifically in sixth. Then Bridges in the seventh position. Next class just moments away. You're watching Kart Chaser for coverage of TSRS.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart, it's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com.
Heat race number 3 for our T4 seniors, Reagan Seville, Davis Henry, still the two of them, as they get ready to take the green flag here. Wind blowing here at Amarillo Motorsports Park as they get ready to take the green flag.
Good start from Seville once again to begin things off. Able to get the launch and pull himself by a couple kart lanes, but watch for Henry yet again to fight amongst these two.
We'll see what Davis Henry can do against Reagan Seville in this third and final heat race. Seville's been able to get the better of him in the first two and in the qualifying session. They work their way into the run of turn number 8. Davis Henry gonna have a look down low, locking up the brakes. And a deep send. Seville looking to cross him over. They're gonna go side by side on the run down to turn 11. Henry tried it. And Seville's able to go back by, and not for long. Henry, turn 11, smoke in the air for Henry. You see how much he's pushing that thing to the limit. And now Seville's going to go side by side with him.
Keeps obliterating those tires with the lockup. Seville again with the pass. every race so far, Caleb, he's just burned up those tires, locked them up with a heavy send. He really seems to be aggressive in 11. There's another aggressive send, this time no lockup.
Well, there's only 2 of them, but we're racing here. They're going back and forth. Davis, Henry, Reagan, Seville, putting on a show. Everybody watching on from the fence lines. And Henry's pushed the limit time and time again on the brakes, deep into the corners. And able to work his way up on the 500.
All marching their way to the back straightaway section once again. Seville looks like he's building up a run yet again. All this is to say, Seville again, regardless here with the coin, you do the coin flip, it's simple. Seville's got the advantage because he's gotten the 2 heat wins in this one. But in the case of Henry, may as well try and see, can you at least get 1 on the board? Try and see where he can make passes. Seville just going to take the opportunity to zip his way back to the race lead yet again. And now can he build some cushion up front?
Well, we're about to find out. It's a car length at the moment between Henry and Seville. It's just a matter of whether or not Seville can open up this gap up at the front. About to reach the halfway point here. Just over 3 minutes to go here. Plus 2 laps, Justin.
Yeah, still a decent amount of time in the racing standards here today. But, again, I almost want to listen in on these conversations they have at the paddock, being like, hey, we're the only 2 here. We're in a great spot for the ticket now. Was looking at last year's entry list for T4 Senior, for those curious. There was a grand total of about less than 10-ish U.S.-based drivers last year. You can get your name into an illustrious crew with a lot of people, not just from Europe, but from the Pacific regions, on the Oceania areas, as well as, in cases, some drivers from South Africa. It's a prestigious race where if you do well, you can put yourself on a radar for some people, to say the very least.
I mean, Noah Rosser, for example, he's the driver who won about 2 to 3 years ago. Cameron Reed actually qualified on the pole that weekend at the one of the first editions of the T4 World Cup in Valencia, Spain, a beautiful racetrack out there. One of these drivers looking to join Team USA.
Yeah, especially since it's a good opportunity, as we said, but also tickets at the more, how do I say, budget-friendly way. If you wanted to take that trip that way, absolutely. Why don't we take a listen into the sights and sounds for a moment. Seville starting to build the distance yet again. His request to go off to Spain in September continues. making their way through into the final corners. Regensville yet again puts together the afterburners on the long run and will get the sweep, including qualifying. Everything possible on Saturday goes to Kart 500. Seville wins the third heat and does so by more than 2 seconds.
There you go. Sweep of the weekend for the 500. Davis Henry cross the line in second. Quick commercial break. We return to 06 Kit Karts presented by GR2 Motorsports. Hit the racetrack.
You ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
What are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the...
As you can see, Kit Karts are ready to roll. All set to go for these youngsters. How will things go? Maverick Reddick has been in control all weekend so far. He'll control the field as we get ready for the green. All set to go. Let's go racing again.
It's a good start up front for the 75, the 97, as well. Grayson Hall is able to get a good start. Baudouin in line in third. Boudreau keeps his starting position. Slot up and in a second, and I stand corrected. Battle for second has changed. It's Sullivan Baudouin, the driver now, in line.
Gonna try and hold on. A little bit of a blend that time to the outside there as they all make their way through. All being said, Boudreau was able to capitalize on 19's mistakes last race. Not going to do the same again as you see the difference in line. These karts not even blending towards that outer groove, coming up towards the sweep of the right-hander with how much they're carrying the tempo. Or rather, how much speed they're able to carry full throttle was the phrase I'm trying to say.
Yeah, very good point there, Justin. And it's just a matter of, keeping yourself on the track, minimizing mistakes. hitting your marks consistently. So it gets you up to the front of the field. We look on by. The gap up front is at about a second between Sullivan Baudouin and Maverick Reddick as we complete the first lap of the race. Here's a look for the back on Ian Chaparro and Hal Bird, drivers 7th and 8th.
All of them marching their way through. It's been steady driving from some of these drivers here today. Chaparro, solid today. Salazar, solid today. Salazar trying different lines maybe. Doesn't have the overlap. Get on by. And for a lot of the drivers here, track position pivotal. And also being able to drive the racing line so pivotal. You want to be fast here with the way these karts function. Oh, by the way, plenty of them making sure their GoPros stay in use. Remember, 10% off the promo code if you use that QR code and use the code KartChaser10. GoPro. Every kart needs one.
Yes, indeed. There, Justin, as we take a look at the battles on the racetrack. There's a look at Chaparro, Hal Bird, working their way through. Maverick Reddick, gap now just under a second and a half to Sullivan Baudouin, Beckett Boudreau, Brassard, and then to Hollis. Back to Maxwell, Chaparro, Bird, McCullum, Salazar, Montes, Addison, and Rickman. The 13 drivers in this field. Looking for something on the 75, and Sullivan's going to put a foot wrong. A little bit too wide on the exit of turn 5, drops a tire. And Boudreau's right there looking to pounce into turn number 6, looking inside clear for Boudreau.
Not much defense you can really do there except try and hope you can get the run back because Boudreau just had a better run as a result of that bobble again. So a 95 in good position, but look at the overlap yet again. Baudouin looking. Can he make it stay? A little bit of chattering for the 95 on the outside, and they make contact!
Baudouin's off the racetrack. Boudreau goes off as well. Brassard looking to go through now. In third, Brassard is clear and closing in on Sullivan and Baudouin.
I think there was a part pinch, part send from each of them there, you could argue. And that's going to be one of the things, what did I say about going back to the GoPro? That's going to go back to the GoPro and figure out what you could do instead of what just happened there, especially when you have the same chassis manufacturer. And now you have Baudouin push down the order. You also have Boudreau trying to fight right back with some of the people he was fighting with earlier.
And now it's a group of 4. They're single file on the racetrack. Brassard, back to Boudreau, back to Hollis, and then back to Maxwell in the 99 MSL Racing machine. They work their way through now. 40 seconds left on the clock. And I think Reddick might just beat it to the line to get 3 laps to go.
Again, this is even bigger than the last one. That's how good Reddick's been driving also. Some of the mistakes that come into play for some of the errors. Reddick at the back, into the back straight away. Ellers just down the middle of it right now. All saying, Brassard trying to hold on for now, but the pressure's building for the 95. Runs coming up. Will Boudreau get alongside again? Try and retake the 3rd position here as they pull it away from Hollis.
4 seconds to go, and see if Reddick's just able to beat the time. He won't. 2 laps to go this time by. All that's left on the clock here, Justin. See all the parents emphatically pointing to their young drivers, giving them direction. Are able to see what's going on in front of them, able to see what's going on behind them.
Chaparro had some issues, it looks like, fell down the order to 11th, by the way. Running the top 10 prior to that point. Now look to reset. All the youngsters drive their way through. 11 doing a good job. Now actually chipping away for P2. Looking to round up the position. Broussard, your biggest mover, +3 so far. Running 1:31.5's last time by, was a second quicker than that 19 the previous time. It is looking to try and follow a similar line that worked to get the passes done for the 19 earlier.
Well, here we go, Baudouin, Broussard. With a lap and a half to go. Baudouin still is the driver at the point of the second group. He's in second, and now Broussard with a nose to the outside. Looking to make a run for it. Fortunately, it's not there. Not enough momentum. And the number 11 comp cart. This time by, white flag in the air for Reddick as he crosses the line now. 7.5 seconds and counting. Up at the front of this field, they work their way through. Baudouin to Broussard to Boudreau to Hollis, your top 5.
Broussard needs a big run to have an opportunity here at this point. Right now, Baudouin has the difference, has the gap. Will it last? 19 making its way through, still up by 3 kart lengths. While Maverick Reddick is already running off to the sunset and a chance to rest after this one for the Kid Kart division. Right now, the 19 just has to make sure no off tracks to make sure the 11 doesn't get the pass for second.
Battling continues. They work their way through turn number 7. Baudouin holds on for now. Broussard right there. But out of turn number 8 with the sun setting in the distance. It's the 75 through it all. Maverick Reddick is 3 corners away from sweeping the weekend, or sweeping the weekend up to this point, sweeping the Saturday, qualified on the pole, won heat race number 1, he won heat race number 2, and across the line now, he's going to win the 3rd heat race and final heat race on the day to put himself on the pole position tomorrow. Across the line for second, Sullivan Baudouin is going to get it over Broussard, Beckett Boudreau, and Grayson Hollis, your top 5. Maxwell is going to finish in 6th in the 99. And Hal Bird, kid out of Tennessee, finish in 7th. Here comes the rest of the pack. McCullum, Salazar, Montes, Chaparro. How they end the 3rd one of the day. Right back. Roger Kart Chasers coverage. Round number 3, the Tech Spin Racing Series.
I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing. Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got? Yes, of course.
Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Well,
course.
dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarrot.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine.
Welcome back to today's coverage as we continue on here at Kart Chaser. As you can see, the KA100 juniors are now on the racetrack. Have a new special guest alongside myself, Justin Prince. This is Marcelo Sanchez-Lara alongside. We get ready to go. The field already getting set and doubling up for the start here, Marcelo. Your thoughts on juniors, what you've seen from your perspective?
You know, thanks for having me again. Junior's been super tough this weekend. You know, the changing conditions have been super hard to manage. You know, we've gone from a pretty cold track in the morning now to borderline overstuck, maybe turning into a greasy track here. And, you know, walking around the pit, I've seen teams making big changes, changing axles, changing rides. But green flag, here we are, racing.
Nathan Goldseth, Clayton Stiles, the ones leading the field. Aston Wyatt, Alex Chandler, Mason Berry, Jackson Baldus, the top six as we're underway once more here from Amarillo. And Goldseth starting with the opening gap here. Remember, this class has had some of the better battles of the day. Nathan Goldseth was sent off down pit road with a couple laps to go in the last heat. Wyatt ended up taking the win by 1 second over Stiles. Obviously, that can happen again where you get sent off down pit road. Goldseth maintained the gap as everyone else battles, including your fellow CRGs.
Yes, they are. There's Tanner Barsh going down on the inside. See if you can get that move to stick.
And really, as you've been working along with the various drivers this weekend, what do you say to them when it comes to a circuit like this? And when you have contact like that time Stiles holding on, able to have good kart control to hold on to second down the front.
You know, with the drivers here, you know, what we're trying to do is making sure they work with someone here because draft is extremely vital, you know. You know, we got Goldseth out in front trying to put his head down. We got Barry and Stiles right there in the second and third. You know, they're probably going to try to work together, and sometimes you have one guy say, hey, let's push forward, hand in the air, and sometimes you have one guy behind him says, you know what, you had two going to show me that you're quick, I'm going to pass you, and then we have this cat and mouse game. We have one guy pass me back again, and then we lose the leader. But here it looks like Barry and Stiles are working close together. We'll see how it goes on the back straightaway here shortly.
Chance for them to work together and see what they can do here in the 800 kart numbers. Mind you, in the case of Barry, he's been one of the drivers bounced around a little bit. One driver's with Team GWR. In the case of Stiles, he's one of the Iron Rock Motorsports entries in the pack today. Goldseth maintaining a solid gap, though. They aren't really connected together. In fact, they're battling behind with drivers, once again, like Cox, looking to go forward. Cox all day has been wanting to charge and be up at the front. Heat 2 got there immediately. Heat 1 had a lead of 8/10 until it was reeled in by Goldseth at the end.
Yeah, Cox has been looking really good all day, and there he is closing up on Barry. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes down the inside into the falling corner. Looks like he's going to go for it. He's gone down the inside. He's got it cleared. Let's see if Wyatt follows through. Barry covers off. He's through.
Wyatt amongst those also shuffling into the line. So you mentioned this track with the major condition swings over the course of the day. It's gotten as high as 93 on the air temp alone here. What have been some of the major adjustments that you've seen the teams such as yourself make over the course of this to keep up with the track where by the way, tomorrow, by the time some of these drivers race for the final, it's going to be even hotter on the air temp to 105.
Oh wow, that's pretty hot. Yeah, throughout the day, I've seen different teams change axles and go from, what you would think to go harder when it gets hotter, but I've seen them go softer because the track's getting real slick. I've seen teams been chasing carburation all day, trying to find the rich edge and maybe even the lean edge of it. And I've seen people go backwards. I've seen, especially in the mini and in the K junior category, I've seen some engines are hauling down the straightaway, and then the next session, the next heat, they tried something different with the carburation, maybe going a little bit too lean and getting it hot. But the name of the game is adjusting to the conditions. Then it goes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. There goes Easton Cox, I believe, down on the inside, or I believe it's Jackson Baldus.
Baldus, amongst those who's had a bit of a rough day, has been one of the drivers bounced around a couple times over. Off track in the first race towards the end, off track at the beginning of heat number 2. So one of those that needs a good finish to at least get something going for tomorrow. Get some momentum on the board, you can argue.
Yeah, Jackson Baldus has been really quick all weekend long, and, luck has just not been on his side this weekend. But, he is pulling away from the train of Barry, Chandler, and Wyatt, and hopefully there goes Alex Chandler down the inside on Mason Berry.
And this is still, mind you, behind that main train that is about 3 carts thick that has closed up within half a second of Goldseth. Baldus right now needs to close up another 2 seconds. Have a chance to be in the lead group, needs a little bit of fighting. Next little bit. Styles and Cox should say in second, third.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, and 2 seconds at this track could happen in a matter of 3 corners, or it won't happen at all. Like I said, it's a very important decision-making game. We're here trying to play chess, not checkers with these kids. And in junior, we have some of our youngest superstars moving up early, and we have some of our older junior drivers. A good example is Goldseth. He's a little bit on the older side. Right behind him, Styles. He's also on the younger side. And in third, we have Easton Cox, which they looked like they were working well together, but now it's another it looks like about a 2-car gap to me. But the 2 OTKs trying to get to the front and get in front of that GFC. But it looks like they're working well. I don't see any hand signals yet. They're both tucking. They haven't looked behind each other for a while, so it looks like they're on the same page, and they're reeling in Nathan Goldseth. Like I said, right there, we went from 1 cart length to 0 in a matter of 1 corner. I wouldn't be surprised if Styles gets a little greedy and goes for it here soon.
That little bit, then a lot of bit that we've seen come into play so far, absolutely. Now they lost a little bit of ground, though, coming out of 2. A lot of people losing ground there, it seems, today with how they've approached that corner. A lot of people just, overcharging it, clattering the curves. It's caused a lot of separation in why Sector 1's become so critical if you want to be good for the back straightaway and for the long stretch to set up for that area.
Yeah, that corner is super crucial. Standing up from the overhead viewing area, I've been able to see, some drivers are absolutely mauling that curb, and it's offsetting the go-kart. Maybe the go-kart's a little too stiff. Some teams I know are tuning to get that front end softer, to get it to absorb the bumps and carry more momentum through and sacrificing speed elsewhere. But here we go again. Styles and Cox are close to Goldseth. Let's see what's going to happen.
Will the run come this time? Let's find out. We're already past 6 minutes. Here it comes to the inside. Styles with the help of Cox. Both of them get on by. Goldseth forced to reset now in third. Watch for the flags. That's double sticks in the air this time. 2 laps to go. And Styles will look to try and hold on. He's been in the conversation every race as well. Will this time be the one that sticks for a heat race win?
Yes, Goldseth is lurking right there. He was leading the whole race, but he is still there. He is lurking and coming.
Goldseth looking for the place to go. Cox stays on behind, a little bit of a distance through towards the start of the sector, and now Goldseth takes the send for second. Can Goldseth get back up there? He's got a 3-car length difference. We've seen it closed up even faster before.
Styles has about a 1-cart length lead in front of everyone else. Here we go. Final couple of corners coming. Goldseth and Cox are going to work together here. Let's see what they can do. They are pushing for sure. I don't know if it's going to be a deep send here, but it looks pretty good. Goldseth looks really quick. I don't know. It looks like he's going to go for it. No, he's not. He's going to hang back. I believe we have white flag this time by. Let's see if Styles is going to go defensive. I think he's holding he's not going defensive. Here we go into a very important corner. He's got to set it up correctly to get a good run. Goldseth is still right there. Both got great exits.
Go, will Goldseth go, defensive to the outside, Cox trying to stick it, instead gets the overlap to get second away from Goldseth, tried it for the lead, but they are allowing Baldus and Chandler right back into it.
You know, it's going to be real tough here. Baldus and Chandler there. Goldseth has already betrayed the trust of Easton Cox. Let's see what's going to happen. There goes Cox pointing again, pointing to his head, pointing to the sky. I don't know if it's going to be enough. You know, like I said earlier, you know, the cart length lead changes could change within a matter of a few corners. There goes Chandler down the inside of Baldus. Can he? No, he can't. Goldseth goes down the inside on Cox.
There we go, down for the stretch. Goldseth up to second again. But now the gap is pulling away. Second again, side by side. Multiple drivers shuffle Goldseth out of the way. How will that factor for the metric? All this as well. Styles, he drives his way to the front, stays up there this time. Checkered flag, Clayton Styles gets the win. Cox, Baldus, Chandler, Goldseth, your top 5.
Brilliant final 2 laps from Styles. Hit the front, stayed at the front, played it smartly, did everything he needed to do. Great heat win from him.
Nice drive overall, absolutely. Barry amongst those in the second pack held off Wyatt. Rodriguez held back Cruz, and Farfan in the third pack amongst the others on track. A few others had some issues pop up for themselves, like the 844. But what would you say about a race like this if you were amongst those directing the drivers with, we've seen respectful driving again up front amongst this pack and KA Jr. about the midway point here are heat races for Heat 3?
I think one of the absolutely one of the biggest things is picking and choosing your battles with who you work with. You know, we have some of these kids that are friends in the Metroplex, the club and regional level, maybe even at the national level. Some of these kids are friends on and off the track. You know, at the end of the day, at a track like this, it's picking and choosing your battles with the right people and making sure you trust someone to push and not kind of giving them the look, be like, yeah, let's work together, and instead just lying to them and going for a deep send down the inside and or even moving them out of the way.
We'll take a break. We're coming up to 206 Senior next in just a moment. Senior is brought to you by Kart Racing Solutions. And these drivers now hitting the racetrack. What should be a fun one. 206 Senior has seen a bit of back and forth. Reagan Seville amongst those contending with Josie Chambers here today. Those two setting the tempo, and they are your front row. Chambers over Seville, Bryce Frank, Calvin Singh, Kilco, Reed in the top 6, Lincoln alongside Ray. Then John and Braden are inside your top 10 today. A few of those names up in your top grouping have been able to flash their way inside the podium spots here today, to say the very least here, Marcelo.
You know, I haven't seen too much 206 Senior racing and 206 racing at all. The only 206 I've seen is Kid Kart all day today. You know, we've got a couple kids on the 10 racing 206 Kid Kart, but I know that this class, especially, I know we just said is draft dependent, but this one is even more draft dependent. This one is going to be, I like to call it, you know, the NASCAR of go-karts. It's big train racing, big train racing, and playing chess, not checkers again.
We've seen the top 2 karts that are on the starting grid, though, break away from the rest of the train. That's the tough thing going to be. Can you take the top 2 and put them in the pack, possibly? Take away their chance. It's almost like fighting Dale Jr. or Michael Waltrip back in the early 2000s in control of the super speedway.
Absolutely. You know, I know Reagan Seville and Chambers personally. You know, there's Reagan Seville doing a little stretch. But yeah, you know, Seville and Chambers are pretty good drivers. They have a notorious history in 206, being very quick at the front. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if these guys are going in the pack. And here we go, shortly green flag. Here we go.
Coming up to start off this one. Once again, we're past the halfway point. Heat number 3. The sun's slowly setting. We're past 6 p.m. Central Time here in Amarillo, and the field is off and away. no drivers have had to go around for a second attempt at the start today. Chambers clears on by as the battles are on 2 by 2 around 20 rows deep. And a few drivers off the track in the battle for third. That forced a little bit of side-by-side. They were able to hold on to it there.
Just like you called it, Seville and Chambers already pulling away. 2-car train. You know, don't count out the MGM espionage machines of Carter Killigo and Bryce Frank.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing when it comes to thinking about championship flip of the coin here when it comes to these machines. Carter Killigo had been the dominant driver for the first 2 rounds of the season as the points leader for a reason by 110 over Jackson Young, who has not had a good time. In fact, not really been here. So, that in mind, Kilgo is kind of having a bit of a quieter weekend to his standards that he set to start the season the first 2 rounds.
You know, as if you're a championship leader, you know, unfortunately myself, I've never been in that position, but championship leader here, being in third in Heat 3, no DNF so far for the day, I think you're in a great position. And, you know, honestly, the biggest race of the day is always going to be the final, but, you know, Carter Kilgo is in a very comfortable position right now. He's got his teammate behind him. He's got another teammate behind him, Kelvin Jing.
In fact, just riding along, being patient, if you will, in this. Remember, had fallen off in the long run earlier in Heat number 2, for those who missed on that one. But some of the team members working together, Bryce Frank, someone that we've seen here before, riding on some of the other drivers. Look at some of the teamwork. A lot of those carts grouping together and trying to get around pretty quickly.
You know, there we have 3 over-under 206 VLR-powered racing machines. Not sure who they are personally, but I know Evan Kozak, team owner of that over-under, and I see Bryce Frank is doing the old school tuck. Sorry for the brief technical interruption there. You know, Amarillo is very hot and very dry here, but we're back.
I will say, in the midst of that, the lead still stayed stable with the top 2, for those curious, Chambers and Seville, who worked bumper to bumper previously in the last race and stayed that way, are staying that way. All that's to say, Zane was up a spot ahead of Frank for a moment, got shuffled back again behind Frank.
Yeah, it looks like to me that Cameron Reed is reeling them in, surely. You know, before we had that technical issue, I saw Cameron Reed was about 4 kart lengths back, but now she looks like she's right behind Kelvin Singh and Bryce Frank. Maybe she's going to work with them to get to Carter. But, you know, Chambers and Seville are way out there in front.
Cameron Reed going to watch along with some of the battles going on, but also behind her. See some of the battles shuffle in the mid-pack. That puts Jensen amongst those trying to fight inside the top 10. A lot of those over-under machines. You talked about knowing some of the team management side personally. They have a big contingency set up near some of the buildings. All of that to say, Reed, who set fastest laps earlier today, making a pass. And that's broken up the packs a little bit. You see some of them broken apart with the leaders still 1-2 bumper to bumper. And what do you feel is going through the mind of Seville, knowing basically they've traded back and forth in these races? Seville had a penalty overturn in Heat 1 in the battle with Chambers. That's what seemed the end for Heat 1. Heat 2, Chambers got Seville. So
Yeah.
did Seville go after this on Chambers or just ride on behind and say, I prefer to start second?
I honestly would prefer to start second here. You know, these finals are pretty long, and Seville drops a tire, but I wouldn't be too concerned about it. You know, he should close up here shortly. You know, we have here the no man's land aspect when you're out there in front by yourself. Chambers will probably take a look back here in a second. He just took a look. He probably sees that Seville has maybe something's gonna miss with him, but I wouldn't be too surprised if Seville closes right back up and stays right behind him. And we only have about 15 seconds to go. It'll be 2 to go this time by.
Want to loop back to that point you're making. Why would you prefer to start second than in first?
You know, I think the carts fall better in your hands. You know, I've always felt like either being in second or third in a 2 to 3 cart train is always going to be better. And there is Reagan Seville really exaggerating that tuck. I've always been a fan of putting my face forward and And there it is. Reagan Seville's back on the bumper of Chambers.
That's the deepest duck I think I've seen here today, if not in the past year. Some of the drivers, some have gone with the forward tuck. But with that in mind, you're saying?
But yeah, I think second is going to be better. You know, you're going to have someone behind you most likely, unless these two karts are going to be together for the whole final tomorrow. I think, yeah, and there goes Seville down the inside.
Taking over the race lead for now. Chambers get the response back. Less than 2 to go, estimated here on the racetrack. Already past the 6-minute mark for those just jumping in. Chambers looking for the place to go, staying behind by Cartley now. If they battle again, that might allow Kilgo and Frank to draft up to them. Look at how much Seville has pulled the gap, and he is, I think, going back with a lower tuck again.
You know, maybe he's trying to change that center of gravity, trying to get that go-kart to stay planted throughout the corner more. I don't think it's doing too much for him, but, you know, Chambers should tuck here shortly, or he'd realize that, you know, maybe first place is not the best option for him right now.
Yeah, you could just see it's almost like sitting into a Formula car with how much he's leaning back there. The aerodynamics, trying to keep himself out of the air. Let's see what happens to confirm what the lap total is. This time through, Chambers and Seville, they've got the gap reeled in with the white flag. It's out. Chambers actually is vulnerable to lose second here.
Yeah, he's vulnerable to the two MGM Alan Rudolph Racing Academy machines of Carter Kilgo and Bryce Frank. They have been working together brilliantly all race long, and I wouldn't be surprised if they both go through within the final corner or before the final corner, maybe on that back straightaway, or, you know, Carter gets a good run out of that sweeper. And Chambers is going defensive. He's going low. Frank looks up. And no change so far. You know, Chambers has realized, and Chambers is going super low down to the inside.
I think he knows he needs to play defensive here, especially knowing the run they've built goes way down to the bottom. No chance on the inside. Coming up through the backstretch, they'll try the over and under attempt.
And Bryce Frank tries to go around the outside. Gets cut off just a little by a teammate. Reagan Seville way out in front, cruising. One hand on the wheel.
Outright dominant at the very end. Seville carries the momentum from some of the action earlier. 2 for 3 in the heat races. Seconds changed hands, but it's Seville regardless. Up at the point for heat number 3. Offset 3 wide, behind for a moment as Kilgo and Frank shuffled Chambers out of the top 3 for the first time the entire weekend. Thoughts on that one after some intense driving? Reed also got a top 5, about right at the back end of the group as well. Calvin Zing also in the conversation.
I think Carter Kilgo and Bryce Frank played a brilliant race. You know, they were in 4th and 4th and 5th by themselves for a little bit, and they managed their way all. They managed all the way to get up to 2nd and 3rd. Brilliant teamwork from the two teammates under the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy tent.
Take a small break once again. The 206 Cadets are next up. We're coming up to 4 remaining. 4 more races here on this Saturday.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Easy. Welcome back to Kart Chasers coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. We're getting ready to go green with heat race number 3 in 206 Cadet. Mikey Todd, Dusty Strayer on row number 1. Aiken Bodoa, Hayden Sampson, Sebastian Sampson, Pip Cheek, Nayeli Vargas, Hutton Buck, Jacob Doherty, Wyatt Schroeder. 10 drivers total, getting ready to take the green flag here in 206 Cadet. 4 races to go left on the day. That's it. And Marcelo still here with us.
Thanks again for having me again. 2 weeks ago, Road Tax was great, making my, I would say, my comeback. I did Kid Kart a while ago with, if many of you Kart Chaser fans know, Rocco Ruzic. I did in my first ever commentating broadcast with him. And, I did Road Tax 2 weeks ago with Henry and Caleb, and it was a great time. And, thanks for them to having me back. And here we go, lining up shortly. 206 Cadet, presented by
Skeptic Motorsports. And again, good to have you with us. A different insight as to what we're getting ready to see. I know you've been down on the paddock working all week with your brother, getting your drivers up to speed. But again, giving us a different perspective as to what you've seen from the fence lines, right? We see it all from a camera, from a screen. But sitting, trackside looking, hear the sights and sounds down there as well as all of you at home can do so as well. Green flag will fly. Heat race number 3 for 206 Cadet is underway, and again, good start for Mikey Todd up at the front. Strayer looking to respond though. That Parolin has been fast, but Todd goes right back in. Aiken Bodoak, he's gonna go side by side there for a second. Not gonna get the help on the outside that he needed. And Hayden Sampson gonna sneak his way through for 3rd. Picking a lane. You kind of compared it to the NASCAR of karting, 206 racing. That's exactly what you see there. You pick the wrong lane, don't get the help, don't get the push, don't get the bump draft that you need. Stuff like that can happen like it did for Aiken Bodoa.
Yeah, and the same concept applies to this class, like you just said. And, Dusty Strayer has been looking good all weekend. I actually spoke to his parents earlier during the Micro Swift race, and they told me that, he doesn't practice a 206 at home, and all he does is the national Micro Swift stuff. And he says, they told me he actually enjoys the 206 stuff more. He says it's a lot more fun, which I agree. Racing your buddies the whole time and maybe going a little bit slower is honestly a lot more fun.
That was one of the things that we kind of compared it with as well earlier, right? You get a whole lot of racecraft whenever you race in the 206 cadet side of things, and really 206 in general. You're bumper to bumper with somebody the entire time, door to door, banging tires, if you will. And again, having to make moves, having to plan out this race, and it gets you thinking a little bit more as the race progresses in comparison to, a K Senior or an X30 or, whatever you want to say. It gives you time to plan out the race. You think about things as everything happens a little bit slower in comparison to the micro stuff. And funny enough that you kind of say that about Dusty having to, drive at home. He has a racetrack in his front yard connected to his driveway. That's where he practices.
Yep.
He doesn't go to a local track. He wakes up in the morning, goes out to his front yard, and puts down some laps in a 206 or a micro, whatever it is. And again, his parents designed it with some of the best corners from all around the country. MCC has a couple of corners. The sweeping left-hander is back there. Speed Sports, Newcastle, I believe, has a couple as the 213 off the racetrack. Doherty going to go for a wild ride there, one of the high-fi performance machines. But when you have a tool like that in your front yard, I'd be out there every day, Marcelo. I don't know about you.
Absolutely, I'd be out there every day ripping no matter what. If it's 206, Kid Kart Bambino, X30, K100, even Shifter, I'd go out there, and I'm not too well-versed in that class. But, Mikey Todd, the Reed Motorsports powered CRG, has been pretty good all weekend, and Dusty's been right there behind him. And they look like they've been working fairly well together so far. I'm not too sure how they've been racing with each other past two heats, but looks like they've been working together very well. And, they're still pushing, and they know. There goes Mikey Todd giving Dusty a thumbs up. They know the mission. They know is to pull away, get to the front, maybe see the white flag or two to go, and then they can fight. Hayden Sampson there is in no man's land. Unfortunately, maybe he's going to get reeled in, but honestly, from a driver of Sampson's caliber, he probably knows that he's going to need something up front to happen, or he's going to need a breakthrough in the line, or maybe the cart's just waiting to come in, and that's something the Slipstream Racing team has done pretty well all weekend as well.
And I'm curious to hear, because all weekend long we've seen all these mechanics. You guys are right there just on the front stretch, kind of pointing your drivers by, sending them signals. And I feel like more often than not, right, you're kind of telling your driver when to pass, throwing up the different signals, the shuffle, the push, when and why, as they're working their way by, thumbs up there by a couple. What are you guys kind of telling the drivers as they work their way by that front stretch?
We see a different perspective. As parents and as mechanics and team managers, we see a different perspective. They only see what they're seeing in front of them. And, as a mechanic and the occasional driver coach here and there, we see different things like, some go-karts are getting reeled in more than others. We see maybe we're making mistakes where we shouldn't be, or maybe we're doing better than we have before. We, like I said, we found a breakthrough in the driving. Maybe we found a magical 2, maybe 3/10 in the driving, and suddenly we're up in the pack, and there goes around the 202 front left contact. He seems a little frustrated, but, stuff happens like that with Schroeder, 202 going around. But like I said earlier, the hand signals, every mechanic, every person is different. I know Phil Pignataro with Brody Stoffel, he's big on the hand signals. He's always finding somewhere on the racetrack where no one is, giving Brody some signals. But, I myself, I'm more on the mechanic side, and I let Massimo kind of do the hand signals and kind of talk to the kids. On our side of things, we're not a big hand signal. In the past, and we have before, we've tried it here, especially in Amarillo with those big barricades. You can stick your hand out real far. But, honestly, kind of concluding, it's really dependent on the driver. Some drivers are so focused, they come off the track and we tell them, hey, you didn't look at me when I told you to pass or when I defend. They were like, I didn't see you were there. And unfortunately, that's a frustration we have to deal with as team operators. And, I've had to deal with that, especially in the two-stroke stuff. At Cincinnati, I had to deal with that. And, I know Dusty looks at Chris Wareheim a lot during the race. He's very vocal to his mechanic. I know Mikey Todd as well. He's very vocal to his mechanic as well. But, yeah, it's just depending on the driver, depending on the parent, depending on the team. I'm a fan of the hand signals. I think it's something that we probably will implement again after today. And
one of the big things that you mentioned, right, and myself and Justin were talking about this earlier, it's a different perspective, right? These drivers usually don't want them looking back. I know a lot of driver coaches, you count however many times your drivers look back, and then you make them do push-ups for that, right? Because you want them to look forward, you want them to focus ahead. A check or two, I would say, is okay, a time or two a lap, but when you're looking, 5-10 times a lap behind your shoulder, something's definitely amiss there. But like you said, very good point as to what you're telling your drivers and to let them know. Some of the best in the nation still do it. Diego Ramos, all last weekend throughout the Pro X30 main event, he was looking over at Lucas Nogueira, Maureen Kremers that were on the fence line for him, giving him signals. Mateus Morgado with his mechanic as well, with Thomas Cyprus, team manager for CPB Racing over in Europe for the Sodi Kart team. He was looking over at him throughout the race, right? Even the best in the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
Still look over for signals, for information, because they don't want to be looking over their shoulder. They don't want to be checking. They want to be focused at the task at hand, and whoever else is behind them, giving them the right information. The gap is closing. The gap is opening. Keep it smooth, so on and so forth. They're letting you know when it's probably time to defend, when to look over the shoulder. All right, got to start planning as to what to do. And as to what these two drivers are doing now, push away.
Yeah, they're pretty far out in front. Samson is about 3.1 seconds drift. He's probably, you can still see them in the distance going from the backstory, praying for something to happen. Or, maybe he's comfortable being in that third position, maybe lining up somewhere in the third or fourth position for the final. But, yeah, Mikey Todd and Dusty Stray have been working very well together the whole race. Completing the task at hand, and I believe there should be 2 to go this time by. Mikey Todd going a little bit lower, going to the middle of the racetrack, opening up again.
You got to be careful there. A little out of shape on the exit of 2. Mikey Todd's going to allow Dusty Strayer to pull alongside him. Now they're side by side up to turn number 3. Strayer's on the outside, Todd on the inside.
Strayer's got a better run down the inside. That trackside Paralympic powered machine goes to the front.
That's a good move there out of Dusty, and we've seen a lot of that throughout the weekend, right? You go wide in turn 3 if you're on the outside, and then it quickly turns into the inside into turn number 4. Same thing here. Todd looking to set up a crossover. Turn number 6, and he's clear. Very great display of racecraft here, Marcel. It's what you want to see out of these 2 young drivers. Todd in the lead as they work their way to turn 8.
Yeah, Todd back to the front after a brilliant over-under into the sweeping section of this track. You know, he's going a little defensive here, going to the middle of the racetrack. Dusty taking that wide sweeping line, maybe going to try to force something, but it looks like he's going to stay tucked in here. It looks like they might even go side by side here, going to the final corner, final couple of corners. Dusty inside, can he get it? Who's going to go later on the brakes?
Yeah, we'll see. Dusty Strayer's on the inside there. Todd is on the outside. Dusty gets clear. Todd, 2 more corners to go. Will he get it? It's going to be close. Dusty Strayer made the move on the run of turn 11. Checkered flag flies. Dusty Strayer wins heat race number 3 in Skeptic Motorsports 206 Cadet. Mikey Todd in second. Hayden Sampson, Hagen Bodois, Sebastian Sampson, Hutton Buck, Nayeli Vargas now crossing the line. Cook Cheek, Jacob Doherty, and Wyatt Schroeder in 206 Cadet. And according to plan, you sit there, you push, and on the last lap, you fight for it. Quick commercial break when we return. K100 Masters presented by High Five Performance.
I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Well,
course.
dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
K8 100 Masters gets ready to go out, presented by High Five Performance, and it's been all about one man up at the front. Miguel Mir has had them all covered in both of the heat races. Greg Welsh has had to work his way through this field. Owner-operator at Forward Direction Motorsports, starting from the back once again with Nick Bull for Kart CRG USA, has fallen down the order in heat race number 2 and heat race number 1. See what he can do on the third one. This has been, again, a runaway for the 477 Amir here. And when you talk about TSRS, when you talk about Masters racing, you think of that man right there. 7 championships across TPKC and TSRS. Says a lot about the progression he's had, and again, the successful career in the Masters division as this one gets ready to go green.
Yeah, Miguel's a seasoned veteran in the Masters class, even a Rock, I believe Rock Masters champion in Vegas about maybe 5 years ago, I believe, 2021. Looks, we are green flag racing in the air, followed by Bull, followed by Morgan LeBaron.
Daniel Howie there in 4th. Good start for Miguel Mir up at the front here. And now Nick Bull in 2nd, able to hold off Morgan LeBaron. We'll see what those two can do. As Janae Din now looking on the inside. He's going to get clear.
Yeah, Janae Din, also a seasoned veteran in the Masters class. He's on the national scene with his son, Ibrahim. And Miguel Mir already looking like he's pulling away. Nick Bull is right there behind him on the Kart CRG USA powered machine.
Now Gary Glanger had a thought about it there on Janae Din on the inside of turn number 8 there, Marcelo. A little close, but everybody's still what it looks like on the cold tires. We're only going to heat up. This is a 3rd heat cycle, or really 4th heat cycle that these tires are going to go through. And again, tomorrow they're going to be on the same set for the main event. Got to make them last one way or another.
You know, fortunately enough, a lot of people think this track is extremely abrasive on the tires, but, you know, the tarmac is not very porous and it's not very coarse. The tire wear, you know, across all classes that I've seen hasn't been too intense, and, you know, I think the tire is actually going to be in a pretty good operating window for the final. I wouldn't say it's really a game of tire management right now. You know, other tracks like Speed Sports, maybe MCC, Indiana have been, you know, the name of the game in the final 2 heats is going to be tire management. But, you know, here, tire management really isn't a big thing. It's really trying to find the grip at the right time.
And it looks like Nick Bull has found it here. This is as close as they've been all weekend long. Nick Bull is going to have an opportunity to go for the lead. He's going to take it. First one available to him. Turn number 8, Nick Bull to the point. Wasted no time, and it's, again, right when you came up here, the first race you called for K Masters, there was a pass for the lead for the first time all weekend. Might have you up here more often, Marcelo, as Miguel Mir now looking on the inside.
Miguel Mir tries to take a look, could not get it done. But, you know, Miguel, you know, like I said, seasoned veteran, he knows the race is long. Taking a look back, kind of saying, what's going on, guys? This guy's getting away from us. But, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Miguel closes up on him in the next couple of corners here. Nick Poole looking down at the carburetor, maybe making an adjustment already.
You see how strong the wind is. Our camera down at turn 1, taking the brunt of it as well. Shout out to Gabe there, weathering the storm as Mir exit at turn 5, a little too wide. And that's going to bring Morgan LeBaron with an opportunity to pass. And at turn 6, he's going to take it. Those 2 drivers who fought for the championship back in 2023, now battling for second in 2026, 3 years later. And shows you the class, the pace of those 2, Morgan LeBaron, the mustache man, and Miguel Mir, now with Daniel Howie, one of the newer faces that's emerged over the last 2 years, putting himself there in 4th. And Nick Bull, saw him last year in the shifter division.
Yeah, he did pro shifter at SKUSA Winter Series this year, and you know, he held his own against the young guns like Noah Zarsk and John Paul Melchiori under the same 10. And you know, I've talked to Nick personally myself. He's a great guy to talk to. He's super humble. You know, he's races cars. He kind of does a little bit of everything, and it's great to see him back in the seat again. The last time I saw him was in February, but looks like he's hit the front for the first time this weekend, I believe, and he's pulling away, and looks like everything is playing to the hands of him. But Miguel has gone back around Morgan LeBaron. And let's see if that go-kart's coming. I can see that inside wheel is hiking up a lot. Maybe they've got a lot of caster in it. Maybe they got a stiff axle, but that thing is jacking like crazy.
Yeah, it's and again, you start to see that the outside tire just lift up a little bit off the ground there, Marcelo. And again, we're at a different point of the day to where we were earlier in heat race number 1, heat race number 2. It's cooled off a little bit more. The wind's picking up. The track's also at a different stage, right, with the amount of, you know, rubber that looks to be laid down. But again, you're not seeing, you know, the marbling. And like you said, it's not one of those abrasive surfaces where, again, the asphalt is one of the darker ones that we go to in the state of Texas. So you're not really able to get a real tell as to how much rubber is being laid down in comparison to where we were last week or the past 2 weeks over at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, to what the asphalt looked like, to when you saw the rubber laid down. You're not going to see that here in Amarillo. You can hear the tires kind of screech a little bit, but don't really know. And that kind of goes to my point, right, of where Miguel Mir finds himself here in heat race number 3. Completely different to what worked in heat 1 and heat 2. Luckily for him, though, and that, you know, middle part of the day for qualifying is right where they're going to go out for their main event tomorrow, where they're going to have 14 minutes plus 2 laps. So you talk about the operating window. It was fast early in the day, late in the day. Luckily for him, he's not going to be racing in it. It's now LeBaron looking for another move. Into turn 6, he's not going to get it.
Yeah, you know, Morgan LeBaron looking back with Daniel Howie. You know, Daniel Howie just went forward with a 109.5. Miguel Mir went 109.6, and Nick Poole went 109.7. So they found a 10th, but they are fighting. So Nick Poole is having the time of his life right now, cruising out there in front. You know, he's having the occasional look back, but, you know, with these Masters drivers, I wouldn't really be concerned with looking back. And looking for the outside deep run from Morgan LeBaron, getting pushed by his teammate Daniel Howie. Can he get it? Yeah, he does. Great run by Morgan LeBaron.
Yeah, got a great exit there at turn 8, and it's all about, you know, getting that momentum, getting up to speed, letting that K100 engine breathe. And again, with all the headwind that's kind of going on that backstretch, you know, it only helps to drive that second in line, looking to, you know, punch a hole through the air, and that's exactly what Miguel Mir was doing. LeBaron went to the outside, a push from Howie, a little bit of shake and bake in between both of the high-five performance Texas machines. Exactly what they needed to get LeBaron through for second. Now it's Howie's turn. If Mir doesn't respond here in a 6, he won't. But they're all kind of on the same page here, right? Wanting to get back up to Nick Bull whatever way possible.
Yeah, you know, maybe Miguel looked a little bit frustrated when he first got past, but maybe he knows, you know, I'm in a good position. I've won 2 heats already. You know, Miguel's looking down the inside before the corner before the backstretch. He gets it done. And maybe now this is the breakaway he needed from Morgan LeBaron and Daniel Howie to say, you know what, I'm going to go to the front. I want to get back to the front. That's where I'm comfortable.
And a decisive move there out of Miguel. Lost LeBaron a good bit of time. She's now going to close on down on the run of turn 11. 2-6 in the air. Nick Bull is set to take his first heat race victory in the time that he's been racing out here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Was racing over with United Autosports last year in IMSA in 2025, and again, long career over in IMSA Racing.
Yeah, and you know, looking at the times, you know, the times haven't changed too much. Miguel just did a 109.9, but Nick Bull just won a personal best with 109.6. So he has found something in these final couple laps. Maybe they've gone up on the pressure. Maybe they've actually even gone down. You know, when you go down, the operating window comes in later at the end of the race. But, you know, sometimes in greasy conditions, like we've talked about already, track evolution changes throughout the day. You know, hence the word track evolution. But, you know, maybe the higher tire pressure is working now for a greasy track.
Yeah, Nick Bull just looks really comfortable out in front here. Just able to put down laps, able to get through a couple of these corners. Working his way through. And that being said, Nick Bull, white flag will fly this next time around. 1 lap away.
Oh, Nick Bull now tucking. He knows this white flag. I believe he looks pumped. He looks like he wants this Heat 3 race win. And he's looking down at the carburetor again. Maybe making another adjustment. Maybe looking at those live EGTs, trying to figure something out. Daniel Howie has cleared Morgan LeBaron. You know, Miguel Mir has a little bit of space now. I don't think it's going to be enough to track down Nick Bull. You know, you never know. Sometimes these master drivers find something that they never had before. Sometimes they totally blow it right before the race is over. But again, Miguel Mir, you know, been leading the whole pack. Daniel Howie's actually gone purple that recently with a 109.5. So he is the fastest go-kart on the track right now. But, you know, track evolves. You know, you got Morgan LeBaron behind him. And Daniel Howie looking on Miguel Mir. Trying to over-under him. A little bit of contact.
But nothing quite yet for Daniel Howie as they work their way into the final corner. Nick Bull, or sorry, final corners, I should say. Used to be the final corner 2 to 3 years ago. Nick Bull, it's all fired off here in this final session of the day. Nick Bull is going to win. Daniel Howie across the line for second. He's going to get it over Miguel Mir, who finishes third. Morgan LeBaron. Janae Den, your top 5.
You know, one of the better Masters races I've seen. You know, unfortunately, 2 weeks ago, we only had 2 on the track and 3 in the commentator booth. I think that was a first for all of us. I thought it was a great time.
I was over at Rotax.
Yep. I thought it was a really fun time to be you, me, and Greg Boudet. Not Greg Boudet, Henry Boudet. It was a great time to be with you guys. And, yeah, that was actually a great Masters. Like you said, you know, we haven't seen a change for the lead in a while, but I really enjoyed that. And we got 206 Jr. up on the dock next.
206 Jr. in a couple of moments. 2 races to go on this Saturday afternoon in the Panhandle. You're watching Kart Chaser Grassroots.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico? Non-GMO? Gluten-free? Kosher? Magnesium? B12? B6?
Yeah, it's good.
B5? Biotin? And 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
2 races. All that's left today. 206 Junior with Sawyer Chambers and Levi Metter on row number 1. Aston Wyatt, Alex Chandler, Clayton Stiles, and Jensen Willender on row number 3 with Pasha Ali, Dean Guerrier, Mia Johnson, Thomas Smith. Top 5 rows, top 10 starters. Always, my name is Caleb Vieska. Justin Prince back in the booth. A little bit of time off on what's been a long Saturday of racing action. Heat race number 3 will be the same. Find your favorite driver, pick them out, see where they're going to start. 2 races to go with the ever exciting K100 seniors coming up right after the 6 minutes plus 2 laps for the 206 juniors who have delivered some great racing action throughout the weekend. Justin, this day getting ready to draw to a close.
Pretty close, to say the least. It's been an interesting day for our competitors, but the battles are still not over. 2 more left, and we're expecting some more fireworks once again for 206 Junior. I think it's going to be uber competitive. I think it's going to be an interesting fight again. Chambers, Medor going to control this field yet again for this start.
Well, here we go. Chambers on the inside, Metter on the outside. Green flag flies. 206 Junior presented by Orslon Racing is underway.
Oh, off track. Chambers had to hold on to it with the right side. Bottles everyone up for second. And that is a big mistake to have at the start of the run. Everybody trying to pass on by Chambers because of that one mistake.
That was Metter there. Metter, the driver of the Reed Motorsports CRG, hung those 2 tires off the racetrack. Just able to save it there. Clayton Stiles now in 4th. Alex Chandler, Pasha Ali, and more working their way by now. Stiles with help from teammate and Alex Chandler behind. They're going to work their way through into turn number 8. As everybody looks to go through, a couple of drivers holding on to it in turn number 8. Looks like everybody able to stay facing the right way. A couple of moments, but up front, Chambers just pulling away from this field. And we heard it from Aiden Rudolph earlier on today when he joined us in the booth. Again, don't expect that to stick for the entirety of that race. It'll close down as quickly as it opened up.
Exactly. It's already almost closed up right immediately. Already, though, Chambers, who, as you said, is the leader in the black machine, trying to hold on with the rally coming up from Wyatt. Stiles with the assistance. Now the major thing will be how aggressive do they want to be here? Do they want to stay in a train for a bit and work together? Or do they want to fight? There's only so many laps you can get. About 6 to 8 laps, remember, has been the average. Wyatt's going to say, I'm going to go right now.
Here goes Aston Wyatt now looking on the inside. Clayton Stiles looking to follow him through. He will. Now the front 2 looking a little bit different. Metter now to the outside, looking for a way by on Chandler. He's not going to find it. And along with them comes Jensen Willender, Dean Guerrier, and Chandler. Now looking on the bottom on Chambers. He has help. Not enough of it, though. Chambers is going to hold on to the outside.
It'll shut them off, but you can already see the hand signals. I know he had a good discussion about who liked what signals for each other. Problem is, every single driver, every single one, just went right to the left side, and Chambers is off the track.
Sawyer Chambers, a day that is not the way that he would have wanted to end it, with very good results in Heat 1 and Heat Race number 2. All coming undone in a turn 11 for Sawyer Chambers. And everybody else looking to pounce, looking to take advantage. Aston Wyatt, one of those, the driver now in the lead.
Yeah, but for how long? Remember, Stiles already won a race about, give or take, 20, 40 minutes ago. Wouldn't it be nice to add another one to end off your day, get another Heat race victory? And Stiles, I think, is one of those drivers that can do it. You can see some of the drivers still fiercely conversing to figure out where they want to shuffle as they all get in line. And finally, some of the drivers saying, we've got to work together or else they're going to take off.
And here we go, 4th on back. Still single file, Jensen Willender, Guerrier, back to Kate Casper, working their way through.
And really, you can see how much some of the aerodynamics come into play. Some of the drivers pushing down to make sure they're trying to get some extra speed down the straightaway with how much that pull's gone into the penultimate corners of this racetrack. All that being said, Wyatt and Styles staying secure, a lot of movement in terms of the fence line for the hand signals. Some of the teams trying to tell their karts, we've got to figure out a way to close up. That gap is already almost a full second, almost out of drafting distance for the third on back spots.
Now here they go. As it finally feels like we're able to take a breath here, Justin. This race has continued to change, continue to shuffle all throughout as the top two. Aston Wyatt, Clayton Styles, 1 and 2. Playing this one perfectly.
Yeah, exactly. But I will say, you talked about the various conditions around these types of tracks, track to circuit, circuit to circuit. A lot of dirt has been kicked up all across the circuit throughout the day today. A couple drivers pass on by Meador as he gets shuffled back. But you can tell with how much some of the brown marks are starting to build up on the circuit, there's a fair amount of dirt stars continuously run on, and it's not really necessarily gone away in a lot of cases with some of the sand kicked across this track.
And there was a couple of moves there. It looked like it was Francisco Reyes looking for a way by on Meador. He didn't find it. And here goes Meador's going to slot his way all the way back down to 8th. And a Smith, Johnson in 11th. 3 laps to go this time by here, Justin. The penultimate race of the day.
Give a shout out to Chandler, who's been able to hustle his kart forward yet again here. One of those doing double duty, believe, here today. We've seen him a couple different races. Alex Chandler in particular in this one. One of those who has kind of been in the top 5 fringe marks in superkarts, in SCUSA, I should say, there's the full name, had been one of the top qualifiers. Remember, K100 Jr. in that action, ended up getting shuffled to the end by P13 over the course of the Saturday race, then had a lot of bad luck, let's put it that way, during the Saturday weekend. Right now, Chandler looking to try and hustle this entire pack forward if they want any chance to gain up some ground if the leaders start to fight here with a couple to go.
And here they go. They're working their way by now. 2-6 in the air. 2 laps to go for Aston Wyatt, for Clayton Styles. 2 drivers that have led this field thus far. And Chandler trying to lead that second group up to the top 2. He's going to run out of time here.
Yeah, that top 2 is gone. Not much else they can really do unless there's a lot of fighting in the next 30 seconds, I think. But you can still at least help out where your finish metric's going to go for tomorrow. Get some data for your teams, because while it is starting to get a little bit cooler out air temperature-wise, the sun's still being hard out on the racetrack here. Wyatt, he's been fast in every single race, it feels like, but hasn't necessarily gotten any top spots per se over the course of this event. It's been an interesting weekend for him. Now, can he get it done after being in position for the lead in at least 3 of his races today?
Yeah, I feel like more often than not for Aston Wyatt, right? He's in the position, and it almost seems like something out of his control, or something goes terribly wrong, or something, always something that kind of puts him on the back foot. But here, finally able to stretch his legs, put himself in that good position, and that's just racing, right? Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. More often than not, it probably won't. But it's just a matter of staying there, keeping your head down, putting yourself in the position time and time again, and the result will come. That's exactly what we're seeing here out of himself and Clayton Styles in this third heat race.
Final time around, you see it at the flag stand. So now, here comes the attempt for Styles. Have to take a move to the outside with the defensive line for Wyatt. Got to pick the right spot to get alongside. Hope that you catch Wyatt off guard. Third on back. No major fights yet. Here we go. Styles got to run on the outside and made the pass down the straightaway.
Now, here they go. Clayton Styles able to get by on Aston Wyatt. Gap opens up 3, 4 car lengths. As they work their way by to turn number 8 in the battle for the back for third. Starting to heat up. Chandler, Willander, Gearier, all going side by side. Chandler's going to go to the bottom. Casper's going to go to the middle. Looking to split both of them up with help from Gearier. Cade Casper through it all. You go high or you go low. Casper splits the two of them up for third. He's going to get it. What a move out of that rookie to get clear. But up front, through it all, Clayton Stiles as they fight side by side. Bumper to bumper, nose to tail. Stiles is going to win heat race number 3 in 206 Junior.
He won both of his heat 3s here this afternoon. Nicely done. Kaspar does hold on to third by 3/10. Chandler, Monstos able to stay in the top 5 with Guerrier. Reyes give a shout out, able to shuffle his way to 6th by the end, as that was a wild pack together. Third on the way back down to about 10th-ish.
What a drive, what an end. Sawyer Chambers coming across the line in 12th there. Heartbreaking end for the 325. And again, short-term memory. Got to focus on tomorrow. One more race. All that's left. K Senior on the other side.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels...
Kart CRG USA K100 Senior hits the racetrack. 39 drivers total from all around the region have worked their way out here to the Panhandle at Amarillo Motorsports Park. Final race with Ruben Moya and Jose Carlos Hernandez getting ready to start the third heat race. Again, from where they qualified. 39. A lot of names to go through. Who has impressed you the most here, Justin?
Who's impressed me the most? I mean, Moya has been the most impressive. I know it's the obvious choice, but there is a second category, the second person that's a close one there. Landon Skinner, who's been able to be a hard charger in the Mondstadt League Group, both heat races so far. I think Skinner may be a dark horse with the way things are looking by the time we get to tomorrow. If he can keep it up again and have a shot at Moya, if it's one-on-one between Moya and Skinner, it can go a lot of different ways tomorrow. And it's going to be in part depending on how this goes in this race, so you get the track position to do that.
Here we go. El Salmón Español has been the driver to beat all day long on the Saturday. Ruben Moya, Jose Carlos Hernandez take the green. We're underway in KA Senior.
Look at that, the one machine. Carlos Hernandez able to get in front, but a little bit of trouble for some of the drivers in the back in the top 10. But some off tracks, everyone else battles him up towards the back straightaway section.
Yeah, Cohen Summers, a driver who had a little bobble there on the exit of turn number 5, it looked like. And now Jose Carlos knowing that Ruben Moya probably a little bit better throughout the early stage of the race. And he's now looking to hold him off as this one continues. Turn number 8, Skinner buried in the pack here in heat race number 3. A lot of work for him to do. Roddy locks up the brakes and goes straight into turn number 8, looking to rejoin. Big moment for the 988 of Taylor Roddy. He's able to get back onto the racetrack.
Able to survive at least and keep himself in the opportunities to go. But all this is to say, top 3 has some different players here. Music, he's trying to find the right beat here. It's in the top 3. Look at some of the other drivers like Skinner. Kicked down to the top, back of the top 10. Has a wrench right behind him now as a result, 10th and 11th.
And there you go, the Spaniard starting to close in. A driver from Mexico. These two have given us some great battles. Heat race number 2, it was, again, all about Ruben Moya in the 909. Heat race number 1, Moya caught him by surprise in the second to last lap and was able to run away. Now Jose Carlos, knowing he needs a good result here to close off the day on the Saturday, is looking to deny Ruben from sweeping here today. Landon Skinner, we looking with him. He's right ahead of Dallas Dunlap. He's in the TB cart and right behind the championship points leader and Sawyer Roussel in the 906. Two of them pushing each other along onto the backstretch.
Almost tandem drafting for a couple of them try and squabble the way by. But right now, I have to wonder in case of Skinner, where's he going to end up here? Now that he's more back in traffic, the lowest he's been all day today, it feels like down in the 9th position. Going to be hard to come back from in the heat with so little time to work with. But for some of the others here, let's see how much some of the drivers like Roussel talked about with the points, which hasn't been a major conversation yet today. It's been interesting how that shaped up with the complexities of the season. A lot of your top drivers in points didn't necessarily be the best driver coming into today compared to the first 2 rounds.
Roussel hasn't even won a race this year.
Yeah.
And he's leading the championship. He's finished on the podium a couple of times, but nothing more than that. And now Skinner, who has won a race, he won back at NOLA, starting to make moves. Same for Paramo and Justin Music for 3rd. Change there. And the Arcade Motorsports driver points forward to Paramo, just letting him know, keep going, keep pushing. I'm not going to pass you back. Just want to close down the gap, give myself an opportunity to get up there with the top 2. And now it looked like Gage Bailey was looking for a move there on Highland. Wasn't in the cards. He's back in line.
And not a bad start for Just Music in this race compared to the other ones where he's been towards 7th, 8th-ish, it feels like in the average running order. Music's pace, though, fairly consistent to keep up here. But Paramo, it's been one of those, feels like bounced around a bit. You can tell he's one of the drivers, though, who needs to get up to his teammate. You can see they've swapped for the race lead again.
Yeah, Ruben Moya, Jose Carlos, it all kind of changed whenever they worked their way into turn number 5 and out of it. Ruben was able to pass him somewhere up and into the run to turn number 3. So now he's back in control. And ahead of Jose Carlos Hernandez, we'll see what he can do now. Leading. What kind of pace does that Pantano have? With just under 2 minutes to go as they're side-by-side. Peyton Phillips looking to make some moves, looking to work his way through this field. Haven't talked about him much, just bad luck for Phillips. A DNF in quali, wasn't even set in a lap. And issues continued in a heat race number 1. Haven't seen much of the driver who won back at round number 1 in Houston.
7th points, as we talked about earlier, coming in. But that's kind of the grind of the recovery. Put yourself in a spot where in the longer run, you can at least put together some points. Look at some of the drivers there, like Highland and co. All trying to squabble. Music back in the top 3 here. See the signals. We got to get up to Music. Try and find a way to get back again. Paramo almost missed the corner. He was trying to give the signal so much.
Yeah, he was looking over the shoulder. And Highland was, again, wanting to go by. We'll see what it's like in turn number 8. Paramo's going to drive into the bottom. One of them to help him. He's not going to get it. Bailey's going to go by. He's almost trying to tell him not to pass him. And these two are going to continue to fight on this backstretch, side by side. There goes Bailey. They're going to go by the Orslin machine. Bailey's going to take advantage of Highland as well. He's going to go through for 4th. And Justin Music just driving away from them all.
Just started to actually pick away, I was going to say, in 11 and 12. That's where the gap started to grow up a bit. Now it's going to take probably the whole rest of the race to get back to Music. Solid effort here for Kart 952. But still, your top 2 still separated by 2/10. Highland still going back and forth. Once again, Skinner, look at that recovery, is back up in front. He's back in the top 5 or so.
Yeah, there you go. Roussel's right there. Now the next one up to look to go by on Paramo. See if he can do so before the end of this one. Up at the front, no change. 2/10 in between Jose Carlos and Ruben Moya. But again, the 909 starting to stretch his legs here, Justin. Able to show the pace at hand for himself. And now they work their way by onto the backstretch. Skinner to Highland, to Paramo, to Roussel. Is it going to be in turn number 11? And it's going to be Paramo looking on the inside. He's going to go on Highland. He's clear. Had to work hard for that one. 2-6 in the air. 2 laps to go for Ruben Moya and Jose Carlos Hernandez.
Still nothing done for Carlos Hernandez to build up the run again. Let's see a little bit quicker with his Moya down some of these straights. And remember, this back to Heat 1. End of the race, Moya started to stretch out. He's doing it again, a little bit quicker through this sector.
And the biggest difference in between these two, you see the exit on turn number 5 there. Jose Carlos, a lot of input on that steering wheel. Doesn't look as comfortable as Ruben Moya in that 909. Again, it seems like the thing is driving it on its own, and Ruben's kind of just guiding it corner after corner. Where you see Jose Carlos, he's up on the wheel, asking for a little bit more, wanting a little bit more, pushing a little bit more. And Ruben is just driving with this finesse out there. And you're seeing, that's kind of what's going on as that gap opens up a little bit for Ruben. Here's another move for Peyton Phillips. On the 905 of Palermo, he's going to get it. Phillips is up to 16th.
Coming up to the white flag, though, you can see Moya's just about got the distance. All these team members, though, at the edge of their seats because of some of these intense battles third on back. Jose Carlos Hernandez still in a good spot for himself, but look at these distances.
Wasn't a good spot. That now 7/10 of a second. The number 1 doesn't have an answer on the Saturday.
Nah.
He's going to have to find it tomorrow, though. That's the day that matters. Because Moya is in a league of his own right now. 7/10 of a second over the field, over Jose Carlos, who's kind of met his match here this weekend. Now, battle for third. Justin Music to the bottom. Gage Bailey, Landon Skinner. They're going side by side. And Skinner side by side with Bailey, still not going to find a way by, stays in 5th.
Look at the block, though. Music covered off the inside. Bailey, no place to poke around, and Skinner looking for the wraparound right alongside Bailey as the winner comes down the front.
The 909, Ruben Moya. Sweep of the day on Saturday. Pole position on Sunday. Tomorrow is when it matters. Ruben Moya takes the win in heat race number 3 over Jose Carlos Hernandez. And across the line for third, Justin Music, Gage Bailey, Landon Skinner, your top 5.
Good recovery by Skinner, but again, I think the big thing is going to be Moya. Look at some of the drives. Roussel dropping down to 17th at the very end of that run. Phillips to 14th.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if that was a penalty going in the way of Sawyer Roussel, who finished down in 17th, or what exactly happened. But one thing we do know is for sure, Ruben Moya, a step above the field here. Your winner in heat race number 3, Jose Carlos, looking for more to get that first win in 2026. We thank you very much for joining us on the Saturday. Great day of action from the Panhandle here in Amarillo Motorsports Park. From the TSRS crew, from everybody here at Kart Chaser, Justin Prince, myself, Caleb Vieska, we thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning with the warm-ups, 8 a.m., and straight in the main events tomorrow. Thank you very much, and have a good night.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.